Okay, any better? Looks better. Let's do a quick test again. Make sure our chat box still works. Test 3. Wonderful. Okay, sorry about that if anybody's still here. Looks like I lost most of you though. Unfortunate. Okay, this is still working. And this is no longer working. So let's reset this. Do-do-do. Everything gets really messed up when the internet goes out. And it's like, it only went out for like 10 seconds or something, and then like, everything's messed up. And I'm the only person here. Alright, well, enjoy the stream, Willow. You too, Jasmine. You too.
After game number 3 in this set, the Atlantis Leviathans move one set closer to seeing us that weekend in January. It is coming up quickly, and guess what? We've added another day to it. It was January 6th through 9. Now, January 5 through 9 is what we're looking at for the Smite World Championship, as well as the Hi-Rez Showcase. We've got Throwback Thursday now on that Thursday. So Hi-Rez presents now the Hi-Rez Showcase. That's this schedule, January 5th. At 11 a.m. The official tailgate will kick off at 8 a.m. and a whole lot of fun to be had on that day. The day that we have now added is this one, January 6th, Throwback Thursday. If you have been able to tune in with us on those Mondays where we have the teams in and we're talking with them and making a lot of fun videos and things like that, think about that. That's what will be happening on the Thursday, and then the next day and the days after that, a bunch more content. Oh, and the Smite World Championships are going on as well. A team that a lot of people have maybe not favored, but a really good shot at winning the Smite World Championship, Gore, is the Atlantis Leviathans. This was a set they were favored in. This was a set that you figured they should win 3-0. They came out after a little bit of a break, and they took care of business in 3 straight games.
Yeah, I think you go back, you watch game 1. That one was pretty much hand-in-hand exactly what you expect out of Leviathans. Games 2 and 3, you get a little bit more out of the Winter Dogs, which, again, in a set up against a team like the Leviathans, it's enough to cause a little bit of pause, at least to cause them some trouble. There were moments where they're, even in gold, a little bit ahead. Unfortunately, this game just didn't stay in their favor as long as I think they would have liked, and it does end up slipping through their hands. But again, what I said at the end of the desk for game 2, I think applies maybe even more so here. It was only 3 games, and maybe you're not too happy about that. But at the end of the day, I think for Winter Dogs, the silver lining is you looked pretty good against the Atlantis Leviathans, and now you're going to end up playing against the Scarabs, the Warriors. I think that you are still in a comfortable position, and you don't have to be as stressed, although now backs against the wall because they're in the bottom bracket. If you're the Leviathans, You're more than happy because you're technically only one set win away from being able to stamp your ticket to Worlds, and I'm sure they're feeling very proud of that fact, especially with the way they played today. Very immaculate, very team-based, very clean from what we expect out of them, and all without really doing anything out of the ordinary. I mean, we got to see a couple of cleaning games there from Panatom, and you could tell that, like Zap had said in the pregame interview, they are feeling themselves in the sense that this is the start of the Worlds run, right? Zap mentioned how he's played through placements the last 2 years. Well, guess what he's also done the last 2 years? Won Worlds, so he's probably more than happy to be in this position.
That's right. Zapman feeling good. The rest of the Leviathans feeling good as well. The frontliners continued to get it done. The Geb Nike stacks look great this game. Shinto at 306 goes undying in our third and final game of the set. And then you get this nice stack of damage, right? Hardcore, Panatom, Shinto, all at around 18,000 damage. Nobody on the Winter Dogs above 15,000. That was Aquarius, who got jumped on all game long. This is just what you wanted to see from the Atlantis Leviathans. And so now moving forward, especially on this side of the bracket, and we'll take a look at it a little bit later on, the Leviathans, I think you're always feeling confident going into this week anyway, just because of the way that this side of the bracket worked out. But a performance like that probably resettles yourself. There's a little bit of intrigue maybe.
Yeah.
How does the SEC team perform against us? Are we prepared? I think the Leviathans probably answered a lot of questions for themselves, and Yarkor will answer some questions for me right now. He joins me for the post-game interview. First and foremost, congrats on the 3-0 win there, Hardcore. At all, and this has been the fun story that we've had with this Winter Dogs team, the interesting picks, specifically that Benny Q likes to play. Were you guys as a team at all concerned going into this set about what in the world Benny Q would be playing out of the mid lane?
Nah, I don't think so. we already know what is going to happen on most of the picks that people will play.
Sure.
I mean, we just play this game every single day too, so like he's ended up picking a Suku mid. We know that what he can do and what he cannot do, so we actually don't really get what he picks.
You're so used to the gods themselves, maybe the lane changes and the god itself doesn't change. You know what they do. You got to play Camazotz, Osiris, and Nike here in this set. All three of them looked good for you. I want to talk about the first one a little bit, though. Camazotz has skyrocketed in priority so far this weekend. What makes Camazotz one of the highest priority gods right now?
He's a great pick in general. He has a lot of sustain. He has a really good ultimate. He has pressure in his lane. He's really good in jungle, in mid, and even in other roles. So who knows?
Well, we like Camazotz.
Really good
I think you went, 9-0 in game one on Camazotz? That feels all right as well. Final thoughts from you here. Oni Warriors versus Scarabs up next. Obviously, you guys will be watching here in this game. Any predictions for us? You think this could be a close set? Both teams love to go 5 games. Do you think we have another 5-gamer here between the Warriors and the Scarabs?
Yeah, I would like to see a game 5 today.
That's right. Hey, look, you get to kick up your feet. 3-0 win. Maybe a longer set will round out our day for us. Congrats on the win, and I'll let you get back with the rest of the team.
Thank you. Bye.
Rolling forward is Hardcore and the rest of the Atlantis Leviathans after a big win over the Winter Dogs. And remember, the Winter Dogs still got another chance throughout the rest of this weekend. The Atlantis Leviathans came to play, though, and I think that's what's most important. Gore, now we look at the schedule, I do want to talk about the Winter Dogs and their route forward, because we've heaped praise on the Atlantis Leviathans for good reason. We'll see them again on Friday. On Saturday, it's the Winter Dogs up against the loser of the next matchup that we're going to see, the Solar Scarabs and the Oni Warriors. That matchup coming up next live in studio. Make sure to stay tuned in to watch that one. Did the Winter Dogs show enough to you, Gore, as we get a look back at the bracket as well? Did the Winter Dogs show enough to you to give you a level of confidence regardless of if they're playing against the Scarabs or the Warriors, or do you need to see how the loser of this matchup ends up looking?
I want to definitely a little bit of B there. Like, I want to see how they're going to play, but if we go back to the last best of 5 these two teams played, and realistically, not necessarily the last set, because I think the Scarabs looked pretty good during the playoffs as best as they could, but the last time these two teams faced up against each other, it wasn't really clean from either of them. I think there was like 1 clean game out of 5 that you could really regard. Maybe you could give it 2, because I think the last one that the Scarabs won was pretty much in their favor as well. But there's a lot of murky mistakes that happened between the Warriors and the Scarabs. If we get either of those teams showing up and the best version of the Winter Dogs, I think they have a pretty good chance at making a run. That being said, if we get the best version of either the Warriors,
Right.
who are playing with Cuvo here for the first time, so that's going to be a big deal. They have
Yep.
all of their team finally in this area. But if we get either the best version of the Warriors or the best version of the Scarabs, the Winter Dogs are going to have to pick up a little bit more from what we just saw in order to make sure that they could get a win.
Cool. I mean, the Sony Warriors and the Scarab, these two teams have been neck and neck in so many of the playoff events, the qualifying events all year long. It just makes sense that they're playing against one another in the first round of the Smite World Championship qualifier event. The Oni Warriors versus the Solar Scarabs, live in studio, coming up next. You don't want to miss it. Stick around.
Stuff. We love stuff, and there's some really great stuff out there. But I doubt that any of us will look back on our lives and think, I wish I'd bought an even thinner TV, found a lighter light beer, or had an even smarter smartphone. Do you think any of us will look back in our lives and regret the things we didn't buy? Or the places we didn't go?
You know, working in the health industry for a while now, you get a lot of questions about coffee alternatives. And I get it because not everyone handles caffeine the same way. And that's one of
Hello, Smite fans, and welcome to another day of the Smite World Championships. We're going to have a lot of semifinal matches today over in Group B is going to be the main focus. But all that is thanks to our good friends over at Alienware for sponsoring Season 8 of the SPL. Make sure to go over to smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code SMITEAW to see all the cool things that Alienware has to offer to the players and to you at home. Make sure to follow them on their social media at Alienware on Twitter and Instagram, and go to AlienwareArena.com to see all the cool things that they have going on between giveaways and all the other cool gadgets they have out there. Thank you so much to Alienware for being the title sponsor here of Season 8, providing all the great gear that our pros get to play on. And speaking of the pros, we're going to have a pro match today here. First off, it's going to be up against the SCC teams, though. It's J-Mac and Goremizer joining me here for set one.
You said speaking of pros, and I thought you were about to try and introduce me with some, and I was like, there's nothing you could say after that has any relation to me other than, here's a guy that talks about him a lot.
You
That's
are
it. That's it. That's
you
all
are
I
a guy
do.
who talks about the pros a lot. We're going to talk about it a little bit today here, Gore, because we've got two pro matches, one with the SCC team being the Dragons and Sleekness facing off here. And then we also are going to have another one later on with the Bolts and the Valkyries. So take a look at what you may have missed yesterday, though, because we did have some semifinal matches. We had the Leviathans and the Winter Dogs face off. Leviathans took a 3-0. And the Scarabs and the Oni Warriors took us to our first Game 5 set and our first, well, non-3-0 set of the weekend.
Yeah, and that one was a fun one to watch, too. I mean, just the fact that it's really weird to think about it, because realistically, there were at least two stomps in that set, and yet it was one for each team. You get two games that are somewhat close for each of them, and then ultimately you get to see the Scarabs have a full reverse sweep. It just felt good. It had everything that you want in a Smite set.
Yeah, you get a little bit of everything, and maybe we can get some of that today. Jade Dragons and Sleekness, the first set of today, and then the Olympus Bolts and the Valhalla Valkyries to close out our Thursday afternoon. Let's take a look over at the bracket for Group B and get to see kind of their path that leads in. The two winners of today will go on to face off tomorrow in the finals, and then from the finals, the winner of that one just goes straight to the SWC. That's going to be taking place in January. And losers will have to face off and make a little bit of a harder route to try and get their way in there.
And this is the way I kind of realized yesterday in the middle of one of the sets was 2 wins, you get to go to Worlds, right? If you get 2 set wins, you're moving on. 2 set losses, you're out of the tournament. So a lot of that, well, save for that very first day. Sleekness and what was, and I guess is still, Winter Dogs are exceptions just because they need 3 wins, considering they had to play that one extra game. But, like, they are in this position right now where you are just looking for a couple of set wins, whether or not you're going to be able to get one today and then one immediately afterward. What is that? I guess Saturday, or one that you're going to be able to find. Actually, it might be tomorrow. One today, one tomorrow, one today, one on Saturday, one, wherever they happen to be, those are going to be the important wins for you just to make it so you can get to Worlds.
Yeah. Talk about a team that Sleekness gets to face off here after their victory over against Elysium. They get to play against the Jade Dragons.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest here, Gore. It feels like these are two teams that kind of play somewhat similar styles. You get the North American scrappy style early game that really does come out of Sleekness, and the Jade Dragons. Somewhat similar god pools. I mean, we saw, the Zeus come out a couple of times from Sleekness in their set. And, well, that's something that the Dragons kind of brought up into the meta with pretty much the exact same style here. Jade Dragons, I think this could actually be a really fun set. I'm going to be honest here. I'm not sure if this is going to be the 3-0 that some people are expecting. I think that we could see some sparks flying here. But with the Jade Dragons, talk a little bit about maybe their support over here, kind of that matchup here, because PBM likes to play some weird things. Quig likes to play some weird things. But PBM, he's kind of the man behind a lot of the plans here with the Jade Dragons.
And a lot of the plays, realistically, when you're looking for the setup. I actually really like that we start on a Ganesh highlight, because specifically this Ganesh, that corner is nuts. But also has felt better, right? I mean, he gets the knock-up immunity in a recent patch, so he's feeling a lot better in those regards. But he feels like he's skyrocketed in terms of capabilities. We know Yamoja is something that you have to worry about with PBM. Obviously, he's got a lot of Guardians there in the pocket that you have to be stressed out about. And it goes to what you were saying, and specifically what we've been seeing out of this team. I think the only downside that the Dragons have is that while their ceiling is ridiculously high, I mean, like world champion caliber, could easily make it to the finals and win. Sometimes their floor is a lot lower than you expect, right? You come in, and there's just a couple of stumbles. They're usually really good at correcting that, and since this is the best of 5, I expect we're going to see some of that in this set. But they are one of the only teams I think I've seen, that will typically, I guess we actually saw it yesterday as well, but you win in sub 20 minutes, and then you get pushed to a 45-minute game where you lose. We saw that happen with the Warriors yesterday, but the Dragons, if they can find the consistency we're used to out of them from not just last year, but realistically what we know they're capable, especially because it's postseason. This is like what they've been training for all year. This is going to be a very difficult task for Sleekness to be able to take them on.
Yeah, I think the picks and bans are going to be real interesting between these two teams because, like I said earlier, they do have a lot of similarity between some of their players individually, and their supports is probably where the most interesting battle is going to be. We got PBM standing by for a pregame interview before we jump on in. Mike, thanks so much for sticking by and giving our pregame interview. Just going to start it out here, just kind of casual with it. I mean, how did you guys spend your break after the Phase 3 playoffs? What did the team kind of do?
I think a few of us went home to spend Thanksgiving with our families. A few of us just chilled and hung out. Got back to scrimming. Nothing crazy.
Yeah. You guys are going up here against the SWC team Sleekness. They were number 1 coming out of the circuit playoffs. They got their first win up over Elysium. How do you guys kind of prep for an SWC team, especially since, we haven't seen these guys play for a couple of months, and now you've only got, one set of data? What's some of the prep work that goes into this team?
Pretty much just seeing what they, did a couple days ago. They're kind of in the same boat as us. I mean, we played 2 sets in the past, month and a half, 2 months, something like that. So not really a ton to go off for either team. Kind of, I guess some of the benefit of not having to play a European SEC team, for example, is that, you play against these players in ranked all the time. So you generally get a better idea of what they like to play and do. Same thing, for them facing us. So really just adapting mid-set if there's issues is the best course of action.
Got any quick predictions or expectations on this set, Mike?
No, we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mike, for sticking by for the interview. Good luck in your set.
Thanks.
I think that might be an important thing to kind of throw out there that he said is, this is a team that because, they're here in North America, we played against them in ranked games, we play against them maybe even in casual games. We also haven't played very much in the last couple of months here, so you never know what's really going to come out of these guys, Gore.
And realistically, that was actually some interesting vibes. First off, you've got the cat going on.
Bond villain vibes.
Yeah, that feels like a villain, but Mike is usually very kind of happy, at least energetic. That felt very subdued as well. So I'm wondering, it's maybe a little early for him. That might be what's going on. But ultimately, it just kind of feels like they are not stressed, not worried, but not ecstatic either. So I'm curious as to what's going on in the mentals here for the Dragons right now.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see kind of the mentals that'll be happening with Sleekness throughout the set. They got their win up against Elysium, a hard-fought, almost 30-plus minute game for every single one of them they had up against Elysium. they didn't really feel like they had to show a lot of tricks either. I think that's something amongst these SCC teams. I mean, we saw the Zeus mid 2 games in a row. Then it finally got banned in game 3. Quig got to play his ESET support, and everybody else just continued playing the same game that they've been playing the last 3 months.
You say that way too casually for what the words you said were. We saw, so like the Zeus, first off, Nehu had some nuts games on Zeus, and I think like the damage output that he was able to get was insane. This Erlong Shin was very important, but this is what, despite the fact that for this team it isn't that outrageous, it's still outrageous a little bit, right? Having ESET support come through and be as successful as it was, as controlling as it was, I think this is something that if they pull in and try to play it against the Dragons, it is feast or famine, right? Either you are going to absolutely roll over them because you have this really aggressive composition, or you're going to get eaten alive because the Dragons are just going to say, cool, you're squishy, let's fight and see what happens. That being said, I do think it creates this interesting god pick economy, because Sleekness have, like you had highlighted, a lot of very similar gods to what the Dragons are going to be bringing in, but also have that flexibility. They played Horus in the one game that they didn't have that ESET as a support, and you have to imagine if those were the only 2 gods we saw from Quig, there's still 3 or 4 more that really we didn't get to see, and I'm wondering if those are going to get forced out, or if they're even going to try them, or if today's just going to be a completely different style than what we saw on Tuesday.
And I think maybe not even just the Horus. I mean, Dude Man Bro, that's one of the first times we've seen him on a magical hunter. Usually he's been piloting things like the Cupid and the Hachiman. Those have kind of just been the 2 that he's going towards. And he's really looking good on those 2 picks, especially the Hachiman as of recent during the Phase 3, or the circuit playoffs that happened right before Phase 3. Technically, that was their Phase 2. Feels like so long ago. He was just dominating on Hachiman in every single game, and teams weren't taking it. And then when they did, he just went to, like, Izanami as another pick here. So the fact that game 3 is the only time that we saw any real differentiation in their builds or in their god selections here, I think has a lot to speak volumes for this team as we get ready to jump into this matchup against the Dragons. Yeah,
this is going to be, again, depending on the Dragons we get, is what I think, and the Sleekness we get, because I think Sleekness, their high, the Dragons high as well, could make an incredibly competitive team, but like a couple of slip-ups, or especially with the way these teams like to play, all it takes is like a wrong step in 5 minutes, and the game could essentially feel over, because both of these teams, especially from what we saw Tuesday for Sleekness, but what we've just seen out of the Dragons kind of consistently throughout the year, every now and then they just decide to roll over whoever their opponent is. It could be the top-seeded SPL team. It could be the bottom-seeded SPL team. No matter what, they just always come in, and then sometimes they'll have that game where it's like, cool, 18 minutes, we're done and dusted. We didn't need any more time than this. And then it's how they go into the next game, right? What do they do to reset? Because it's usually right after they get like an initial stomp, that's where things kind of get rough for the Dragons. So I want to see if they can handle that consistency a little bit forward. I also think, if I remember correctly, PandaCat the other day was complimenting a lot of these SCC teams and how they were able to play. I know yesterday we got to see it for the Winter Dogs, but I believe he was talking about Dude Man Bro on Tuesday as well, just watching what these teams had to offer.
Man, I'm ready to see the sparks fly just in this duel lane between Dude Man Bro 429 Quig versus PBM PandaCat, 2 of the most seasoned veterans in the duo lane, up against the hot hands of the SCC here. Remember, Sleekness was number 4 going into their playoffs. They were the 4th seeded team, and then they came out, won it. So they're the number 1s coming into this event. Beat Elysium now here up against the Jade Dragon. Should be a very fun match to watch. I think that mid lane is another place that I'm going to be really paying attention towards, especially with the similarities in the god pool between those 2 mid laners.
Yeah, I was not only thinking, because like we mentioned the Zeus, which is something that Hurry got to play twice during the playoffs and otherwise was banned away from Heroine the entire time. Because they played it and played it so well, I wouldn't be surprised if Sleekness or Dragons, whichever one's second pick, potentially bans that away just to try and control a little bit more of that mid lane. But you also have to look at some of the others. You know, typically Tiamat is at the tip of my tongue when it comes down to let's talk about mid lane, but we haven't seen much of that from her. You know, like Soul is something that has been big. If I go back specifically to what they were doing in the Phase 3 playoffs, I think that's going to open up a little bit more of that conversation. But it really was like, let's focus up and try to get that Zeus. He was maybe the most highest performer. I know they had a couple of weird games where they even were willing to pull in, like they played Zhang Kui at one point, and he looked good when they do play it. And so it's just the question of whether or not the Dragons are playing some of that. Well, I guess Dragon special. Nobody else is really doing some of the stuff that they do. And so if they can pull that out, I'm sure they'll be fine.
I think it's that same regard for Sleekness, is there's things that they're doing that nobody really else is. The ESET support, they're one of the only teams out there doing. I've heard some of the pro players. I mean, okay, I'm just gonna say one directly. I've heard Genetics talking very highly about the potential of ESET support, but nobody else really outside of Quig is really playing this god. I don't know why we switched cameras there, by the way. Mike Cat was supposed to be the only thing there. But before we go a little bit further here, first bans coming out, though. Kamazat's Ganesh and Kleena actually going to be banned away by Sleekness. And then we see the immediate respect out of the Jade Dragons. Olarun banned away from Dude Man Bro. And Quig gets a target ban in that ESET.
Yeah, that's the one that's not necessarily wild. We saw it worked out pretty well for them overall. And in comparison, the Horus did not give them the amount of control in that lane that they had when they had the ESET. And it's just, when you think about the factors of it, ESET brings a lot of damage and good CC very quickly to the equation versus Horus, who has the single target CC early on. It takes a little while to get rolling. Yeah, you're effective, but it's not necessarily the end-all be-all for it. The thing I'm most interested in, because we talked a lot about like supports, especially because Quig plays such a weird, wide god pool, but also specifically what PBM is able to bring. I also think the jungle matchup here is important. This Erlong Shin was very kind to Sleekness the other day, so I expect this to do really well. But Sam is the one that I want to hone in on because there's a lot of gods that I think are a little more viable now. But with that Kleena, especially with Kamazot's getting banned, it is going to limit some of the more quote-unquote viable junglers right now. But he wasn't really playing any of them anyway.
Gore, one of the questions that always comes up, when you have two teams that really love one god specifically in a role. I'm going to kind of pick this Zeus out here, and you kind of picked on the Erlong Shen. When you're the two teams that really love playing this god, I got to imagine you've got to have some kind of counter strat in your backpack to where when somebody else picks it, well, now you already know what to do to go up against it. It's Erlong Shen for Sleekness, Zeus, and Yamoja out here for the Dragons. But, yeah, I mean, if you're the Dragons here and you're picking up Zeus, Sleekness now, I've got to imagine they have something to try and fight up against this.
Yeah, you got to hope you have a good counter for it. We mentioned it, and we've talked about it. Like, the best thing is that since he's really only building the book build, is that you've got a timer at the beginning of the game where he's still just kind of Zeus. Like, he does get movement speed at a very copious amount at base level. What is it, 20%? Yeah, that you pick up at level 1 on that shield. So you can be moving pretty quickly and get out of a lot of things that you shouldn't otherwise. But he's still Zeus, right? It's still someone you can kill. His damage is a little more manageable early on because the detonate's not going to do as much. Chain Lightning's not going to do as much. But you have a timer before he starts just living through everything. The downside is you've got all of that going for you, and now there's a Yamoja on the team. So that timer isn't on that Book of the Dead anymore. It's when does Mike rotate over to this lane to keep his mid laner alive?
Well, not just Yamoja, he's got an Achilles to kind of back him up here when you start getting to those mid and late game fights. And now an Izanami and Nike on the opposite side here for Sleekness. So still not really changing up a whole lot in their pick strategies. This is gods that we've been seeing in the meta. These are gods that we've been seeing this team play specifically throughout the weekend and throughout their time during the SCC. And as the second round of bans come through, it looks like it's some targets over towards the jungle role specifically. Serket and Fenrir are taken away. And also the Morrigan. Even despite some of the Morrigan nerfs that we've seen in the past, it seems like she's still a very potent god.
And this is perfect because, you had mentioned it. We saw Zeus. Nehu had a great couple of Zeus games the other day. The third game where Zeus was taken away, was banned out from them, goes to the Morrigan, right? So now everything that we at least saw the other day has been stripped away. So you have to come in, have a good performance on something we haven't seen yet. Still easily done, right? That's only two gods in a vast pool of mages that exist in the game. So I don't think he's going to be sweating it right now, but you're definitely feeling the pressure. The Jade Dragons definitely watched and are making sure they took note of what Sleekness like to play.
I'm very curious where Quig is going to go, though, because, I mean, we talked about the ESET being taken away. We talked about the Horus that's come out here, but you've already got 3 physical. You throw a Horus in there, now you're adding a 4th one, and then you're leaving only your mages, your magical damage, which isn't a bad thing to have, is your lone mid laner as the sole magic damage on the game. But is there some more tricks up Quig's sleeve here? As the last ban comes through, it is a dodgy, so 3 targeted bans towards the jungle in this latter half of the phase, taking some shots here, at least over at Sam for Soccer. With that Achilles locked in, we do know that there is some flexibility with this god in a few different roles.
Yeah, that's, I think, the fun thing. We saw him a lot yesterday in solo, and that wouldn't be surprising to me to see, but also something that Sam could potentially play out of the jungle if they want. And they're keeping it perfectly ambiguous so they can get a good counter pick, whether it's for jungle or solo. It's going to be helpful here. You get really safe picks. I mean, everything the Dragons have right now is high damage carries and people who can set up high damage carries. And with Yamoja, there's also that side of keep them alive real good, too. if I'm looking at this, that's actually not at all what I was thinking. I was still
No.
thinking Geb's available, and I was going to talk a lot about Geb. Luckily, he saved me from going in on one god. I like Bacchus. Actually, I really like Bacchus into this matchup, too, only because you've got that base anti-heal. If you're looking for someone who's going to disrupt the backline, you've got the belly flop to get back there. Intoxicate is a surprising amount of damage, and you get the belch with the anti-heal 50% flat that you're going to be able to apply. So that helps stifle a little bit of Yamoja and open up the opportunities to kill this Zeus a lot easier in those 3v3s.
You get this Bacchus. On the other side now, the Jade Dragons are looking at one of Sam's signature, World's MVP picks here in this Hun Bats to the jungle.
I love it.
But he immediately flips it, and as soon as I try and go onto a tangent about a god, he says, no, hold on, let's stop here. Mercury, the final selection for the Jade Dragons. And we'll talk about that. I want to kind of throw it over to this Agni because he did get a buff recently with the Noxious Fumes getting some extra damage when it actually does ignite, when you get that stun that pops off there.
Yeah.
But then we only saw maybe like one Agni game and nobody else touched him.
Yeah, and I'm honestly excited to see what he can do because I like Agni. The downside is if I'm looking at who's going to do more damage in the two of them, Zeus, hands down, right? I mean, easily.
Yeah.
But you do have a lot of setup. Erlong, Izanami, you're going to have a lot of pressure on them in the late game, whether it's crit or whatever build this Izanami ends up going. This Agni gets good damage out there, but you're really going to be setting up. You're finding stuns. Your Flame Wave is really nice. Zeus is going to outdamage you 8 times out of 10, maybe even more than that every time you play this matchup. So you really are trying to be that balancing point. And Agni is one of my essential, if you want to see what a mage can do in Smite, he's the best example because he's got a little utility, a little damage. But the question is whether or not Sleekness can make it look that great. I will mention though the Mercury just because I know that we're going to jump into game soon. Sam has an 80% win rate on this Mercury this year.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'm just going to let the mic drop there because that speaks for itself. Sam's good at this god.
Yeah, I mean, there was a brief point in what, Phase 2 kind of ended Phase 1, and we didn't really see much in Phase 3, but Mercury was just straight banned from the Dragons
Yeah.
no matter what.
They
even
weren't allowed
if
to play it.
Mercury wasn't meta, it was, we're facing the Dragons, ban Mercury. We don't want anything to do with that here. You get the Agni, as you talked about, for getting some good utility in the mage, some good long-range damage, which is something that you kind of need up against the Zeus. You don't want to be in Zeus's face as a mage.
And in fact, it's actually really funny you get to say that because I look back on it.
Here we go.
28 games where Mercury has been banned against the Dragons. He's only got to play it 10 times, but he's had it banned against him 28. And that is the kind of performance that Sam has on this god.
Wow. That is...
That's yeah.
So he's only
Also,
got
crit's kind of meta right now, so that's even better.
Yeah, crit is kind of gross at this moment here. So we had 10 games where he did get to play it, 8 of those 10 games that he won, and then 28 games where every team was like, no, you don't ever get to touch this god again. So essentially, a 75% ban rate up against him, and then an 80% win rate. Talk about a stat to have on a Mercury here. Gromaz, looking at these two comps before we quickly jump into game, which one you kind of got some favor towards?
Well, right now, first, Dave asked me a question, and it was, how many times has Mercury been banned against any other team? The answer is none this year. He literally hasn't been banned against anybody else, so that's all of his bans that I can see. Yeah, that's a big deal for him. I have to say the Dragons are winning my heart right now.
Well, with that, Jade Dragons and Sleekness, game number 1. Let's throw it right over to David Mifflin to bring us all the action.
Jade Dragons start their march towards the Smite World Championships here in game 1 against Sleekness, who will continue their march to the Smite World Championships after a win earlier on this weekend against Elysium. Dolson, Mifflin, and of course Doug will be bringing you all the fun throughout this best of 5 set. And Mifflin, if you're at home, you might be thinking this one, Jade Dragons, the SPL team, league favorites, fan favorites, gotta be a 3-0 for sure. But you're not so sure about that.
No, I've just been so impressed by Sleekness's diversity of draft, their style of play, their ability to transition these early picks into massive objectives. And I really think that they can bring the fight to the Jade Dragons. But that being said, this is not a Sleekness draft in my mind. You don't have your weird unorthodox picks. You don't have that heavy confirmation E-set that has been doing a lot of work for them around these Gold Furies. I think this is going to be a game where one of the star players of Sleekness is going to have to step up. I'm talking about Dude Man Bro, who's getting accosted right now, and I'm talking about Oath out of the jungle. These two have been having a great season so far, and they're going to have to do it here today.
Quig has stepped up for the Sleekness team as well, especially with some of those unique picks that you talk about. We'll return to that Bacchus here in just a moment. Sanford Soccer a bit poked out, but the positioning of the Jade Dragons a bit aggressive. Not much more there as Nehu And Oath will back away.
Uh-oh.
And the cat's low here. That's a dash in from Dude Man Bro. Will he find an opening kill on one of the best duo lanes in the SPL? He will not, and Panda Cat able to back away. Oath is low in the mid lane. There is scrapping happening all over the place. Sanford Soccer does complete a kill in the mid lane. Now he's got the chase down onto Oath, or Nehu rather. Oath does go down. Run from Mike, and my goodness, we are not slowing down to start off this set.
Quick, forced to pop the meditation. If he had any other relic, likely would have fallen down there. Jade Dragons on the brink in the duo lane, able to fight their way back in, utilizing that sustain from Yamoja, and Sleekness struggling in mid, getting caught out by Sam for Soccer. Worth noting, Mercury has had some buffs recently, made you look, now goes through walls. So Sam, he can be a little bit more diverse in how he approaches these fights.
And so that's where I want to now put the magnifying glass, because the Death set it up so well. You talk about Sanford Soccer, a guy who's only been able to play this pick 10 times, has won 8 out of those 10 games on the Mercury, has had it banned against him 28 times, and has not been banned against anyone else in the league. It has only been banned against Sanford Soccer to the tune of 28 bans. And First Blood shows you why.
God.
Another dash in from Dude Man Bro, though. Panda Cat is low. This is where Izanami can effectively trade those auto attacks, will make their way through PBM. Panda Cat able to survive. Didn't get to see it in the mid lane there, Miff, but if we can take a look back and see exactly what happened. Sanford Soccer, seems pretty straightforward. Blinks
simple.
in, gets some autos.
Immediately afterward, drops Nehu down to half HP as well. I gotta talk about it though, man. This pressure from Dude Man Bro already is amazing. He's not missing auto attacks. Panda Cat is playing very well around his wave, playing behind every single one of these minions, but it doesn't matter. Izanami auto attacks through in the second. Dude Man Bro is given the opportunity, pops that stim, lands
though,
like 20 autos.
Is that expected though? But with the of course, if you cover up PBM and Panda Cat, the names, is it expected that you see this much pressure? Sanford Soccer, he's going to engage over on the right side of the jungle. Oath has already died. He'll die again. Sanford Soccer's got another. Is there enough damage? I think Detonate is already right down Main Street. Sanford Soccer on the follow-up, and he is off to a 3-0 start. This is worst case scenario for follow-up, and he is. Sanford Soccer's got another. Is there enough damage? I think Detonate is already right down Main Street. Sanford Soccer on the follow-up, and he is off to a 3-0 start. This is worst case scenario for Sleekness. Sanford Soccer on one of his signature picks has got 3 kills. And Miff, we're starting to get just a bit out of control here. 4 kills in 3.5 minutes. All of them for the Jade Dragons. One of them a solo kill. 3 of them on Sanford Soccer in one of his signature picks.
Man, the doctor is in, Dave. This is a clinic from Sanford Soccer. Mercury is not that high pressure of a god at this point of the game. Considering he's already finished off the Crusher, he should have an advantage in these fights, but Mercury's scaling is the name of the game for that god, and you got to think if he's looking this good 3.5 minutes into the match, no, he's going to get much, much better, especially considering, take a peek at the build there. It could be a Protector of the Jungle, could also be Seer of the Jungle, but Protector recently got a massive buff. You get massive attack speed stim from that as well. I'm keeping my eyes on this build. Generally, when you go towards Eye of the Jungle this early on, like Sanford Soccer has, you're sacrificing sustain, which means you're not able to gank as constantly.
Well, you can gank mid lane pretty constantly. That's where Sanford Soccer has been. But the large part of this game, there are beads for Nehu. There are no longer beads for Nehu. Sanford Soccer takes a little damage. That's a trade he will take every single day of the week. And so the Agni sub 50% HP will have to limp away back towards the red buff. But PBM is not going to make this easy. You'll throw an attempt over the wall. But Dude Man Bro able to drop that down. So the Jade Dragons, the only lane in which they are maybe slightly behind has been this duo lane. The Bacchus and the Izanami has found pressure for Sleekness from the onset of this game. And then you imagine, Miff, you have to then talk about Sanford Soccer, maybe the ability to put some pressure on the left side of the map, because that has been the Sam special, right? The Mercury ultimate straight down the left side, tier 1 tower to tier 1 tower. Got to be something Sleekness is worried about.
Yeah, generally when we see the Mercury lock-in for Sam, it's matched up with a highly aggressive hunter. On her comes to mind, Danzaburo, one of those targets as well. Chronic dropped into execute range. Fanoke does not need to dive, and so will not dive this time. But now Sanford Soccer is playing this Mercury jungle with a Heimdall. There's a level of aggression that you can get on that pick, but not something I associate with him. When we talk about Heimdall, he's like the safest hunter in the game, maybe second safest now that Charybdis has come out. So I think that means that we're going to see a lot more of Sanford Soccer playing around the lanes that have already established a lead. You can leave Panda Cat alone on an island and trust him to farm up, especially since he's already got his beads back online, ultimate available, giving you that CC immune dash. Dude Man Bro's got decent kill pressure, but I don't think enough to put threat on a Panda Cat on his own. So if Quick stays in duo, maybe we see some rotations from the Jade Dragons over towards that side of the map. But other than that, I think Sam's fine to just keep running it down mid.
Yeah, it's been mid. And Nehu 50 seconds away from those beads being back up. So a small window. Sanford Soccer does have his ultimate ready to go. Blink is there as well. That's where Nehu's going to have to position a little bit more defensively. Though against a Mercury, there's only so much defensive positioning you can take, especially with pathing like this. Sanford Soccer has just absolutely decimated the sleekness right side of the map. Has the cooldowns on those Harpies, will go back, pick those up. Speed buff will be here shortly. But he's just not leaving much for Oath. And that's got to be an awkward position. Oath is now down 2 levels. Mercury, you figure, scales up a little bit later on into the game. This is, Myth, what you would hope would be the power point for Oath. This is where you want the Erlong Shen to be getting involved.
And Oath itemized for this point of the game. Mannequin Scepter early on, already has the Crusher as well. Erlong Shen, on paper, should be outscaling Mercury for probably the next couple of minutes, but considering the pacing that Sanford Soccer has established and the lead he's got already, 2 levels in the jungle, 7 minutes in, yeah, I think Oath's just going to be playing the catch-up game, and he doesn't have any resources to do so, considering we just saw what happens to his farm in the jungle. It belongs to Sam.
Yep, Panda Cat now alone with Dude Man Bro here on left.
When did he get a lead?
Yeah, couldn't tell you, Myth. I mean, they were a level down. The Jade Dragons were, at least at level 5. The Sleekness duo lane reached that first. Oath will toss the pin on into the mid lane, will come up empty-handed. And so now the trend is officially worrying as Sanford Soccer heads towards Oath's tier 1 tower. Oath will waddle away here, so empty-handed for the time being is Sanford Soccer. That's a jump in from Quig. Lightning Storm down from Hurry when he's on the other end of the River's Rebuke, but it's not going to matter. The escape path has been cut off, and Sanford Soccer is keeping the Sleekness team at bay. Chronic is able to pull 1, but it's a 2-for-1 trade. Finally a kill on board for Sleekness, but the Jade Dragons get another couple.
Oath in some trouble here. Final K not able to close gap and find that stun. The pathing we saw from Hurrywind in that last fight was so good. Jukes forward to avoid the jump.
Would have been.
As Chronic avoids the dash as well, able to leap his way out of there. The pressure from the Jade Dragons is crazy. That's an 8.5-minute tier 1 mid tower. That's the most important tier 1 in the game. All of a sudden, Gold Fury, Pyromancer are going to be much easier for the Jade Dragons to start rotating towards, because now Sleekness legitimately doesn't have anywhere to run away to if a fight starts to go south. This is tough stuff, man.
All right, so you got an Izanami that scales, right? You're feeling good about that if you're Sleekness, and you're only catching up once Hurrywin hits level 20 and then Sanford Soccer hits level 20, right? I mean, there's catch-up territory for Sleekness, but that's like 10, 15 minutes down the road. For the time being, this is the Jade Dragon style of play that we've seen them find so much success with in the past, where they're able to push one of these early leads, keep the ball rolling. That said, they've diversified their win conditions as a team, the Jade Dragons have. They have been able to push the games later on, farm up, fight late in games, and still find success. But when you think Jade Dragons, it's this style of play, and it's Sanford Soccer who's spearheading the effort right now. He'll go Rage with his second item now on this Mercury. And so it looks like one punch is maybe on his mind.
Yeah, and already, considering the pacing that he's had, that Rage is going to stack up pretty quickly. Has penetration early on thanks to the Crusher. Yeah, so even in slowing down his build, going for the slightly more expensive item, he still has an entire item on Oath nonetheless.
Yeah.
So
2 levels.
Yeah, don't fight around Sanford Soccer if you're Sleekness. Dude Man Bro, the only one who's been able to hold his own in the lane so far. That should be the goal for the Order side team. Play around that long lane.
But there has been no attention paid to the left side of the map by the Jade Dragons or Sleekness. It was a good-looking lane for Sleekness early, a slight level lead that has now gone by the wayside in both roles. Mike has got a 1-level lead. Panda Cat has also got a 1-level lead. Everyone else on the map is also 1 or 2 levels ahead outside of Final K, who's just got a slight lead. Pyromancer, quick work by the Jade Dragons. First neutral objective will go down. Gold Fury started by Sleekness. I had wondered what the end game was here. Panda Cat knows this is going on. This is risky. If there's a steal on the horizon, that could
Coin
just
toss.
end this game. Sleekness takes down the Gold Fury, but Panicat, he's got big damage onto Quig, who will leap away. But right down the middle goes Sam for Soccer. He's got Quig, and Quig delivered to the back line. Hurrywind snags the kill. It's a double on the other end, and it is a Gold Fury for what? 3 go down. Mike gets 1. Panda adds another. 4 down for Sleekness.
Wait, there's at least one more. Chronic's still alive on the other side of the map, locked inside of his tier 2 tower, by the way. Look, Sleekness has never had to answer the questions that the Jade Dragons are asking right now. In the SCC, Sleekness is bar none the most aggressive early game team that they've got. Now they're playing against the progenitors of this style of play at the SPL level. The Jade Dragons brought the fight so early on, Sleekness kind of got swept away early. But there still is some potential to fight back in. 6,000 gold down, 11 minutes in, you're already out of all your tier 1 towers, no neutral objectives on the map. Sleekness can probably safely farm for about the next 4 or so minutes. Fire Giant, kind of an option actually for the Jade Dragons now that I'm looking at it. This could be a very fast Fire Giant. You've already got a 4 stacked Rage.
I mean, it's not the same, but we saw how fast like Pyro went down, right? I mean, it gives you a slight indication.
I think they could just do fire now that I'm reading it. That's not great for Sleekness.
Yeah, it's not ideal, right? I mean, the Jade Dragons, though, I think a patient enough team that you might, scale up a little bit more. Maybe we get ourselves one
Mike might
more
solo
fight.
him.
You think he could? I mean, he's level 11. Nehu's also level 11. Let's see if Mike can get out of this one. He's not taking a whole lot of damage. Belly Flop won't be there, and Mike walks into the Lion's Den with 3 and will come out alive. Hurrywin drops the Lightning Storm.
Oh my
Goodbye.
God.
See you later. Hurrywin's on a killing spree. And this Zeus has already got Book of the Dead, stacked up Book of Thoth. And we're wondering what picks and bans might look like for Game 2 at this point. The Jade Dragons not the type of team to let a lead like this go by the wayside. Execute Threshold. Final K will not try to weave it through. Has he done too much, though? Damage raining in from Nehu back in base. Chronic able to grab the kill on the Final K. Looking for Sam for Soccer, who dashes right into the Dark Portal. Uh-oh, Sleekness showing some signs of life.
Chronic finds himself a double kill. The Jade Dragons get a little bit overzealous with their aggression, walk into no man's land, and Sleekness still a team that can punish you for it despite
Mike's
the goal
laughing
deficit
now.
that they're There's nothing that Sleekness gets off that is the unfortunate thing. They've already lost all their tier 1, so the waves are pushed up
Shut
ridiculously.
down onto Sam.
Shutdown feels all right, but Sam's been splitting his kills really well. He only had 3 to his name. Assists don't really add up that much for the shutdown gold. This helps. Take away some farm from the back camps, slow down Hurrywin.
I mean, they all land on Chronic. All 3 kills are on Chronic, so there's a nice golden fusion in the solo lane. But that might have been the most even roll on the map outside of Pandacat and Dudeman Bro. Another overextension, though. You think Pandacat's on the right side just by his positioning. He is on the wrong side, but by Frost, send him on a one-way ticket back to his tier 1 tower. So no worries for Pandacat on this Heimdall, who's scaling up just nicely as well. Crusher into the Aussie for both of the hunters that we've got here. And it looks like Pandacat will continue on in that tree. So, time to continue scaling up now for the Jade Dragons. There will be a Fury up in just a couple minutes' time. Pyromancer will be right around the same time there as well. And so maybe this is the opportunity, Myth, for Sleekness just to get their feet back underneath themselves. There's no neutral objectives ready outside of the Fire Giant. And so you got to take these moments as just an opportunity to finish off some of those items.
Let's take a roundup of the levels as they stand. It's 3 levels in the jungle, 3 levels in mid.
Yeah.
Supports are even, which is very impressive. Quig level 12 at this point, equivalent to his own mid laner, and there's 2 levels in the hunter role as well. So all the carries for the Jade Dragons have a significant lead. With the neutral objectives semi-desynced, the Dragons could just go straight to the Pyro, check whether or not Sleekness wants to show face. If they don't, that's a free Pyromancer. Then they could rotate over towards the Oni Fury immediately afterward. You gotta play around either Chronic or Dudeman Bro at this point, right? But no, not even Dudeman Bro. He's down an entire item.
That is so much damage from Pandacat. Just the horn, and Dudeman Bro will have to dash away. Sam for Soccer is here.
How's he hit those?
He took an Aegis as well. He not only took damage, but now his Aegis is missing. Sam? How does Sam hit those?
That guy was invisible.
I don't know. Sam's good, man.
Game sense.
28 bans. Not only took away. Sam for Soccer is here. Just the horn, and Dudeman Bro will have to dash away. Sam for Soccer is here.
How's he hit those?
He took an Aegis as well. He not only took damage, but now his Aegis is missing. Who? Sam? How does Sam hit those?
That guy was invisible.
I don't know. Sam's good, man.
Game. How's he hit those?
And Dude Man Bro will have to dash away.
Uh-oh.
Sam for Soccer is here.
How's he hit those?
He took an Aegis as well. He not only took damage, but now his Aegis is missing. Who? Sam? How does Sam hit those?
That guy was invisible.
I don't know. Sam's good, man.
Game
He's
sense.
28 bans against one guy.
For good reason.
For good reason. This is what SPL teams have been avoiding playing against all year long. And 3-1-7. I mean, a fantastic KDA affecting 10 out of the 11 kills. And Hurrywind deserves some love there as well. A lot of it being set up for the Zeus, but Hurrywind has been there. His positioning in that one mid lane skirmish a few minutes ago was fantastic. And so the Zeus also a problem alongside the Mercury. Sam for Soccer and Panda Cat will just whittle down this Oni Fury together. Let's do Man Bro with the Dark Portal, wants to make things interesting. Sam is low here, but the Oni Fury goes down. It'll let out a whale, but only the Jade Dragons around to hear it. It's a Pyromancer pull by Sleekness, PBM, Hurrywind, Final K, the three answers of the Jade Dragons now. But I think smart for Sleekness to back away from this.
Yeah, Nehu is staring down the barrel of a level 13 Yamoja. Nehu takes a peek at his own levels and realizes he's 13. Panda Cat in, though.
That's aggressive. If that had hit, Dude Man Bro might have been in some trouble. It's a backstep on the Dark Portal to keep the health bar nice and full for Panda Cat.
Oh my God.
Horn in. Dude Man Bro down. Panda Cat grabs the solo kill. Had a couple levels of a lead, but he'll take those every day of the week. And the grab full for Panda Cat. Dude Man Bro might have been in some trouble. It's a backstep on the Dark Portal to keep the health bar nice and full for Panda Cat.
Oh my God.
Horn in. Dude Man Bro down. Panda Cat grabs the solo kill. Had a couple levels of a lead, but he'll take those every day of the week. And the purple buff to go. And now nowhere on the map working for Sleekness. You had some hope for the Izanami. Maybe some hope for a Nehu steal. And it won't be there. The Jade Dragons get everything and give up nothing.
Man, just such a stylish play. The pre-channel Gallarhorn to go through the Bifrost, knocks up immediately. Dude Man Bro given no opportunity to really fight back in that engagement. Even right there, a slight bit of disrespect from the Jade Dragons. Sam for Soccer dragged the Pyromancer into Nehu's damage, said, yeah, help me out, man. Let's burn this one a little bit quicker.
Panda Cat up to a 4-0-3 start now. Fire Giant started by the Jade Dragons. Panda Cat and Sam just did the Fury on their own, and I guess we're doing the Fire Giant on our own as well. Sam for Soccer taking a little bit of damage here. Lightning Storm for Hurrywind. We'll top it all off, and the Fire Giant will be confirmed by the Jade Dragons. All 5 members, 17 minutes in, have the FG. And I do want to get a look back here, Miff, as the game gets reset just a bit at Panda Cat in that play. You don't often get to see the side steps and the sweet moves. And if that had connected, this would have been a lot less flashy of a play, I think. The back step on the Dark Portal. And then this is the big moment where Panda Cat's able to dash in and removes any question about the early laning phase in the way that went for Sleekness.
Yeah, Izanami was expected to get lane pressure. It still was incredibly impressive individual play from Dude Man Bro throughout the early laning phase, and I guess Panda Cat took that personally and decided that he was going to jam it down the lane, as has the majority of the Jade Dragons, just every single lane. This almost feels like at risk of being a slightly disrespectful,
This game is disrespectful.
Yeah, like a 5th grader rolled up on like a 1st grader's playground and just started kicking sandcastles.
Have you seen the movie Billy Madison with Adam Sandler, where he wants to take over his dad's company, but he's got to go back and complete he never went to school because his dad was so well off.
Oh, you talking about Big Daddy?
No, this is
50
Billy
First
Madison.
Dates?
Again, Billy Madison is the name of the movie. Yep, Sandlot. He has to go back and complete every year of school because he never did.
Oh, yeah.
And so in 2nd grade, they go out for recess, and Billy Madison's like a 20 or 30-something-year-old dude, and they're playing dodgeball. He's just beaning 2nd graders in the face. That's what this game feels like.
A little bit.
Feels like a lopsided game of dodgeball, and we could be in the waning moments of this one here, Mifflin. Maybe one push is all the Jade Dragons need, likely for a Phoenix. Maybe for the game if the fight does not go well at all for Sleekness. A little bit of damage makes its way in on the left side. Fino K walks into the base on right, and he is not worried about it. Rivers Rebuke keeps Quick right where he is. Nehu has been one-shot. Sam for Soccer, he's got 2 kills in the back, but he's being chased on down by Chronic. The one saving grace for Sleekness is that the Nike has been strong, but the Nike and the Izanami stand alone. Left side Phoenix gone. And Miff, when I think this Titan will go down shortly after Dude Man Bro, he's got some autos in the back pocket, but that is just about it. Chronic will jump on through. Panda Cat left by the wayside. Hurrywind says goodbye to Chronic.
Oh!
Dude Man Bro Nah, he says goodbye to our chances in this game. J-Dragons rout Sleekness in game 1.
That was a convincing dub for the J Dragons boys. I don't think there's any other way to word that.
No, that's diplomatic by you there.
Yeah, Sleekness, I said it early on in this cast, that did not feel like a Sleekness draft to me. That didn't look exactly like what they are trying to run. So P's and B's can be one place to rectify the pacing in that game. You probably don't want Mercury like first one you on first wave. That's not exactly the greatest way to start that either. Look, something needs to change. That's the only type of analysis I can give, man. Something's got to be different.
You think Sleekness take a page out of the rest of the SPL's book and bans Mercury away?
You might have to.
You might have to. Game number 1, convincingly to the J-Dragons. Game number 2, coming up next.
I gave up dabbing for Lynn.
Cool. No more dabbing for final. He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm going to become a world champion.
What is it, baby? What can I do for you? Hmm? Oh, yeah? You think so? Do ya? Do you think so? Wow. There's nobody in my stream at all. Kind of weird. Right? Okay, I fixed the camera. Black screen, oh no. What, baby? What could you possibly want? Explain yourself. Meow. What is it? Oh.
Just last week you called me. The way you're talking is driving me insane. Hello. Just last week you called me. The way you're talking is driving me insane. Hello. Hello. Even if we're hanging by a thread, what you said is spinning in my head, I just wanna pull you closer in this bed, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down. Just last week you called me. The way you're talking is driving me insane. Hello. Just last week you called me. The way you're talking is driving me insane. Hello. Hello. Even if we're hanging by a thread, what you said is spinning in my head, I just wanna pull you closer in this bed, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down. Even if we're hanging by a thread, what you said is spinning in my head, I just wanna pull you
Like
closer
that.
in this bed, Take me back into your arms, and I'll never let you down. Even if we're hanging by a thread, what you said is spinning in my head, wanna pull you closer in this bed, Even if we're hanging by a thread, what you said is spinning in my head, wanna pull you closer in this bed,
Oh, yeah. So I do it on the other side.
Hello and welcome back to the Smite World Championship qualifier round leading up to the Smite World Champions that'll be taking place January 5th through 9th now. We've added one more day in the middle of all of that. It'll be a nice little throwback Thursday that'll take place on the 6th, and we've added the showcase now instead 1 day sooner. Taking a look at the schedule for the showcase. A lot of great things going on there. I think one of the things I'm honestly most excited for is going to be the slash map reveal kind of issue, because I'm going to be honest, I don't know a thing about this map. I don't know anything that's there. I haven't even gotten to see concept stuff of this map outside of what's been shown to the community. I'm very excited there. We have the Throwback Thursday. We're going to have some of the former Smite World champions in here kind of talking with us, having fun, hanging out. And then obviously the Smite World Championships happening Friday through Sunday with 2 quarterfinals, 2 semis, and the grand finals, plus all the other cool, fun stuff there. So make sure that you're tuning in January 5th through 9th, the Smite World Championships and the High-Res Showcase, and our newly added Throwback Thursday. Sleekness might want to kind of take a throwback to some of their previous games where they were beating some of their SCC teams, because they're going to need to find some of that luck here up against the Jade Dragons in Game 2, because, well, I think the Billy Madison dodgeball might be probably the best analogy that I could come up with here for that game, because that was just the Jade Dragons bullying Sleekness for 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're legally obligated, I think, to maybe legally is not the right term. I am obligated to talk about that game.
Obliged.
And the Dragons are real good at Smite. That's what that one comes down to.
Contractually.
Sleekness played, contractually. There we go. I just said legally because I like using that as that's my hyperbole at home whenever Katie tells me to do something. Either way, this was just clean. I mean, you get a really good Mercury game. There were a couple of times. This is actually one we had a problem with.
God.
Back under your tower, man. Behind your tower, specifically. Go over there. You got to be a little more careful with it. Things just got out of hand super quick. This is not outrageous for the Dragons. They tend to do this to any and every team at least once throughout the year. They just have one game for some reason that gets completely out of hand. For Sleekness, Mifflin had mentioned it, this didn't feel like it was really a Sleekness draft that came through. They didn't really get to play it to the level that we got to see out of them the other day. And so if they just kind of hit the hard reset button, it's just game 1 and a best of 5, you got plenty of time to adapt.
Jeez.
But adapt is the key here, right? Things are going to need to change, whether it's draft, play style. I mean, pretty much all of it is going to need to shift. Otherwise, if you're the Dragons, just run it back 2 more times like that. You're more than happy to take that and get a free trip to the finals.
I just watched Nehu evaporate. He was literally standing there, and then he wasn't at the very end of that play. Only kills Sleekness were able to get were on the solo laner. Chronic comes up 3-2 and 0 during that game, but everything else was all Jade Dragons. There's no way Sam only did 6,000 damage.
There wasn't enough game for him to do more.
There's no way he only did 6,000. He did that to everybody. I mean, this man was a menace across the map. And, I mean, when you want to talk about one of the epitomes of a late game hyper carry in Mercury, you farm up for 20, 25 minutes, and you come through and you start one-tapping gods. He was doing that in the first 2.5 minutes of the game, Gore.
Yeah. He didn't need more than that. Because all that damage, that just converted straight to kills. Like that is the limited amount of damage the jungler needed to frag out, apparently. Like that is exactly, Zeus, there's a little bit of extra cloak, a little bit of extra fluff there for Heroine's damage numbers. Yeah, I think realistically they didn't need any more, 1, but 2, they didn't have time to have it go anywhere beyond, right? Like the crit, the things that you think of for a late game Mercury, good luck building that. He didn't have enough farm in order to get there. Yeah, I think this is going to be a big drawing board order for Sleekness. If you're the Dragons, I think you did a really great job. Like the E-set obviously really hurt them. The Oleron, the Odin, those top 3 bans really slowed them down. Add in the Morrigan a little bit later to help hurt the mid lane even harder. And, you get an Agni who, like, as much as I love playing Agni, and, he's in the same boat for me as Chang'e, one of my favorite kits in the game, just does not match up well against the Zeus. Feels like it didn't match up terribly well up against the Mercury. So you have to kind of figure out a lot here in the draft, whether it's just the bans that are coming your way, but also your picks into the Dragons.
I mean, picks and bans, game number 2. Something has got to change, whether Sleekness takes some earlier priority towards that mid laner. Maybe they take some shots at the Jade Dragons here. I mean, they kind of alluded to it maybe jokingly at the end of that game there, that maybe you see a Mercury ban. I think maybe you see a Zeus pick or ban here by Sleekness. There's no way that Sleekness lets the Dragons have Zeus 2 games. I mean, he was open. He was open for first pick, and they decided to go Erlong Shen. And then they just gave Hurrywin, who showed us exactly what this god can do when he's back in the meta. You just let him run on it again.
Yeah, realistically, if you want to trace that game back to the root of its problem, it is that first draft. Like, they pick Erlang Shen. That's not where the problem is. The problem started right after that when they locked in Zeus Yamoja. That's where Sleekness's game really started to go downhill and start to fly out the window, and then it only got worse from there, right? So I think that's really one of the things. I actually love that the Dragons are adapting to it, because you had mentioned with the Erlang ban, it feels like let's get this Zeus, let's grab it up, let's take it away, get Nehu something comfortable, and the Dragons just go, nah, have fun. We're not letting you do this.
And it's one of those things about being, in the pro league. You're kind of forced to adapt to playing a bunch of different gods, especially if you're a very powerful player on your team. If you have a mid laner who's dominating on 3 specific picks, we've seen teams that have taken those 3 specific picks away and kind of force you to go deeper in the god pool. And it feels like that's what the Dragons were trying to do to Sleekness here with this draft, or at least take some of those immediate essential picks out of there. But it is Soul and Odin. It's going to be the first lock in here on the side of the Jade Dragons. Odin's been kind of slipping through a few of these drafts, not quite that heavy ban priority that we've seen in some of the more recent SPL sets.
And last time it was the Dragons who got rid of him, right? They were making sure Sleekness couldn't first pick it. The Soul is interesting to me, because Soul, if this were the Dragons, right, that lock it in, hands down going mid, Heroin plays it. It's his most played mid laner
for sure
in this year. But realistically, this is one that is actually fully capable, because we saw it. I mean, Dune Man Bro, I like him to be on something that can really carry, really get things done. Soul kinda can do that, but not as much as what we're going to see out of a Hunter. So I still kind of want to see this air towards mid, but I think having that flexibility is actually a really good start for Sleekness already. Just being able to open up that threshold and be a little more ambiguous.
Talk about a swap up here in Gods 2. Sleekness go to Xing Chen for their most likely support role. It's where we've been seeing the Xing Chen kind of go back towards and find his new home in, considering he was kind of a solo laner for such a long period of Xing Chen's life. There weren't many players who were actually running him support. Now he's kind of found his way back to a home in the dual lane. And pair that one with an Izanami. You want to talk about a dual lane that's got clear for days and to make sure that you don't get to do anything back to him. But the Jade Dragons, their response, Amuz and Cobb. And normally I would say that screams Panda Cap, but do you see some potential with maybe Hurrywin taking that god mid?
It's one of those things. Yesterday we saw the Warriors do it. Dardes is one of the best Hunter mid players that has played Smite, period. If you're going to put a Hunter in mid, Dardes is hands down the guy that you want to do it. Hurry doesn't have that same touch to me. So it's one that I wouldn't be surprised if he does pick it up. I think he's going to be more than capable of doing so. But if I had to choose AMC for Hurry or AMC for Panda, I'm giving it to Panda every single time. I think that's going to have a lot more of a flourish behind it. It's going to have a lot more carry potential. I'm not sure. The matchup versus Izanami, he's going to be able to hit harder, although she hits more often. So there's some different trades right there. But you also have to factor in how you have a Yamoja beside you, and it just makes things nice. I think Panda Cat's going to be able to have some fun.
Well, with that Izanami, actually, it does reveal that the Soul will be going over towards the mid lane. So we know we at least have the 2 carries for Sleekness locked in, then with the Xing Chen as their front line. So immediately the Jade Dragons can start going towards some jungle bans here. They take the Dodgy, and Sleekness ban the Morrigan away. But again, trying to go for a lot of these mid lane bans up against Hurrywin. I mean, you took the Soul away from him. They took the Zeus away from Sleekness here, that being the Jade Dragons. They banned the Zeus. We've seen him go Zhang Kui. We always know that he's got a Giannis in his back pocket. And the fact that there's also no Mercury ban after what Mercury did to them in the second phase here, Sam just gets to run it back again.
Yeah, so what I'd have to do the math off the top of my head, but his win rate is only going up. Now it's technically 82%, right? So he gets a 2% bump from that last win. I guess if it goes up one more, probably another 2%, maybe 3. It goes up to around 85. Yeah, he's just good at this pick, and now you're opening it up. Because, I mean, look at it. Soul Disapparate is going to be your best bet for dodging damage, and that takes way too long to get away from a Mercury. Izanami has a dash. The best thing going for them right now is the fact that Xing Chen, and specifically the Furious Roar, does help alleviate basic attack damage. So against an Amuz and Cobb, against a Mercury, if you can hit them, if they're standing next to each other, Dragons are doing something wrong. But if you can hit them both, then you are going to be able to stifle their damage. Then you start thinking, at this point, maybe attack speed, Witchblade, Horrific Emblems. I'm starting to look towards Shells, maybe Nemeans. Anything that can stifle the amount of damage coming out of the Dragons, that's what I'm going for.
Well, with this Zhang Kui lock-in, we now know this Amuzakab is going to be going over to Panda Cat in the dual lane. Osiris and Susano, the final 2 picks here for Sleekness before they jump into game number 2. Oath going on this Susano. We've seen some success out of it in the past. Oath has been kind of flexing through the jungle god pool in the last couple of sets that he's played up in the circuit playoffs that happened just before Phase 3 of the SPL. How do you kind of like the Susano rounding up here? You're going up against Zhonghui and Mercury essentially in that 2v2 as Susano Soul.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's one of those things. I think like Soul is going to have some good follow-up damage, and Susano should, but like Mercury is maybe the most susceptible early on to this, and if they can lock him down, but he's still got good survivability and good escape. Zhang Hui is just difficult to get through. He's got a much heavier health bar in mid than a lot of the mages that I think Susano would be a great matchup into. I don't think they're necessarily going to struggle. I think they actually have the early game advantage with the 2 Susano Soul, but I don't know that it's going to turn into this masterful amount of kills and farm for them. I think it's really just going to make sure that the Dragons have to slow down their game and kind of keep them in check so that we don't get out of hand as quickly as Game 1 did.
I mean, Game 1 was essentially from minute 1, Sam runs into dual lane, gets a kill, eventually turns it into a double after he hits, level 5 and Sonic booms right through the tower. Does Sleekness have a draft to really kind of slow the Dragons down and kind of force them to play at a lower pace?
Yes, but, and this is where things get a little, they can slow them down.
Yeah.
I don't like having to fight the Dragons in a late game with their composition. Like, you slow them down, and yes, that maybe helps you out in the early game, but I don't want to go 22 minutes when there's an AMC, a Mercury, and a Yamoja on the other side. It feels very dangerous. Odin coming into that factor. I think if this gets to late game team fights, the Dragons are really going to be able to pick apart Sleekness pretty easily, but if they can get themselves the advantage early on, which their composition is going to be good to do, I think that they're going to be able to at least capitalize on that, right? Go for the neutral objectives, extend that lead, and even then it's going to be offset a little bit by this Dragons composition. So they have to play carefully, they have to play smart, and they have to do it pretty much from minute 0. If the Dragons start to pull ahead, this composition will absolutely tear you apart.
I mean, we talked a lot about it kind of in the pre-game going into game number 1, the highs and lows of both of these teams. The 2 highs can potentially be pretty close there. We'll have to see if that high point can hit here for Sleekness in game number 2. Let's take it right in and delay no further.
Sleekness needs to have taken a big, deep breath after game number 1 because they did not have a singular moment to do so in game 1. Dragonsmith, they get some of the same utility that brought them the lead in game number 1, and it is Sam for Soccer on the Mercury yet again. Polar Bear Mike on the Emoja definitely played a big role. All of the other pieces outside of that, though, shifted up a little bit. Talk to me about maybe the mentality behind letting this Mercury through again, though, Miff. I mean, is this we feel as if our play maybe messed up, and that's what gave Sam for Soccer this advantage, and we know how to play against it better this time? Or are we looking at a disrespect allowing the Mercury through again?
Look, Mercury, I don't think is in a current state where you have to ban him out. Maybe Sam for Soccer is a different story.
Specifically
but
Sam.
The Jade Dragons, holistically, every single lane, barring duo lane, kind of got off to a wild start. So I think that Sleekness can lay the majority of game 1 at the feet of that. They don't have to say, well, Sam for Soccer just did it on his own. We misplayed around level 1, and our mid laner got first blooded, and from there it kind of snowballed. So I don't think that now is the time to be panic banning the Mercury. I'm fine with Sleekness waiting 1 more.
Well, Sam for Soccer is back in the mid lane. Nehu is as well.
Jeez.
Only a little bit of damage, and so Nehu will not fall for first blood this time around. Oath is here, and he is on the Susano. What a fun matchup this is going to be in the jungle. Both of them feeling like Sam for Soccer-esque picks that we've seen in the SPL throughout the year so far.
Ooh,
Sam takes a hell of a lot of damage on that walk in and walk out. But no surprise here in the mid 2v2. So I'm intrigued, Miff, if we're going to get some of these 1v1 sort of fun brawls as this game goes on throughout the jungle.
What is it?
I'm expecting it, especially considering the damage output that we just saw from Sleekness through the mid lane.
No.
Playing with fire here. I don't know when I'm allowed to talk.
Right, you're like slightly hesitant. I don't know if we're going in.
Good lord!
So much damage. But Panda Cat and Mike, they don't have the follow-up just yet. Does Mike have enough? Oh, got the stun. Hit the auto. Mike does. First blood, Jade Dragons. It felt like just a matter of time.
Why is Dude Man Bro standing his ground, bro? You're not winning that trade. Both Panda Cat and PBM were at around 50% HP. Quig and Dude Man Bro hovering around that 10% mark. and he just stands there. He took the fight, maybe relying on that death toll to keep him sustained up. What is completely wild, though, is that Quig still has meditation. He could have probably used that and saved his homie.
Yeah, maybe. All right, so for next engage,
we're
Matt is still there, right? Might need it here. Sleekness sends Oath over to the left side of the map. There's going to be an engage. There's an engage over on the right as well. As a dive happens in the solo lane, it's a pull back in by Oath, and Oath returns the favor as the Jade Dragon's Hunter goes down. Maybe some of the downfall of the AMC, slightly immobile, especially when it can be overextended, and Oath finds himself an easy kill.
Yeah, good rotation from Oath to punish that AMC early on, especially considering purple buff has spawned up. We'll see if PBM can put up a defense here. It's a long shot to be sure.
It's dropped down by Sleekness. Can Mike buy enough time here, though? Quig is low. Mike has no Omi. So I think the Xing Chen will be just fine. So both junglers have shown some face. Only one of them has hit pay dirt, and that's Oath, who's grabbed a kill early on here for Sleekness. And so now maybe, Miff, you start to talk about the power curve of this Susano. As it looks like Mike does steal away that purple buff, which feels nice. You lose one, you take away the other. But this is now a good opportunity. Oath just had no chance in game one right on the Erlang Shen. Now he's got an early kill. None of his lanes are getting decimated. Solo lane especially not. Final K ganked. And Oath has got another. And suddenly the Sleekness jungler showing up in this best of 5.
Man, Final K was probably about 2 minions away from ticking over towards level 5. Not sure that would have really saved him in that situation. Could have likely kept Oath slightly further away. Maybe he would have got his jump off as well. But great clear from Chronic. Good awareness from Oath to realize that opportunity was there. And yet another gank works out for the Sleekness jungler. Now 2-0. But despite having a successful gank in the duo lane, Panda Cat is either even or slightly ahead in experience. He ticks over to 4 first.
They're going to do it again. Panda Cat has no beads. Quick does not have his ultimate, so that's a small win for the Jade Dragons. He's pulled back in, and Oath is on a killing spree. 3-kill streak for Sleekness and their jungler. And the Jade Dragons, I don't even know if you can call that one overextended. They're just hanging out in the middle of the lane. But there was no vision on the Susano, and Oath walks in and punishes the beads that were still on cooldown.
Man, this set's starting to feel like the battle of the junglers, right? Game 1, it's Sanford Soccer getting every gank working out for him, controlling the entirety of the map. Now in Game 2, it's Oath on the other side, who's got 100% kill participation and acquisition for his team. And you can already see it reflected on the board. Chronic now getting a much better engagement over in the solo lane. Final K can't really fight against this Osiris, not for a little while.
I mean, it's the exact opposite of what Game 1 was, where Sanford Soccer had this nice big lead, and every other lane on the map for the Jade Dragons felt like they were at least a level ahead. That's exactly the case here for Sleekness. It was solo lane feels fine, jungle's ahead, mid lane even, where we haven't seen much of anything. Nehu has a 1-level lead. Quig is a level ahead of PBM, so the Jade Dragons on the back foot just a bit here. Gold-wise, only 400-500, so not out of control just yet, as Dude Man Bro sends the Dark Portal in to steal away the purple buff. Panda Cat has not been able to secure many of those under the pressure of Sleekness so far here this game. And I do want to talk about this mid lane a bit here, Miff, because the Zhang Kui is not something we get to see very often, if at all. Wait, he might just do it again. He did. He stole away another.
Oh, man.
All right, so we've gone even on purple buffs. Dude Man Bro and Quig steal one. Mike walks in, steals the other. And mid lane, hey, that's an apt place to start because Hurdiwin's received a gank. And Hurdiwind has received a kill, and now this Zhang Kui, which we haven't seen much of this year, a little bit, not much, off to a good start.
Yeah, I was expecting Hurdiwind to go for the Book of the Dead style of build. You'd think that health shield on a frontline style of mage would make a lot of sense, but instead it's a Divine Ruin early on, dealing with some of that self-sustain that Nehu's got from Soul, as well as that Pythags piece in the first lot. Unorthodox builds across the board here as Quig takes a lot of damage, but that should spell the end of this engagement. Even looking at PBM, that's a Stone of Gaia in the first slot. A lot of knockups, a lot of knockbacks and pulls on the side of Sleekness. So the passive should be helping out a good deal there for the support of the Jade Dragons. I'm excited to see how these itemizations really start to pan out going forward.
Do you feel like you're giving up a lot, though, Stone of Gaia, instead of something more traditional like the
all your defense. You don't have any.
Fair
Legitimately
enough.
0.
You got health, right?
A lot of it. And HP 5. It's effective defense. You're
Right.
healing a lot. You're going to get that passive value. But you're not giving your team a defense aura. You yourself aren't going to be taking up objectives nearly as well.
Right.
But I don't think that's really the plan for the Jade Dragons right now. It's more so, let's take some fights. Let's utilize our sustain and see if we can slow down what Sleekness is doing.
Well, Mike is just a buff steel bot at this point, and he's been able to do that pretty successfully. There's a good look at some of the damage that he'll take as Nehu got a decent item to start off. You've already mentioned the Pythags piece there for the Sleekness mid laner. So Oath off to a 3-0 start here, Myth. Things slowing down in the same way that they kind of did for the Jade Dragons. There was a bit of a lull before the objectives really started to feel comfortable. Maybe the left side of the map is where you start to look. There had been a little level lead for Dude Man Bro and Quig, but now that's kind of gone by the wayside. And the gold lead, maybe more importantly, Myth, has not gotten out of control one way or another. Jade Dragon still very relevant around these objectives. Stun not connecting from PBM, and he will Riptide on away.
Yeah, Quig trying to find something in the middle of the map. Maybe looking to burn away those beads from Hurrywin, but with nobody nearby. Sleekness support realizes that even in using his ultimate, there really wouldn't be enough threat to burn away those relics. Seems like right now, both teams are just waiting for that floodgate to open. I'm keeping my eye on Sanford Soccer. We haven't really seen him go for an aggressive Sonic Boom just yet.
Nope.
And I'm keeping my eyes on Oath because the second either one of these guys hits pay dirt, Gold Fury has spawned up.
Nehu has no beads for literally 10 seconds. And so if Sanford Soccer can make this work in the next, now 5 seconds.
He's looking.
He was looking, but the positioning just did not work out. Small window. Would have been coincidental maybe at best if you ult in when Nehu was like 2 seconds away from his beads, but the Soul was able to get the defensive relic back online. Sanford Soccer was looking, but ends up coming up empty-handed. So Gold Fury Myth is something I mentioned a moment ago prior to the supports kind of passing by one another there in the mid lane. You start to wonder about objective shred and objective secure potential. Of course, Oath, the most attractive KDA in the game right now at 3-0. Is that enough, though, to give Sleekness the confidence to pull an early Gold Fury, or do you need to see a little bit more?
I need to see a pick. You get a singular pick on the side of Sleekness, then you can utilize this double hunter composition, one magical, one physical, to blow up these objectives. Oath himself also has got likely one of the best confirmation ultimates in the game right now, or this game, not the whole of Smite. The ultimate from Susano should be pretty decent secure on this Gold Fury. I don't think there's much that the Jade Dragons can toss out insofar as a coin toss situation.
Right.
So expect Sleekness to try and play around the duo, or maybe you're going to see the Jade Dragons there first.
PBM around behind Dude Man Bro, who will dash away just fine. And so we've seen a little bit around this AMC Myth, but it's largely been punishing the immobility of PandaCat up to this point. Oath, 2 of his 3 kills have been just walking at PandaCat, whose beads were down since early on in this lane. In AMC, like mid maybe is something we've seen a little bit of. PandaCat, I'm racking my brain. I don't know, Cyclone Spin has maybe played the AMC in the duo lane a little bit. But PandaCat showed early that there was good chunk potential. Sanford Soccer. This is the old-fashioned Mercury gank on the left side of the map. Dude Man Bro thought he was alone, but it's anything but. PandaCat gets a kill on board. Quig sent by the wayside. Oath is here. That's the killing spree. Susano, who's over in the dual lane. He will pull Sanford Soccer right back into his grasp. The Jade Dragons, they'll snag 2 kills. River's Rebuke no good. But Oath will use the beads, and he will walk out with an extra kill.
Man, the timing of those beads were so strong. If you were even a microsecond late, you're getting pulled in every single time. Mike unsuccessful in sealing away yet another purple buff. Oath able to secure that one for himself and puts his 4th kill on the board. But that fight goes the way of the Jade Dragons. Make no mistake.
Wow.
Polar Bear Mike, I mean, I'm looking at the mini-map, wondering what he's looking at here. Maybe just being annoying,
Yikes.
as the pull won't be there. And Mike will dash right on away, receive some of that extra healing from the Stone of Gaia. And so we are continuing to play around Oath as you should. It's the left side of the map that has gotten basically everything outside of when Chronic received a gank from Oath early in this game. The Soul Lane has remained quiet, a 1-level lead for Chronic. But wherever Oath goes, killing seems to happen. The good news is for the Jade Dragons Myth is that PandaCat, who had been largely shut down, grabs a kill and a 1-level lead over Dude Man Bro, who had received a lot of help from Oath early on in this game. And so the AMC now hits a decent power spike. You get the Crusher, you get the Aussie online. Maybe now that side of the map feeling a bit more comfortable for the Dragons.
Yeah, in the 1v1 now, PandaCat is going to have a massive advantage. I don't think Dude Man Bro wants to take this fight. 2 levels, pretty nice. The burst potential that AMC has as well, very strong. Dude Man Bro has not finished up his Aussie just yet either, so Sustain going to favor the Jade Dragons Hunter, which is why we see this. This is something we saw in Game 1 as well. Quig does not like leaving this lane, and his presence here is going to drag Mike over as well.
And Mike continuing with some of the unconvention, I don't know if that's the word, but weirdness maybe in his build. Stone of Gaia into a Witchblade. And so an interesting build path to say the absolute least. Attack speed reduced. And so Mike looking maybe for more just healing and utility right now outside of full-on procs.
Yeah, and you're getting a little bit more of an HP stack as well, so Stone of Gaia's passive going to get a little bit more value. It's a double Hunter composition from Sleekness, so the attack speed strip going to be very nice, especially considering the positioning Mike has been taking in all these fights. He's W King, and if he's close by, all of a sudden everybody on Sleekness is going to be a little bit weaker.
You can feel a little tension building up on the left side of the map here as Sleekness poked their heads on the Jade Dragon side of the jungle, now trying to disengage. That's a good dodge from Nehu, but the Aegis is out to avoid. Not much.
That's
the damage is
crazy.
delayed, but delayed is it. Sanford Soccer soloed by Oath, who was on a rampage. The Susano continues to be the saving grace for this Sleekness team here. Typhoon is out, and that'll knock up Hurrywind on the back end, but there is no ultimate for the Zhang Kui. There are beads, but there's a Whirlwind, a Rage, and Steel, and there's a pullback in by Oath, but they have not finished off the kill. Hurrywind walking on away from this fight. Mike doing the best that he can to sustain up his mid laner, but Hurrywind will go down for the 6th kill of the game for Oath. Final K out of the solo lane.
Rotates in, finds the blink, trying to chase Oath over the wall. Just needs to close that gap
Stun.
slightly.
Oh.
Good slow. Burns the beads,
Yep.
and PBM gets credit for the kill. That's the Jade Dragon saying, it's time. We're going to press W key, and hopefully we went out on the engagement. A fantastic play from Oath. Cuts off Sanford Soccer's rotation into the jungle, but it's Final K
tornado.
getting to the more important objective earlier than Chronic, and now it's the Jade Dragons pulling the gold.
What can Quig get done here on the Gold Fury? This is a pivotal moment in the game. At least delaying it keeps things interesting for Sleekness, because as good of a start as Sleekness has had, the gold lead 1,000 for the Jade Dragons. XP lead almost 1,000 for the Jade Dragons. So where Oath has been doing everything, the Jade Dragons have still been able to pull themselves a slight lead in both gold and experience. And so maybe Myth stalling out that Gold Fury, exactly what Sleekness needed there. That's a nice big power spike for the Jade Dragons if they're able to confirm that objective. And Oath getting shut down by Mike doesn't feel the best for the Jade Dragons, but getting that shut down anyway is always going to be fantastic. PBM on the Emoja. He's off to a killing spree as well.
Yeah, PBM's fed. I mean, he's fed. He's going to have a lot of survivability. Moving in towards that Spirit Robe tree, likely going to be the Mantle of Discord as well. So now all of a sudden he's going to be not only a great utility tool for his team with that Witchblade, but his survivability is going to go through the roof as well. Shell, as that second relic selection, means that his team is going to be able to just continue doing what they've been trying to do, which is jam down that W key. Remember how that fight started? It was PBM and Hurrywind sauntering through Sleekness's jungle saying, if we close gap, somebody's going to die. And unfortunately for Sleekness, it was Nehu.
There was a lot of sustain. Hurrywind refused to go down quietly in that last engagement. There's some sustain as well. Double ultimate from Quig. Doesn't get anything outside of looking cool as PBM and Hurrywind sent off to the side. So no problem there. Hurrywind spends his ult, but a big engage tool now missing from Sleekness. So Whirlwind, Rage, and Steel goes back onto cooldown for just a little bit more time. It's a grouping now from the Jade Dragons in mid. All eyes on this tier 1 tower. Nehu slightly low on health, pretty low on mana. Does not have his Aegis for 15 seconds. And Sleekness will sacrifice their mid tier 1 with no pushback.
Mid tier 1 gone, duo tier 1 gone. Chronic
Chronic
might follow
gone.
pretty shortly, burning pretty fast. Yeah, he's gone.
Lord of the Afterlife up and
maybe
over
not.
the wall. He is gone from the fight. We're not wrong, Miff. We just are
Okay.
right in a different way unless PBM.
Oh my God,
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
We'll find the kill on the Chronic anyway. That's a 401 Yamoja now. As Final K cages off Sleekness. Two of them caught in the arena with Final K here, but Final K
Great
walks out
ult.
without doing much damage. River's Rebuke separates everything as Sleekness are on either sides of the waves, and Final K will lock down Nehu, and the Jade Dragons starting to roll through these fights. Oath has already died once this game. A second might be around the corner. Panicat uses his beads to avoid the Typhoon, and Quig provides the last bit of heal.
Quig might have had to sacrifice himself here. Good stun from Fine. Okay, here's the follow-up. Hey, remember that ultimate? All it did was look cool, but this time it's going to give you some
nice.
CC immunity.
That's a fantastic Riptide from Polar Bear Mike. This is taking a little while, but the result is going to be the same, which is Quig going down. It was only a matter of who, and it's Fine OK, who's resurged back in this solo lane. Remember, that's where some pressure went from Sleekness early, kept Fine OK at bay. But Destiny arrives all the same. Fire Giant pulled by the Jade Dragons. Is this earlier than the FG was
Exactly
in game
1 minute earlier.
Is this somehow faster? You're telling me Oath got off to a 6-0 start and the Jade Dragons are doing a faster Fire Giant than they were in game 1? That's unbelievable.
Oh, Chronic.
This team so hard to stop. You got to sow some intrigue. But the intrigue dies with the Fire Giant. The Jade Dragons get it on all 5.
Man, the Sleekness is playing very well around their jungler. The Oath is having a very good game. Nobody else is.
Yeah.
Nobody else on Sleekness is having a good game.
Nobody else kills them.
No, yeah, they're getting blanked. Thankfully, Oath is on this team. Jade Dragons, it felt like they were playing with their food a little bit earlier on. It was a lot of over-aggressive plays. It was a lot of taking 1v2s or just fights in the Sleekness side of the map. And slowly throughout the first 15 or so minutes, the Jade Dragons were able to accrue a lead just through macro play. The mid camps have largely been going their way. If you keep your eyes on Sanford Soccer's pathing throughout the entirety of this game, he's been controlling the Scorpions very well, which is a nice bit of global gold for the squad. And the Jade Dragons, once they did establish that lead, we saw it like a switch was flipped. They said, time to W key, time to run it down, and that's exactly what their draft is suited for. We'll see how good it looks on the Siege, because I'd argue that Sleekness have got pretty strong Siege defense. Great CC, good AoE damage, decent ability to keep the waves out of these towers as well. But it's hard to argue against a 18-minute Fire Giant.
Yeah, are we defending this tier 2 tower? This might be the last thing you do if Sleekness lose this fight handedly. Polar Bear Mike, he's been a menace from minute 1 this game. 403 on the Emoja now. Only member of the Jade Dragons on a killing spree. And Polar Bear Mike building into a little bit of damage late on in this Emoja build. That has been intriguing, but it has been working out. When you're playing like this, Polar Bear Mike can seemingly do no wrong. The tier 2 tower will start to crumble down. Oath does some good damage to Fino K, who's separating out this engagement. And Mike and Fino, as 2 members against 5, just buy enough space for the Jade Dragons to walk down the tower.
Yeah, nobody's going to kill either Mike or Fino K right now, especially together. The healing is too much. The sustain from Fire and Stone Gaia means that Mike can do no wrong. Even if he gets dropped down to half HP, he probably fully resustains it in under 20 seconds. So now the Jade Dragons with an early Fire Giant Siege to say, hey, there's no reason to go for a Phoenix. We're only 19 minutes in. Let's go ahead and clear out all of these towers and pick up as much gold as possible.
Quig goes in and heads on out with only 1 toss.
Great cage.
Okay, tossed right back into perfect cage
God.
distance to the rest of Sleekness. Typhoon flies through, but it's only disengaged. The Jade Dragons now walking on forward as the tier 2 tower does crumble. Fine, okay. Has to use the bead, Sanford Soccer and Oath. They're dueling it out over here on the left. Haven't seen much from the Mercury this game. We have seen plenty from the Susano, but will we see any more in this fight? Fine, okay would like to say no, but the beads get used. And Susano walks out just fine. 2 tier 2 towers down, and the Fire Giant impactful so far for the Jade Dragons.
Take a peek at the relics used by Sleekness. They don't have much left in the tank. Beads on Nehu and Dude Man Bro are maintained, and the Blink on Chronic, whereas on the other side, the Jade Dragons have got to hold on to a lot of their beads. All of their priority targets still have it. Mike as well, so he can act as that initiator for his squad. Worth noting, there's a little bit of anti-crit on the side of Sleekness. They're worried about Sanford Soccer.
2 Spectrals against just the 1 Rage. And Sanford Soccer doesn't have any kills yet. He's got plenty of assists, so we'll get that Rage stacking up in no time. Quig, it's kind of melted through here by Pandacat and the rest of the Jade Dragons. 1 more tier 2 tower remains. There's 30 seconds left on the Fire Giant for the Jade Dragons. Normally it's like right now where you're securing the first FG, then you get the tier 2 towers down, and then you go back when it's done, and you end the game from there. Same timeline, everything's just shifted up a little bit forward. This has now got to be aggravating for Sleekness. You know, far from out of this set, but if this result holds, if the Jade Dragons secure game 2 here, you know, game 1, we're talking about the Jade Dragons and how they just kind of roll over Sleekness in the early game, and Sleekness just couldn't keep up. Sleekness kind of rolled over the Jade Dragons. Oath kind of rolled over the Jade Dragons in the early game, and that didn't work out either. You got to find something else that works if the Jade Dragons were able to lock down the win here in game 2.
Well, you found out that the Susano works, right? Oath can, you know, happily mount that one over his bed. Just put it in a picture frame, this KDA.
Yeah.
But you got to have everybody else on the team do
you gotta
at least a
crop
little
out
bit.
the, like, loss up at the top of the screen, right?
When he saves the post-game stats, it's just going to be his
Right,
name that he
only
saves.
his KDA, right.
Because 0-3, 0-2, 0-2, 0-1.
Right.
That's what he's surrounded by.
Right, and I guess that's the idea, right? Is Oath it did so well in the early game, and what did it buy outside of a great KDA on the Susano? The Jade Dragons.
You got my respect.
And that's worth its weight in gold. You know, Myth does not give out respect easily. So
How
Oath
do you
at
weigh
least
that?
has respect. Depends how much respect you're given.
A
You are
lot.
giving.
These are the Jade Dragons. He's 6-1.
Right, quantify that though. Spread your arm. Spread your arms. Close.
I
well,
give it like a hoagie.
Yeah,
Like,
see,
it's about
Chad,
hoagie
you
sized.
can't see it, but his arms are pretty far apart right now. That's a lot. A hoagie's worth of gold is actually a lot
Wow,
of money
that's a
here.
lot of
Myth.
money.
Maybe one more team fight here in this game as the Jade Dragons have regained control despite an onslaught from the Susano. Chronic walks forward, takes a good bit of damage as Quig walks in as well. There's a whirlwind of Rage and Steel waiting around the
Great
back corner, but
cage.
Final K yet again finds 3 in the cage. And it's a sonic boom right down the middle from Sam for Soccer that has separated out this fight. Sam goes back to pick up the scraps, and it's Quig who will die first and foremost in this fight. The Jade Dragons resurging together. Typhoon flies through, only knocks up 1, and the call is go back for the FG.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons, they're just so much more succinct in these team fights. The shot calling, the target selection is superior. What happened in that fight? Slinkness step up to take their eyes and just peek at the Fire Giant, and they immediately get separated. Quig, surrounded by 5 members on his own in the back line of the Jade Dragons, looking around like Travolta. Where's my team? I don't know. And then he falls down. Nehu tried to step back up and peel for his homie. He dies for it. Seems like this is a squad, Sleekness that is all for 1 and 1 for 1 as well.
Yeah, All for One's the bad guy, right? And my hero. So we're sad about All for One right now. Sleekness needs some of that power, though. He's strong nonetheless. Oath is as well. Right side, Phoenix weak and dead as the Jade Dragons walk forward and secure the objective there. Now we're starting, at least in some of these games, maybe there's a silver lining. You get off to a great start. The Jade Dragons, maybe you consider like their mid-game power spike is great. That's why they're starting to do well. It's not like the Jade Dragons get worse over time.
No, that's a really good late game team
I mean, they
comp.
got a fantastic late game team comp, and so it's just going to require an outplay from Sleekness at this point to get back into the game. That is hard to come by when you're playing against the Jade Dragons, a refocused Jade Dragons. This is our first look at this team since bowing out of the Phase 3 playoffs. So we wondered how they would show up. Going into this weekend, you can't take Sleekness lightly. You don't know what types of strategies they're going to be bringing to this event. The Jade Dragons seem to have all the answers outside of giving 6 kills to Oath. And you know what, Myth? Knowing these guys, knowing the Jade Dragons, they're probably mad that the early game went the way it did. I can't believe we gave 6 kills to this Susano. And so something to work towards in Game 3, maybe cleaning
We're
up
gonna
their-
blank them in Game 3. Ugh. You think Kabam's in the background, the coach for the Jade Dragons, just getting real riled up because Oath's looking good?
No, because it's Kabam, and I love that guy.
And
But
I've never seen him riled.
I've never seen him riled.
Not once.
Maybe he's like face palming a little bit when Oath gets his 6th kill of the game, but like
For real, guys, 6? Like,
right,
all
right.
6 on
That's
Oath?
exactly it. He walks into the room and says, "Guys, really? We gave up 6? That's how Kabam handles."
He sets down his 20 pages of notes, laminated, by the way, double-sided, and he says, look, I didn't make all these team comps for you to drop 6 kills to Oath in 5 minutes. Look, I'm just having a little bit of fun, Dave. Look, the Jade Dragons
Hey,
have
Muffin
very
Man.
clearly got a firm grasp on this game. Right side Phoenix removed, enhanced minion waves already working their way through the
I
lanes.
saw a really funny
Fire
GIF,
Giant on all 5 members.
that
The
reminded me
second
of
Fire
you.
Giant of the game. We're 25 minutes in, by the
It
way.
was about the Muffin Man.
If you're allowed to have fun, I just thought you were going to keep talking about Kabam, so I was giving it
Nah.
space for a second.
I just,
No, look, all we're doing now is buying time for the Jade Dragons to regroup and push down one of these Phoenix. We have seen crazier things happen.
Are you in my
defense
Discord
is
server?
still
Right?
good
We've
for
seen
Sleekness.
crazier things happen. It's a 10K gold lead. One
Can
Phoenix
never
is
turn
already
there.
gone. There are only fire minions down the right side of the map. That's something you have to worry about if you're Sleekness. You want everyone here against the Jade Dragons, much less somebody who has to go over to the right and deal with the Oni fire minions that'll be pushing down onto your Titan here shortly. One more wave from the Sleekness base. We'll delay those. That might be the same mindset here from the Jade Dragons. The waves finally work in left and in mid, and that's usually when you see these teams start to fight. Left side Phoenix taken down low, half HP remaining on the bird. The Jade Dragons as 4 will back on away. You got Oath in mid here, Myth, but Final K's doing a fantastic job of separating.
Yeah, Final K says, hey, Oath's the issue. Let's just make sure he's not in the fight. The most important member of your team forced to defend the base against enhanced minion waves. So the Jade Dragons take out that left side Phoenix absolutely
The
for
Muffin
free.
Man?
Jade Dragons
The
just
one on
popped their
Drury
time.
Lane?
We knew the Oni fire minions were coming. Sleekness did as well.
Yeah, I
We were
know the
hoping
Muffin
that
Man.
maybe there'd be a misstep before that, but that is pure patience from the Jade Dragons. And this
Ooh,
gold lead is
ooh.
near insurmountable. Goodbye, Nehu.
Oh my
For the
God.
5th time this game, he got as many deaths as Oath had a killing spree early on. Chronic,
Oh
he
my
falls
God.
to Final K, and the Jade Dragons, one by one, working through the Sleekness composition. You're going to have fire minions here shortly. And And you're just trying to clean up some of these picks, end this game easily. The Jade Dragons, they're able to shrug off
Jeez,
an early
man.
deficit. They're able to take game 2 and send us on to a game 3 up 2-0.
Well, I'm going to run back the analysis I dropped at the end of game 1. Something's got to change. But this time, not everything. You can keep Oath on the Susano.
Your jungler can't get 6 kills.
Yeah, the jungler, you got to spread those kills out. Oath.
Man,
Your
even
team
thinking about
needs
season
some of
7
that
finals
farm.
gives me the chills.
I don't know, man. The Jade
Yeah,
Dragons,
season 7 was amazing.
they're just doing it to them.
Yeah, Mike was maybe the most fed person on the Jade Dragons and
For a long time.
still was walking down members of Sleekness. I don't know, man. I said refocus Jade Dragons. That's a scary team to go up against.
Ouch.
Refocused and confident is like one step up from that. Jade Dragons, and we need one more. Sleekness, you got to win 3 straight against
Yeah, I saw that really funny
near unstoppable looking Jade Dragons.
GIF when I was searching for stuff, and it was about the Muffin Man. And I wanted to post it for you, but I wasn't sure if you were in my Discord server. I couldn't remember if you were in there. That made me think of you. It's like, oh yeah, Muffin Man. I remember what I searched for now. But I'm just having a relaxing day today. Just watching. I might play a little bit though. Pretty soon. Not yet. Maybe if I got on Disco more. I have a video request, LOL. Do you love Paul? I don't love Paul. I think he plays really well. He's a good player. Well, you should join my Discord. Type exclamation Discord, and you'll be able to join my server. Have you seen the Paul montage from Season 7 Finals? It's so good. I will find it, BRB. Okay. If you do find it, post it in my Discord, because I'm probably not going to click on it here. I'll get you using Discord more. I think I might have seen part of it or something. I know I saw highlights, you know, like Paul highlights, that man highlights, because they're going into that whole 3-time world champion thing. I think that's when I saw it. But yeah, Paul's pretty ridiculous. He's almost like a computer. Like he just always knows exactly where to put everything. Some pretty chill vibes here. It's music. I like it. DJ Funky Dunk. Funky Duck. Chill vibes. Super twitchy. Is that you? I was assuming you'd be Muffin Man Matt. Yes, I spelled that.
A little bit more fight out of Sleekness here in game number 2, but at the end of the day, it is the Dragons who come up with a victory. If you want to support the Dragons, or any of your favorite teams, or just the SPL in general, you can go over to shop.smiteproleague.com and pick yourself up a t-shirt, a hoodie, a beanie, jacket. I mean, there's all kinds of things out there at the Smite Pro League website.
And based on conversations with Mifflin, very distinct differences here between hoodies, jackets, zip-up hoodies that don't exist. Apparently, those are jackets.
That's just a
all of
jacket.
those,
So yeah, if it has apparently if it has a zipper or buttons, it's a jacket. If it doesn't, then it's a hoodie. You can have that argument all you want. I know we already had a full lengthy discussion in the green room about that, but go to shop.smiteproleague.com to get your hoodies and or jackets or anything else that's out there available to you. J Dragons, another win out of them. Sleekness, more kills out of them. Unfortunately, they all go on
fight,
to
you know.
a little more fight. And unfortunately, all those kills go on to Oath and no one else. Sleekness are only able to come up with 6 kills, but again, only on their jungler.
Yeah, so I'm going to quote, well, maybe not quote exactly. I'm going to paraphrase what Mifflin had said at the end of the cast, which is very simply, hey, a lot of stuff still needs to change, but not everything.
Nope,
time,
you are
right?
Muffin Man Matt.
Oath did great. And so if
He
you, and from game 1 to game 2, you've got one positive change. So now from game 2 to game 3, I'd like to see a little bit more than one positive change, but it's a good trend.
Oh,
technically,
guess I'm supposed to feed
here
my
for
cats.
Sleekness. The problem is, again, you just go for a draft that
I guess they eat food
while
every
it feels
day.
like it's going to be solid in and of itself, and Oath gets a
Crazy.
good couple of kills. Yamoja is one of the best
Trying to
picks for
alpha.
PBM. Panda Cat's nuts at AMC. You've got Zhang Kui, which actually they were able to capitalize against a couple of times. And Odin, well, Finoke is just good in the solo lane. And realistically, that was something that did well, but wasn't necessarily the standout end-all be-all for me. The things that really, really were writing things home are exactly were the same in game 1 and game 2. It's this Mercury and this Yamoja that are doing too much. I mean, Mike was like 4-0-1 at point one, or
Right here,
yeah,
actually,
at some
right
point, yeah, right after this.
Right there.
So you can't let that happen is the best way to describe it. You got to be able to deal with the support, and I think Yamoja is on the chopping block now.
Yeah, I think Yamoja, Mercury, if he doesn't get picked in the first 3, is probably one that you can maybe look to ban because Sam's now on a hot streak. Him and Mike are on hot streaks with these gods. There's no way that you let them get them both again unless they get picked in top 3, but I cannot imagine Yamoja makes it past the first 3 bans.
So it is this awkward position where, Sleekness, they've been banning Kamazot's, Erlong, Kleena. Before that, it was Ganesh instead of the Erlong Shen. I would drop Kleena probably into the mix. I know Sam's going to be a threat on her as well, but he's already been a threat on Mercury, so that's something that you could maybe swap out. But definitely you have to drop something there, probably the Erlong Shen, in favor of the Yamoja, or at least you have to imagine that you do. I can't think of many scenarios except for maybe if they, end up swapping over. Like, if you're a first pick here and you are Sleekness, you need to be a lot more cautious about what you are letting the Dragons pick up. But knowing that
Alright,
you're
back,
going to be
linked
able
on
to get 2
Discord.
with your
Okay,
second
cool,
pick
welcome back.
might open up a little bit more allowance for them, right? To be a little more open with it. But like, you first pick Erlong Shen, it didn't really do anything. You
I'll
first
take a
pick
look at
Soul,
that.
that didn't really do anything. You've definitely got to readjust the way you're attacking.
Right when you're about to join,
But
somebody
here's
else joined,
the
so
problem
there
that
must
I
have been
see
somebody
when you
else in
get
here
to
lurking who
Sleekness
saw
here, if their first pick or
the
their
link
second
and
pick,
clicked
their
on it and
first
joined.
pick, the Dragons aren't going to let them have Zeus. The
And I was like,
Dragons,
oh, I
they're
assumed
gonna
your name
wanna
would be
have
Muffin
Zeus
Man
themselves,
Matt, but it
looks
wasn't.
like Sleekness is the name behind you,
And
so
then
that-
Muffin Man
that
Matt
could allude
joined,
to
and I was
them
like,
being
oh.
second pick here, and they will
I don't
be
know who that
second
person
pick.
is in.
So with that being
Watch
said,
from never, but
the Dragons
for when
first
I'm
pick, they have
around,
a lot
okay.
that they can grab. They
I'll
can
do that.
insta-grab the Mercury if they want. They can go for the Yamoja. They can go for the Zeus. Sleekness now has to kind of make that decision, I'd imagine, here. Of they need to ban the
Ow.
Yamoja
Oh
and
my
or
God.
the Zeus. Probably both, because if
My
they
body
leave one
hurts.
open, surely the Dragons just take the other one.
Well, they won my heart already because they've taken one positive step in the right direction. They took Mike away from Yamoja, and that makes that duo lane so much more manageable now. Hey, and you know what? That's 2 steps in the right direction because they took away Zeus from Herwind.
Maybe they'll
They've
ban Mercury.
managed 2/3 of the real problem in this core 3v3. And the glory is, you don't have to ban Mercury here because it's not been picked up in the top 3. I like the fact that they go for a more highly executed, or high prioritized assassin, because in those bottom 2, last time around
I
they
guess
banned
my
Morgan,
cats
they
want
banned
food.
Hell. Just ignore those.
It's like they want to
Definitely
eat
ban
every day.
At least
It's crazy, right?
Mercury in your
Crazy.
bottom 2 here, I think, if you're Sleekness. Depending on the rest of the draft. It might not slot in well to what the Dragons have, and you might have to
Well,
work around that.
Similar
Hi,
stance to
Lee.
the Dragons, though, it is the E set and
What's
the
up,
Polar
guys?
taking a shot in the dual lane for Shen, and then
Quandale
as we talked
Dingle
about,
here.
Zeus
Quandale
and Moja
Dingle.
from Sleekness to answer
There's for multiple
2/3
crimes,
of the
putting
main
battery
problem.
on a police
Camazot's
officer,
locked in
grand
here,
theft,
and
and
we've been seeing a lot more of
clearing
Camazot's going towards the solo
world
lane as of recently.
Italy.
Core played it the other day. We saw it in some of the
and
solo lane
public
matchups
indecency.
before we even
We
got
escaped
here
from prison
to
on
this
March 28th.
SWC
After that, I'll
qualifier
take over the
rounds.
world.
So this Camazot's is the first pick. This
Okay.
doesn't immediately spell to me that this is going
I
to
don't
the
ban
Sam-
people,
the
Lee.
Sam pick here.
I don't
And
care enough to
that's
ban
the glory
anybody.
of a Camazot's first pick. The downside is, and this is actually
I let people say
specifically
whatever
for
they
this
want.
event so far. So Camazot's has 7 first picks, 10 games so far, and he's 5-5 total. But in
I'm
his
just
first
that
pick
cool.
games, he's only won 2 of them. So most of his wins have been not from this first pick position, whether it's the top 2 on the other side, or you're going to see, actually he has 11 games now because he got played a little bit earlier. But that's something that I think is going to
They
be
zoomed in
a
on the
very
cat. They're like,
big
we just want to
and
see the cat.
important distinction to be made here. The Dragons maybe breaking
That's
a trend
funny.
that has happened throughout the rest of the weekend. But that is
Aw,
a little
that's
bit
a nice
of a
cat
problem,
tree.
and you called it right on there. And I can't believe we live in a world where Mercury got top 3 because it's just so rare.
That is crazy.
But it happened, J-Mac.
We live in a world where Mercury Jean-Qui got top 3.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I want to
By
go
a
find
team.
out if they've ever done a Mercury top 3.
I cannot. Well, obviously they probably Mercury top 3 back when Sam was actually dominating. Like, and he got 28 bans against him because of it. I can imagine maybe then he was getting some of them. But Hachiman and the Morrigan on the opposite side here for Sleekness. The Morrigan had been banned away from their mid laner so many times through. So Sleekness now finally maybe
Is that
getting
Odin
on
open
something
still?
more comfortable. Dude Man Bro on Hachiman, which
Probably
he's
need to
been
ban that
performing
Odin.
stellarly on throughout the weekend and throughout his time in the SCC. And then they get a Nike as a nice little frontline bonus here. Sleekness with a pretty nice top 3 to try to change things out.
And I'll give them credit. I doubted them picking Mercury top 3 for a lot of this year. Half the games that he had played
Unless
up to
that-
this point
no,
were
I
top
guess
3
the Camazot's
with the
probably
Mercury. So
solo
maybe
lane.
I'm the one who needs to make sure that I double check
yourself,
that one.
Core.
And Zhang Kui's been up there twice in a lot of their games. So, not necessarily the most priority for them, but it is something that they do like to pick up in their top 3. And honestly, it's probably because of what I was highlighting earlier, right? If you don't get Mercury right there, it's getting banned from you. There's
For
no
sure.
way they are there.
100%.
Well, I guess there's 2 worlds we live in. There's a world where it gets banned and you're like, oh no, Sam, you have to play something else. And then there's another world which I'm infuriated because it doesn't get picked and then Sleekness didn't ban it, and I'd have been real mad then. But luckily we don't have to live in that world. Instead, they still have to deal with Mercury and they're probably not happy about it.
Yeah, that would not have been a great day for you and I here on the desk.
Oh no,
nor
I
for
would
the
have been
cat-
fine. I think Sleekness would have been upset.
Well, I was gonna say, on the battleground, it would not have been a very fun game for them having to go up against the Mercury if they didn't pick it top 3 and then ban it away here, and it still somehow slips through. But that is not the case. Instead, the second wave of bans going to get
I
spent.
don't think you need to
a
ban
little bit of dual
Heimdall.
lane here for Sleekness. They ban Ganesh and Heimdall. The Jade Dragons, they take away a couple of assassins, Nemesis and Serket. Not the 2 gods I would have 100% expected, especially with the performance that Oath had on Susano
Yeah,
last game.
seriously.
And now Sleekness just get a 4th pick of Geb, who Aggro will sit here and preach to the high heavens as being one of the best gods in the game. We'll see if he can do something here for Sleekness.
I love Sleekness's draft in this game more than anything they've played today because it and it's specifically like Nike and Geb are just going to be good. They slot in really well to pretty much any team that you're going to be able to play it. But this Hachiman, we talked about it coming into today, was one of their higher performing gods, especially that we saw earlier in the week, but just in general for Dude Man Bro. And of course, when you look at the Morrigan, I think that is one of the better mid laners that we have gotten to see for Sleekness as well. When Nehu was playing Zeus, it looked great, and the Morrigan was a really good secondary pick. Plus, you get good transformations.
Yeah,
You've got the Nike on your side. If Mercury
What's
gets
up?
out of hand, all of a sudden you get to turn into a nice,
eating?
really, really fun hyper carry. But I expect to see this Nike come up a little bit
It's
more
a
often
garbage
than
truck,
not.
it's okay.
And I think this opens up Sleekness to play their game
It's okay.
a little bit more than the Dragons forcing
You're
them
fine.
to play the way the Dragons want.
The Dragons are looking at Sylvanas and on
My
her,
cat Lucy
currently
hears the
being
garbage truck
covered, not
outside, and
locked
she's
in
like
just yet.
really
I won't
concerned about it. She's
really
like,
get
"What the
my
hell was
hopes
that?"
too far out there for either of these picks just yet. The on her kind of being bounced around here.
Can
So
you tell me
we
about
know
it?
now with the Camazotz Mercury, the Camazotz is going to be going over towards the solo lane. Final K piloting that one. Mercury back in Sam's hands.
Sylvanas
Junkweed
Chiron.
obviously now going to the mid lane since the Camazotz will be in solo. And it will be a Sylvanas lock-in for the Jade Dragons. So Mike going from one healer to another. And then Panicat going on one of his signature picks here in Season 8, the Danzaburo. How do you feel about this dual lane out of the Dragons?
Honestly, I actually am a huge fan of Sylvanas. So going up against Hachiman Geb, I mean, you're going to have pressure, right? That's actually the biggest thing. Geb's not going to be able to give you too much. Hachiman, as good as his clear can be, it's not going to help balance out Sylvanas and Danzaburo. So ultimately, you are going to lose a little bit of the lane phase. But kill potential-wise, maybe a little slower overall for, I think, both lanes. A good pull when the Geb shield isn't available is going to absolutely tear through the Hachiman, though. So I think ultimately you're just going to see the Dragons getting easy farm. That makes it a lot easier for Sam to not even worry about the duo lane because of the pressure they already have. You can go focus on mid. If you need to, you can go help out that Camazotz, because if he's going up against Nike, especially pre-shield Nike, 2 assassins can absolutely eat through her health bar.
Now the final pick here for Sleekness towards
Should
their
be
jungler.
Susano.
Oath went with Susano last time.
Nope.
And he's going to go with Thor this time around. We saw Thor out of SOT yesterday, had a decent performance with this assassin in the solo lane. But Gore, how do you feel about Thor in the jungle right now, here in game number 3 up against the Dragons?
You know, I like his CC, and I like what Thor can bring. But I think there's a good reason we're not seeing as much Thor. Granted, there's a lot of assassin bans, a lot of jungle-specific centered bans in this game, so it is kind of isolating it. I mean, I still am a big fan, and the way the games have been going have been very brawl-centric, and so you get a good passive for that. You're going to get a little bit of extra power. I think it was also boosted a couple of patches ago. So theoretically, the fight back from this Thor could be pretty good, but the problem is realistically just the impact that he's going to have versus the Mercury. Mercury's been getting hands-on real quick, and so Thor's going to have to do a lot to keep up with that. Good ult, though, good presence, so if we start to see ganks, if Oath has even half the game that he had last time around, the Thor is not really going to be the point that worries me. It's going to be the duo lane right now that is definitely going to be struggling earlier on. But as I mentioned earlier, Hachiman, Morgan, very solid picks for them. Geb, despite the lack of pressure, does translate well into the late game. I think if Sleekness can just hold on a little bit, delay the game, they'll be fine.
So this draft here, even with the Thor kind of at that final one, still looking to be probably their best draft that they've made so far in this setup against the Dragons?
Yeah, oh yeah, hands down. I love this draft way more than games 1 and 2. Like, game 1 didn't feel like Sleekness. Game 2 felt slightly more like Sleekness, but it didn't get to translate well into play. These are gods that we've seen them perform on in the past, and so I have not only a lot more hope for them, but also a lot of belief behind at least their capabilities. I think this is going to be the closest one we've got.
Well, Mifflin alluded in game 1 to potentially seeing at least one win here out of Sleekness up in this setup against the Jade Dragons. And this is one of their last opportunities to do so. They're down 2-0. They lose here. They move on to face the loser of our next match, which would be between the Valkyries and the Olympus Bolts. And that's going to make their path towards a little bit harder, or at least a little bit longer, I should say. You got to play even more matches in order to get to that point here. Do you think this is the game here that Sleekness can maybe at least try and get one to turn against the Dragons?
Yeah, I mean, well, first off, they have to, right? Because
Well, yeah,
otherwise
they
they're getting
do need
eliminated.
to.
But I do think that this is a game that they had, like, this is their best shot at doing so. I would have loved to have seen a draft similar to this a little bit earlier, but of course, things were stifling them. One, you get the Morrigan that was taken away from them in a couple of these games, but also that Zeus in game 1 was just too much of a powerhouse to deal with.
What's the last shot for Sleekness to get a win over the Jade Dragons? Can they do it here in game number 3?
I don't know. Sleekness has got a lot of ground to make up after what we've seen in games 1 and 2. And Miff, apparently I'm not allowed to feel confident even if Oath is off to a 5-0 start in this game. It feels like, unless it's a 9K gold lead 10 minutes in, I'm not going to be sure if Sleekness. That's the mark. That's the mark I'm setting. Unless it's 9K plus 10 minutes in, Jade Dragons coming back. They're going to win that game. All jokes aside.
Is that a joke?
Nope, I was serious. I meant it. I said it. I meant it. The Jade Dragons, they give themselves this Mercury for a 3rd game in a row. Hurrywind on the Zhang Kui was the beneficiary of some good situations in game 2 and was able to capitalize well. And in the jungle matchup here in this game, bringing up the Mercury, I am sad and I'm hopeful because Thor is like one of my favorite gods in the game. And so I'm hopeful that Oath is able to make some plays happen here, Myth. But talk to me about carry ability. You're 6-0 on a Susano, and the game still doesn't go your way. Are you feeling more confident? Say Oath is off to the same start that he was in Game 1, or in Game 2, rather, here in Game 3. Is Thor giving you more confidence with the rest of the team that Sleekness has?
Woo! Nice pull from Quig. Gonna find the taunts in as well. Dropping him low. Could be first blood. Panicat
Oh, no,
can't
Panicat's
connect
low.
the last auto attack. Good peel from Dude Man Bro 429. But it does cost him his beads. So anyway, you're asking about Thor in the jungle. So yeah, assuming
so
that
much.
Oath is gonna get to that exact same start of 6-0, I'm less confident because Thor, blanket statement, worse than Susano.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, and so you did my thing, so I'll just do your job now, right? Is that how that works? That was a good pull-in from PBM onto Quig.
Oh, nice.
Doesn't force much, though Dude Man Bro did have to use the beads. Panda Cat had to use those beads as well. And so PBM on the Sylvana Smith, I think, is going to be a fun story to follow throughout this game. The Emoja was oppressive in game number 2. A Sylvanas who's feeling himself can be much the same. Sanford Soccer on the Mercury. Haven't seen these early ganks over in the solo lane that much. We see one here, Chronic. Goodbye, says Chronic. Ooh, but goodbye, says Fine Okay. I'll take that one to go. And the Kamazot's off to a first blood.
Man, and Kamazot's getting off to a roaring start does
Almost
not
got
bode
away.
well for Chronic in the soul lane. This is about the only opportunity that Final K would have had to have killed this Nike. Once Sentinel of Zeus comes online, I don't really think there's going to be much 1v1 or even 2v1 potential as insofar as Chronic is playing at least relatively safe in the lane. But now, Final K, with a 1-level lead, can start putting pressure onto the enemy blue buff, maybe even starting to move towards these back camps. And when the soul laner is ahead, that generally starts to bleed out towards the jungler. This could make Oath really suffer, as long as, you know, Final K does decide to leverage that lead early on. Seems like with the timing of the buffs and the timing of that kill, right there, not the greatest opportunity.
Quig pulled in by PBM. Mike was fishing for that same pull a moment ago on the rollout from Quig. Came up empty-handed this time, though. Able to grab Quig and pull him right back towards Panda Cat. The Danzaburo myth feels like it's been a Panda Cat special for a while here in Season 8. Was a period of time where more ADCs in the SPL were playing this pick. Panda Cat still, every once in a while, will lean back into it. If I see a Danza locked in, I'm assuming it's Panda Cat playing it. And it's such a unique kind of power curve there as Mike relentless around the purple buff. Oath, maybe making something happen here in mid. Hurrywind's got beads, doesn't need to use them. Sanford Soccer, though, he makes his way mid, but with Hurrywind low and no ultimate, nothing more to be had there. But you want to be able to get this lead, don't you? When you're Danzaburo in the duo lane, you want to be able to put pressure on Sleekness.
Yeah, Danzaburo is the god of win harder. Once you've got a lead on the Rocket Raccoon, the ultimate is essentially a one-shot, one-kill, right? You're going to land the stun immediately into the taunt, find that triple sake bomb as well. So that's generally why we see the Jade Dragons in the past, when they've locked in Mercury, go towards this Danzaburo, because Mercury is a god that is very adept at putting the duo lane ahead. As well as Danzaburo's got some phenomenal follow-up on the Sonic Boom.
Yep.
So keep your eyes on Sam. If this is anything like sets of past, he's going to be jamming it down.
Sam and Oath, meeting of the minds on opposite sides of the jungle. That's Anvil of Dawn up. He may be thinking that there's a re-engage from somewhere, maybe just getting
Strange.
some vision down beneath himself. And, you know, largely unimpactful as far as the immediate game state, but that was the first Anvil of Dawn we've seen this game, and as far as the next little bit of time goes, minute or so, that's going to be on cooldown. So Oath's ability to immediately impact with that ultimate now missing.
Dave, I don't say this often.
Okay.
I have got zero inkling as to why Oath would have hit that button when he did. Maybe he's worried that Hurrywind was like stealthing up on him, and then I realized, oh wait, no, Hurrywind's the Zhongqi, so that's not an option.
Right.
Maybe he thought Sanford Soccer was going to blink over the wall and chase him down. Sanford Soccer does not have blink.
Right.
There's really nothing Oath could have done with that.
Oath doesn't have Anvil of Dawn for this. Does have the hammer to get out alive, but Fine Okay taking a 2v1, feeling just fine about it. But Hurrywind being jumped on here. Great opportunity for Sleekness to get a kill in this game. Bat out of hell from Nehu on the transformation. Gets it done. And the Sleekness mid laner able to find a kill. Sanford Soccer, he's got his ultimate, and Chronic learns out the hard way. Jade Dragons pull one back.
Man, just Hurrywin getting caught out in mid. Phenomenal rotation from the duo lane of Sleekness, both Quig and Dude Man Bro. The Cavalry show up and make sure that he is able to finish off that kill. But on the other side, Sanford Soccer realizing that there's nobody else here. Maybe I just fully commit onto Chronic, and with the help of Final K, able to tear one back from the other side. Early on, it's the Jade Dragons, the exact same pacing we've seen every single game. Golden experience, all favoring the SPL veterans.
This one is a pretty hefty gold lead, given the timing of the game, 1.5K. Nearly 6 minutes in. Nehu's got to use the beads here, get some good damage in onto PBM. Nehu takes plenty of it in return. One of those two characters has sustain, but there's not enough sustain. His Oath on the rotation in. We'll double tap Mike and put him in the grave. Hurriwan walks forward, does not have his ultimate. Same for Soccer though, forces out the beads from Woo! Who nearly gets another double tap worth of damage. Has Anvil of Dawn. This would be risky for Oath to go back in on this fight, so he will not. And an effective trade from Sleekness in the mid lane.
Maybe a slight miscommunication for Sleekness, though. Quig still had the Stone Shield available and uses it just in time to cleanse off that CC that Sanford Soccer had applied to Oath, but Oath was playing for himself. Maybe the communications weren't there, and he uses the beads as well. So that is an expensive fight for Sleekness. Nehu no longer has beads. Oath, as well, has lost his defensive relic. Blink down on Quig. This is an opportunity for the Jade Dragons to take a fight despite losing out in that engagement.
Myth, have you seen like this level of tier 1 tower mid pressure early in games in a long time? I'm thinking about how early the Sleekness mid towers have fallen down.
Oh my god.
He was laughing. That is absurd. Sanford Soccer, he's gonna die. But that was gross from everyone on the Jade Dragons. Unfortunately, you're trading back 2 kills.
Kill stole that.
As far as fun goes, I think the Jade Dragons win.
Yeah, 100%.
As far as trading goes, though, Sleekness in the 2-for-1 feeling like they got some good value.
Man, Nehu steps up. He's like, I've got Changeling. No way I die. I've got Chronic preloaded. I was going to Sentinel of Zeus, and he gets immediately shut down and clotheslined by Sanford Soccer. But there is risk to playing inside an enemy tower at the 7-minute mark, and the Jade Dragons receive the brunt of it. A good trade for Sleekness, and now some slight leads potentially. Nehu, despite falling down first, got a 1-level advantage over Hurriwins.
You know, sometimes, and that's one of those moments to be clear, words aren't going to do it justice. Pure laughter is about all that came to mind there, because that was some of the most damage I've seen do in that short of a window in a long, long time.
Wow.
Chronic. Unlucky. Jeez. This has been happening from minute 1. And Myth, you know, now it makes sense because of how far Final K is, and Sanford Soccer has got a pretty decent lead as well. We thought that early in this laning phase was the only time you were going to be able to kill off this Nike.
Oh, man.
No, but it's been a combo of Final K and Sanford Soccer. Nehu transforms
How did Mike get here? God.
Well, he just walks on over on the Sylvanas, gets the knockup on a Nehu, forces the bat out of hell. Oath
He's everywhere.
does not have Anvil of Dawn, but does have a slow applied Sanford Soccer with his 3rd kill, and it looks like the build is going to be the same for this Mercury Crusher. Into a Rage, and if this pace continues, that Rage is going to be fully stacked shortly.
Man, the Jade Dragons, they're just playing with confidence. They show up even when Sleekness are winning out on trades. It's like the Jade Dragons don't care. They legitimately are not concerning themselves with what their opposition are doing or what they've got or who they are. It's just, we're going to go into your tier 1 tower. We're probably going to take that tier 1 tower, and they have, by the way, both in mid and solo. We're going to take some lives, and if we're lucky, we're going to walk out, but that's not the goal. It doesn't super matter. It seems like the Jade Dragons are very willing for these kamikaze attacks, and more often than not, they are walking away from them.
Yeah, it's a team that's feeling themselves right now. Remember, the 1-for-2 trade was like a slight glimmer of hope for Sleekness, who's only 1 kill behind, by the way, but near 3,000 gold. What did that turn into? A 3-level deficit for Oath, who was there in that trade, and a 2-level deficit for Chronic, who was ganked by Sanford Soccer a moment later. A 1-level lead for Nehu, though.
That's huge.
That's part of the pullback there in the mid lane. So Hurriwan just a bit down, but everyone else way, way up over their oppositions on Sleekness. And maybe you're thinking, all right, well, Dude Man Bros maybe been left alone with Panda Cat, who wasn't wildly ahead. Maybe that's a point of progress for this Sleekness team. No, Panda Cat a little bit ahead immediately in the build. You imagine Dude Man Bro will head back, finish up an item. But outside of mid-Myth, not much is working here for this Sleekness team, and everywhere Sanford Soccer goes, blood, well, it tends to rain down, and looks like the left side of the map is going to be the next is Quig, tossed by the wayside.
Hey, Dude Man Bro still has his ultimate, is going to get hit by the Sonic Boom and loses out on the beads, but shoot, whoa, he canceled it?
Oh my god.
Yeah, he did. Mike canceled it out, but this is what we see in Oath on the re-engage. The Anvil
What?
Dawn, after the fact, has pulled back a kill or 2 for Oath.
What's up?
This time it's just a kill onto Sanford Soccer. There's still
You
a
want
Thor
fish
here.
in?
There's a second Thor here as Nehu's transformed And the Anvil of Dawn rings down on the left
Ooh,
side of the map
double
for the
root.
second time. But Fido K's level 12, and he's got 2 kills, and Hurrywin's in as well. You do not want to be a part of this fight if you're Sleekness. You get 2, but you lose everyone but Chronic.
How did
That
you do that?
that was a lot of interesting decision making in the micro. We can evaluate how the fight starts. It's
That's
Sanford
not
Soccer
working.
trying to set up for Panda Cat on the Danza Burrow. Sleekness over towards the Draugr are able to.
What? After the fact, has pulled back. This is what we see.
Missed it.
Beads, but shoot!
Whoa!
Whoa! He cancels his ultimate. Is gonna get hit by the Sonic Boom and loses out on the beads, but shoot!
Whoa!
Whoa! He canceled
How
it.
do you do that?
Yeah,
How
he
do you-
did. Mike
how do you
canceled
think
it
you
out.
cancel
This is
that?
what we see in Oath on the re-engage. The
That
Anvil
was
Dawn,
safe.
after the fact, has pulled back a kill or 2 for Oath.
I
This
guess
time
you're not
it's just a
CCing
kill
in
on the
on
Sanford
the
Soccer.
Hachiman
There's still
ult.
a Thor here. There's a second Thor here as Nehu's transformed. And the Anvil of Dawn rings down on the left
Ooh,
side of the map
double
for the
root.
second time.
Oh my
But
God.
Fido K's level 12, and he's got 2 kills, and Hurrywin's in as well. You do not want to be a part of this fight if you're Sleekness. You get 2, but you lose everyone but Chronic.
That was a lot of interesting decision making in the micro. We can evaluate how the fight starts. It's Sanford Soccer trying to set up for Panda Cat on the Danza Burrow. Sleekness over towards the Draugr are able to pick that structure up, but lose out on a couple of lives. Quig falls down first. I thought Dude Man Bro was gonna hop on Epona and just ride out of there into the sunset. Instead, cancels his own ultimate and then gets knocked up by PBM. How does PBM know that Dude Man Bro's gonna cancel it immediately as
Oh, he
well?
canceled it?
Utilize that ultimate, kind of crazy.
Huh.
The reaction timing on that one, and the Jade Dragons with superior rotations, despite playing against a double
Maybe.
global composition. There were 2
Come on.
Thors for Sleekness. It's the Dragons who get there first.
All right,
They get
lay
the
down.
fight, and now the Gold Fury as well.
And maybe, I don't know, maybe Dude Man
Please.
Bro is told by Oath that he's about to dunk in, and
Well, that's certainly, right?
it's the only option. Dude Man Bro will back here safely.
Sneaky.
As Sanford Soccer and Final K were searching. Final K has gone into the Transcendence now on the Camazotz, so Blackthorn is the popular item in the solo lane. Both Chronic and Final K have that. But a Transcendence
Okay,
stacking up
lay
for
down.
Final K. If you thought that Mercury wasn't enough to deal
Stay
with,
down,
and
man.
now
Just be
Hurrywin, who
comfortable.
was a level down, is now a level up, wasn't enough to deal with.
See?
And Mike, who's
See how
got
nice
a
it
level lead,
is?
and Panda Cat. If you
There you
didn't
go.
think any of them were enough, you got Final K, who's building into damage. He's 3-0-3 on the Camazotz, and unfortunately, Miff, we have not seen the bounce back potential from Sleekness in games 1 or 2. Gonna need to see it here and 3 straight games, or else they're going down
Okay, I'll
to
feed
the,
you in a minute,
the other
okay?
side of this bracket.
Yeah, that would be tough stuff, but no shame in it. It's the Jade Dragons. These guys are synonymous with the SPL
Yeah.
holistically. They're not out of it, Sleekness. I feel like I've said that every
Holistically.
single game
No,
so
look,
far.
here's the thing. All right,
Okay,
you know what?
yeah,
Here's
feel
the thing,
free.
Miff. We're gonna.
Let me know.
We're 12 minutes in.
Uh-huh.
It's a 5,500 gold lead.
Good lord.
The Jade Dragons have controlled every facet of this game.
Yep.
The kills that Sleekness have all been on return kills from plays that Jade Dragons have made but
So reactive.
overextended on. The Jade Dragons haven't fumbled even slightly despite being down 5 kills to Oath in game number 2.
Yep.
And so I appreciate you sowing some intrigue.
Oh,
And-
thank you.
And there is some to be had.
Is there?
There is some to be had. But it's not much. The Jade Dragon, and it's
Oh,
just
here it
because
is.
of history. They have not showed us any signs of slowing
Oh,
down.
great
Panda
ult.
Cat rocket out. As Hurrywin rotates in from the mid lane, the wall will receive the rocket from the Jade Dragon's Hunter. Oath dunks down. Hurrywind is alone, but Zhang
Great
Kui
pull.
just fine to sustain himself up. Nehu is transformed here as well. A fantastic target. This Final K's got some good items in
Got
that
him.
build. Nehu pulls a kill back. This is what we've seen. Sleekness punishing an overextension. Now Sanford Soccer alone in the purple buff pit, but he trades places with Oath, and he's walking out of the backside of this fight. Quig rolls on through, but he does not have
What?
enough damage.
He
Sanford
lived?
Soccer will live unless the minions get it done. They will not. And Final K
Oh my
drops
God.
back into the back end of this fight. Will punish Sleekness for being
Hey, Coffee,
Double
welcome
root
home.
for PBM. Keeps Quig locked down. Credit for the kill goes over to Panda Cat. Chronic able
All
to
right,
utilize that
there's your
Sentinel of
there's your
Zeus
intrigue.
to walk out.
Jeez.
There was some pretty insane
Oh my
individual plays
God.
that I'll break down once Chronic falls
Yeah,
down.
Sentinel Zeus is gone.
Cool, no good. Final K connects the slow, and Chronic walks on out of there. We saw PBM cancel the EI Jutsu from Dude Man Bro, which would have likely have killed Panda Cat with his ultimate. And then later on, it was Nehu who transforms into the Camazotz, jumps over the wall, would have immediately shut down Hurrywin. PBM frame perfect, pulls him on landing back through the wall. The Sylvanas plays are crispy so
Yeah.
far. The Jade
You
Dragons.
saying Mike's good at Smite or something?
Yeah, I guess so, man.
See a level 13 Sylvanas,
Level 13?
tied with everyone on Sleekness,
All
and
of
then
'em.
some.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he's doing all right here.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's fine in game 3. This look, it has been far from an easy year for the Jade Dragons or the Jade Dragons fans. This is a set you would expect the Dragons to win.
I
That
do.
said, the fashion in which they've done it, after a bit of a break, after a disappointing exit from the Phase 3 playoffs, you had to see a game like this to feel confident, to feel happy about the Jade Dragons. You needed to see a set like this to show you that the Dragons are refocused and remotivated, and they sure are. And with a win here in Game 3, we'll move one set away from a guaranteed spot in the Smite World Championships in the main bracket, happening in just a few weeks' time. It's coming up quickly here, Miff. Sleekness, if they lose this game, they're not out of it just yet. We'll have another chance against the loser of our next matchup, which is the Olympus Bolts versus the Valhalla Valkyries. But, all right, so we saw what? It was an 18-minute Fire Giant Game 1.
Yep.
I think 17-something in Game 2. If the Jade Dragons go for it here in the next couple minutes, they will just continuously one-up themselves. And that Rage is fully stacked. The Transcendence is fully stacked. There's plenty of damage to get those objectives done.
Yeah, you got the Serrated Edge finished up on Sanford Soccer, so his burst potential, his core of the build completed all the way. Seems like Final K is actually going to be going down the crit tree as well. Not something you get to see.
This is 2v4.
Yeah,
see how it turns
they
out.
lose
2v4.
this.
This should be a Sleekness win, but Mike gets a pretty good ultimate panic attack.
What? What?
How's he alive?
He forces Dude Man Bro to use Jaeger.
My
That was
God.
nearly disastrous for Sleekness. You have to win a 2v4. That's a dunk down from Oath. Does not connect for the stun, but the wall sure does. And this is where the reactionary nature of the Jade Dragons will make Sleekness pay. You've gotten Panda Cat, but it's going to cost you at least Nehu and likely Quick.
Quick walking out of there slowly. Doesn't even get a chance to channel the rollout. Gonna fall down to Sanford Soccer. Chronic makes his rotation in, has the ultimate available, but likely will not try and chase out this battle. Sleekness in a 4 versus 2, take 1, and then lose 2.
That's good math. For the Jade, no, I mean, like that's
Oh, not me.
by the Jade Dragons. That's just good, like good stats, good math for them. That works out
Yeah, agreed.
in every aspect.
I'm
of
gonna
the
go
game.
find something
Without
to
a
snack
Fire
on. I'll be
Giant,
back in a little bit.
only
Okay.
a couple Furies.
Enjoy.
They'll find themselves 10,000 gold
Already?
in the lead. And we had a conversation about, you know, the winner dogs in the other side of the bracket, the other SCC team, and how we're feeling about their confidence up against the loser of the Warriors and the Solar Scarabs. I don't know. I mean, both of those teams felt like they played pretty well yesterday.
I thought you were gonna say you don't know who won. It's like it was
Oh my God.
yesterday.
Yeah, and I was on desk for it
Me too.
with you.
Yeah.
Of course I know who won. Who won?
I think it was like the Scarabs or something.
What's nerve-wracking now about Sleekness, and if this result should hold, is that we saw enough from the winner dogs, despite a 3-0 loss to the Leviathans. A couple of those games were interesting enough.
A lot closer than these have been.
A lot closer than these have been. Interesting enough that the winner dogs at least feel competitive, right, against you know, what could be the Olympus Bolts or the Valhalla Valkyries. The Jade Dragons will not best their Fire Giant time from Game 2.
They might
We'll get
tie
pretty
it.
close to it. It might be a tie. I don't know if I feel the same about Sleekness, no, Miff. I mean, look, this is the Jade Dragons. This is the style of game that they can play. Sleekness did not show us much here today. And so you hope for just a complete transformative effort the next time we see this team play.
You gotta hope. Thor still has not made his way back to base. The Jade Dragons already inside the Phoenix. Nehu invisible, but not willing to step in, and the Phoenix falls down. Sleekness decided to trade out a tier 2 tower on the left-hand side and lose out on the more important objective on the right.
Are you giving it back to me?
Yeah,
You're
I
gonna do
mean-
some chair 1, give it back to me?
Yeah, go for it.
So Sleekness, and my point is, you know, if you're placing bets on our next set, fans would have the
Surely
Jade Dragons in the lead.
Surely not.
This is a 1v5.
Four now.
Technically 4, because Final K's already deleted Nehu. We'll see. I want to see some resurgence here from the Valhalla Valkyries and Sleekness. Hopefully able to get their feet back underneath them in what has been a disappointing set for Sleekness. A fantastic set, though, for the Jade Dragons. As this lead has, if it weren't already, it's officially out of control. And the last-ditch effort from Sleekness underneath their mid-lane Phoenix. Dude Man Bro, he is melting in the backline, and it is Final K, who probably didn't need to press any buttons except left click. He will auto-attack down the Sleekness AD carry. It is a 7-0 finish for the Jade
Jeez,
Dragon
man.
solo laner. A 3-0 finish in this set for the Jade Dragons, and they will move on in the SWC placement rounds.
Man, Sleekness just weren't able to get their feet under them, Dave. Generally, this is a team that loves to play that early game aggressive style where they're
Wow.
playing these unorthodox picks, but it's felt like the
They
Jade
did kind
Dragons,
of in game 2, right?
That was really dominant.
if you're being generous, I suppose.
I'm nothing if not generous.
The Jade Dragons had their number, right? Well, what do we associate with Sleekness? It's these off-brand, off-kilter support picks. E-Set was first-round banned every single game this set. We associate early game aggression with Sleekness. Jade Dragons, well, we associate the same thing with them, and they do it slightly better, clearly. Tough stuff, man. Sleekness just weren't allowed to play their game.
Not at all. And the Jade Dragons were able to do whatever they want, despite a 5-0, a 6-0 oath in game number 2. Jade Dragons didn't flinch. Jade Dragons 3-0 start to their SWC placement round. Sleekness, they'll be awaiting the loser of our next matchup, the Olympus Bolts for the versus the Valhalla Valkyries. Post-game desk coming up next.
Cray cray.
We have Fire Giant for Fine OK, and he is under this Phoenix with his team. Players Aurora putting up the defense here. And they are the Big bounce to do 1 damage is coming out. Layers is just gone.
Jeez.
I've never seen that bounce before. Not once have I ever seen it used that way. I don't think Layers had either, man. That is nuts.
That is nuts. Is that like...
That way. I've never seen that bounce before. Not once have I ever seen it used that way.
That's crazy.
Layers had either.
Huh.
That is nuts.
Good to know. Okay, if anybody's listening to me, I gotta go feed my animals. So let me feed my kitties, my turtle. I might use the bathroom too. So I gotta get more water for my turtle. So I'll be back in a few minutes. And maybe we'll play something. Okay? So I'll be right back.
take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
YouTube.com/SmitePro to catch up on all the behind-the-scenes action that goes on during the times of the Smite Pro League or the downtimes of the Smite Pro League when we have the, and I'm going to take this coin term here from Gormizer, the Smite Pro Lounge, as we've kind of recalled it here for our Monday events whenever we have the pros come in, play some games, do some trivia, have all kinds of 1v1 action. It all goes up on the Smite Pro YouTube channel, so make sure to go check that out. There's also the Smite Pro weekly recaps that I put out there with the help of my video guy. All I do is sit here and say words. He does all the heavy lifting. So check out all the cool stuff on youtube.com/SmitePro. These won't go here. These will go on the VOD channel. But let's talk about game number 3 because it happened. Final K was in the duo lane at 10 minutes. And, I think that's all that I can really say there is that Final K was on the opposite side of the map 10 minutes in the game getting double kills.
Yeah, I think that, you look at this grand scheme, you know what? They did exactly what we asked. They spread the kills out. It wasn't just Oath getting kills this time. Unfortunately, there weren't a lot of kills to be had there for Sleekness. So, yeah, I think ultimately you can look at what happened for them, and it's an unfortunate start for this portion of the bracket, especially as a showcase up against the Dragons. But if you're looking at the other side, first off, it's double elim, so Sleekness, they're going to be fine. They're going to be playing against either the Bolts or the Valkyries, depending on who wins and loses the next set. But realistically, what you can look at here is the Dragons, one step closer to a trick to Worlds, but 2, a very clean start to their week/weekend because they get to come in, have great KDAs, good kills. Final K was like 7-0-7 or something ridiculous like that in this game. They felt very, very comfortable, confident, didn't really play anything crazy outlandish either. Like, Mercury is something that they played in the past, Jonquay as well, but it's not something they've been doing a lot recently, so maybe you show a little bit of your hand, but at the end of the day, I think you had good games, and I think you were able to get away with doing a lot without showing off too much and being able to prepare for now your finals matchup on, what is that, Saturday?
Actually, no, I think that's
tomorrow. Yeah, you're right.
Tomorrow
Hold on.
these guys get a face-off again, and I think you're right to highlight, we talk about this a lot with, the SCC teams coming up in here, but I think it's equally important with these SPL teams of not having to show too much of your hand. Teams already knew how good how Sam for Soccer was on this Mercury. Everyone knows how good PBM is on Yamoja and Sylvanas. Everybody knows Panda Cats Gods. Nothing out here really is out of the ordinary for the Jade Dragons. It just felt like another day of the week for these guys.
Yeah, I think this is, again, just a good showcase of what they've been able to do. I want to do the math real fast. It is now 85% win rate for the Mercury. I kind of quick mathed that earlier, and I'm very proud that it is just a good pick for them. It seems to fit, and honestly, the way the items have transitioned, it's actually a pick that can actually show up. I think that's kind of the big thing, especially, like Crusher, a couple of buffs there, a couple of cost efficiency changes for things like Jotuns, and, Brawler's got, I think, a little bit of a buff. I think it opens up a lot more of Sam's God Pool, and that's going to make these next couple of days, as well as SWC, if the Dragons get to make it there, a lot more interesting.
Well, we've talked nonstop about Sam through these games, so now instead of talking about him, let's go ahead and talk to Sam for Soccer, standing by for our post-game interview. First off, Sam, thank you for joining me here on the post-game. Talk to me a little bit of how it feels to get to play Mercury 3 games in a row after having, what Gore said, like 28 bans against you throughout the Pro League.
I mean, yeah, it's fine. Merc's always fun, so I like to play him. Just kind of feel like whipping him, so yeah.
How does it feel kind of getting to come into this match, and it just feels like you guys really didn't have to kind of pull out any hat tricks. You guys kind of just got to play your own game.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely wanted to take it seriously, and we did, because they're like definitely a good team, even though they're SCC doesn't mean like we can take it lightly. But yeah, we didn't have to show like everything we've done, obviously, so that just feels good.
Well, you guys are one set closer to going to the Smite World Championships. You got one game tomorrow up against the winner of this next set. Any expectations or predictions for this Bolts Valkyrie set, and then you guys playing up against the winner of that?
Yeah, I think it's just the expectation's probably that the Bolts will win, but I guess you never know right at the end of the day. But yeah, I guess we're definitely expecting to play them. But yeah, I mean, we're confident against either one, so.
All right, well, Sam, thanks for sticking by for the post-game interview. Congrats on your game. I'll let you get back with the team so that way you guys can celebrate your victory.
Yep, thanks.
Just calm, collected throughout there, and I think another important note, and it's one thing that we've said, it's one thing that so many of the pros said, is even though this is an SCC team, you do still have to show a lot of respect to them, and you could see it there just in the ban phase alone, really focusing out that dual lane. The Ola run, the E set was such a common ban by these Dragons. It was in all 3 of those games to try and shut out that dual lane.
And successfully did so, right? I mean, Quig did not get to have the performance today that we got to see on the E set a couple of days ago. So really good target bans. The Dragons obviously did their homework. Now they've given the exact same amount of games to whoever wins this next set, only 3 to work with for whoever moves on to the finals, which is definitely going to be difficult when they do their homework.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule and the bracket to see how everything breaks down here after our first set of the day. The Jade Dragons move on after a 3 over Sleekness, and the next match up is going to be the Olympus Bolts up against the Valhalla Valkyries. And you heard it from Sam, probably expectations across the board here are with the Olympus Bolts to get their win. They move on, and potentially then now throwing the Valhalla Valkyries down towards Sleekness. But I always say this, Gore, it is Smite. You never know what's going to happen until something actually happens on the battleground itself. But the J-Dragons do move on here. Sleekness now down on the lower half of the bracket in that bronze match to play. They'll play the loser of this next game between the Olympus Bolts and Valhalla Valkyries, and then that team will have one final chance after that to still make it to the Smite World Champions, because we do take 2 teams out of every group.
Yep.
So winner of tomorrow, the 2 matches tomorrow, means that they get a guarantee. The winner of that means they guarantee go to SWC, and then there's still one more between those 3 that we have to go through. Before we get into that match, Gore, I mean, it's been fun to have you over here on the desk talking about Jade Dragons and all that, but we got one more set coming up after this. The Olympus Bolts and the Valhalla Valkyries coming up right after this break.
Ghirardelli chocolate chips makes baking a bite better.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second half of day number 3 for the Smite World Championship qualifiers. And our good friends over at Maxonomic providing some of the greatest chairs out there for all of you Smite fans. And we have Andy sitting by actually modeling off one of the newest additions here, the Smite Maxonomic Extra Large Chair, the big and tall version. Mifflin, I haven't had the pleasure of getting to sit in that chair just yet. That's usually reserved for you, Gore, and Aggro. How much more comfy is that one than just the standard chair?
Well, I think I might be the target demographic, so I personally really do like that chair, man. If you guys are not a fan of the standard, like, DX Racer style of chair where it's got, like, the sports car, like, curve-ups on the edge, the larger versions are more of a flat seat. You can kind of go cross-legged in there. I'm sure Paul would love that, so he can do his, like, L from Death Note thing. I like it. I'm a huge fan. I might buy one.
Well, there you go. If that's not enough to say the chair, then I don't know what is. Make sure to go over to our new link provided to you guys. That way you guys can pick one of those up. Needforseat.com, the hrz.io/SmiteMax, whatever that link was that we popped up to there. I already forgot it right off the top of my head. But thank you so much to Maxonomic for being the chair sponsor here in Season 8 of the SPL and continuing on even potentially more beyond there. Pick up your Smite chair, whether it be the regular or the XL. Set number 2 of the day is set to be a big one here in Mifflin. We got the Olympus Bolts and the Valhalla Valkyries. The Valkyries now with a small change up to their roster. Johnny is going to be replaced by Ice Ice in this instance around in the jungle. So bringing in some old talent, I will say. Ice Ice has been around the scene for quite some time here in the scene, but now replacing Johnny.
Yeah, so old talent at the end of old, right? This is like old.
Old D.
Yeah, well, no, I think the E is still silent.
Old day?
No, I mean...
Well, you'd say like ye old?
Yeah, like ye old.
Okay, so we got some ye old talent of Ice Ice, formerly Ice Ice Baby. That's how long it's been around, as he's even had a name change from Ice Ice Baby down to just Ice Ice. First set of the day is said and done. Jade Dragon's got the 3-0 over Sleekness. Now it's the Olympus Bolts and the Valhalla Valkyries. We got the Olympus Bolts here in the studio. The Valkyries, unfortunately, were not able to make it here towards the studio. And as I said, Johnny being replaced by Ice Ice on this team for the remainder of this tournament, for the remainder of the year on. Taking a look at the bracket. Winner of this game goes out to face against the Jade Dragons. Loser has to go down and play up against Sleekness.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this set, man. I said yesterday that there probably is a pretty heavy favorite coming into this one. The Olympus Bolts have been playing together for a very long time. Used to go under the team name Renegades, have essentially stayed together since then.
I got to bathroom.
Whereas the Valhalla Valkyries have seen some newer team this year, and now they've got a shift up coming into this exact set, losing one of their star players. Johnny was one of the silver linings for this squad. Now Ice Ice has some pretty large shoes to fill.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. It's going up against a very big team here in the Olympus Bolts. I mean, in Phase 2, they went on like a 8-win streak, and then Phase 3, they come in here, and they had an unfortunate spill up against the Jade Dragons during the playoffs and whatnot here. But now, back and raring for another opportunity and maybe a little bit hungry to try and get their revenge up against Jade Dragons. And who better to try that through than Veneno? I mean, we've been talking a lot about how the mid lane meta has developed ever since this Book of the Dead build came out there.
Welcome back.
Talk about
Thank
the
you,
pioneer
Coffee.
of the Zeus
Welcome
Book
back
of the
to you as
Dead
well.
build here with Veneno.
Yeah, Ven loves that style of aggressive play, man.
You guys want to keep watching this, or should we do something else?
Kind of sometimes unorthodox picks like the Morrigan, but he plays it as if he were an assassin. I think in a previous life, Ven probably a jungler, because he loves working his way behind these team fights. Even in these clips, when he's playing frontliners, watch him. He likes to walk straight through the engagement, find those priority targets, plays very aggressive picks. Yet another semi-unorthodox pick on the screen right now, Chang'e, essentially the battle mage of Smite. I think that Ven is a great player in this meta because generally, for the first time in like the last 3 or so years, I want to say, in Season 8 now, it kind of is a mid 3v3 meta. If your mid laner is establishing dominance, getting aggressive, you control the mid camps, you can control these greater scorpions. It really is very nice, and that's a play that you love, J-Mac, the multi-man Chang'e ultimates. You love that.
It was only 2, but even getting 2 is still
he's
rather
right there, man.
Look, getting 2 is still rather impressive, I will say. It's not the 5-man Chang'e that I love to see, and maybe I hope to net a 5-man Chang'e. I think I would absolutely lose my mind if I saw a game like that one, but Veneno on this Chang'e, we only saw it previously out of Zeros when it was coming up into these matches, and a couple of other players, Paul,
play some Smite
even
if you
Veneno
want,
here starting
or
to pick
watch you
that
play
one up.
some
We do have
Skyrim
Veneno.
or chess.
Stand by, we talk a lot about him. Let's go ahead and talk to him.
Those are the options, huh?
For our pregame interview.
Yeah, that's right. I got Vin where a couple of cheers. I will say, this has nothing to do with the interview. I've been sitting in that one the last few times. I sit like a degenerate normally. I like to cross my legs and pull them up when I'm sitting down. There is a very noticeable difference now that I'm back in a normal Maxnomic chair than I when sitting in that one. So
I am comfy.
There's a plug, and he's comfy. You're gonna feel it. You're gonna go back to the booth and be like, "Where'd the roof go? I don't know what to do anymore." Either way, you're going up against the Valks here.
What you're saying,
as mentioned, have been playing some slightly unorthodox mid laners. But how have you guys been preparing for this? How have you spent the last few weeks?
From what you were saying,
we definitely went into the playoffs.
it might be better for me to wait for the Steam release anyways. That way the crashing bugs are dealt with or something, right? So isn't that,
play and make better.
Didn't you think it was probably better for me to wait for it to come out on Steam?
From what we wanted to play and just started following.
That's like why I'm waiting. Because it sounded like you thought that was a better idea to wait.
And to show it today.
Look at you.
You're making the meta or just playing whatever's left. And they had mentioned, Johnny's not going to be the jungler you're going up against. Everybody else is the same for the Valkyries, but you're going to have to deal with Ice Ice.
Sitting like that.
Did you guys make any special preparations for that change of style, or are you more prepared to just, like you said, play your own game?
Ice Ice hasn't played in the Pro League for I think a year now, so he might be a little bit out of it. And I think he's also kind of like a facilitator player instead of more of a carry role. He might have swapped roles depending on what his team needs from him. But yeah,
just how dare you try
to see
that?
what he brings, and we just have to be ready to adapt if anything is special.
Where you
Now, I
going?
know we've seen a lot of changes
Where you going?
in mid,
I
and
got
this
you.
is something that I don't think I'm
Why
going
you
to get
leaning
a
forward?
direct answer from, but like,
Just sit
you
there.
were willing to play things like the Chunga in the past. Morgan's
Where you
obviously
going?
been a big pick.
Where
But,
you trying to
with
go?
the
You trying to
items
leave?
shifting, do you think that
Alright, go
kind of
ahead.
most mages are viable now, or is it still the same that we saw
Do you have
towards
anything
phase 3?
you'd like to
I
do
think
on
it's-
stream?
I mean,
I'd like
some
to take my
characters just don't
clothes
have,
off
like,
on
the
stream.
mobility that other characters have, so it's harder to
Is that
slot in,
okay?
like, some random picks.
Twitch
but,
seems to be
you
okay
might
with
see
stuff
some
like that,
spicy
right?
picks coming out of mid from
As
different
long as you
players and
don't
stuff
say
like that.
anything
I'm
hateful
excited to
in
see what
chat,
you have in store for us. Of
and a
course,
bot
I'm sure
automatically
everyone's
bans
excited to
you.
watch the Bolts take on the Valkyries. It's going to
You
come
can
up
take your
right
clothes
after
off, and that's
the Dust
probably
takes
fine.
this one through picks and bans.
Thank you so much. I think an important thing to kind of pull there from Venenu's
It's only
interview
multiplayer that
is
crashes.
whenever
The
they were playing
single
up
player
against
is
the Dragons,
fine,
they
but
were kind of
apparently the only
following a meta
information
versus making a
on the
meta and kind of playing
Steam
their own
release
style.
date
I think
is
that's
sometime
kind of
this
really the
year.
statement for all of the teams that
It
come
could be
out
months
here is
before it's
playing
out on
their
Steam
own
instead of
style,
weeks.
kind of
Oh.
defining their style, their meta, and then trying to
Twitch is
combat
pretty
what
okay
other
with
teams are
stripping,
bringing
yeah.
up here
Okay.
against them. The Olympus Bolts maybe looking to try and kind of redefine
It's a good
their
thing
meta
it's dark in
today.
here while I'm wearing this
I
shirt
hope
without a
not,
bra
man.
on.
I'm a student of the meta.
'Cause it's a
If
white
they're doing
top,
something
and I kind
completely
of, like,
different, my death
you know,
segment's gonna be pretty bad. I
poke
gotta
through quite a
rely
bit.
on history to figure out what's going on.
It's not the thickest of white
Look,
tank tops.
there obviously is a conversation for finding your own style, right? But there are teams that have just kind of fully adapted to the meta holistically.
Just why I typically wear a bra when I'm wearing
Leviathans
this.
come to mind for that
If
style of
anybody's
play.
gonna see
They
me.
hop on Reddit, they look at the tier list. And they say,
So does that mean you
Well,
think I
Olympus
should get
Bolts,
the Epic
according to Ben,
Games launcher and
that's
just
not
crash
exactly
all
what
the time on multiplayer? Is that
Going up
what you're
against the
suggesting then?
Valhalla
Because it
Valkyries,
sounded like
specifically
you thought I
Venenu's
should
up
wait for
against
Steam.
Heroes, and we talked a lot about Venenu's Changa, which had some very stellar plays, even some highlights. Even
So
if
that's
I
what I
say
was
it's
doing.
only a two-man Changa ult, it's still impressive to be able to slam two people, do a lot of damage. But let's talk about Zeros, who was
It's
the
a
one
damn
who kind
shame
of brought
that
the
it's
Changa
dark
back
in
here into
there
the mid lane
while
meta. He was
you're
one of the
wearing
first
that
ones to do
top.
it this year.
LOL.
Yeah, not only the Changa,
Yeah,
Neath
it's not
mid
that
is
big of a
something
deal.
we've seen a fair bit in the
It's
past.
just that my
or
nipples are very
recently,
dark,
rather,
so you'd
and
be able
that's
to see
something
them
that
really
Zeros
easily,
loves
probably.
going towards.
Or maybe
Luckily,
not. I don't know.
Gormizer had pulled up Zeros'
Because there's
stat
this black
page here
writing on the
the sheet.
top,
I
right
had
where
no
they are
clue
also.
how to navigate this normally, but since
It
I've
doesn't
got
really
it here,
matter
I can share some
anyways.
Gormizer
Even if you
stats
see
with
them, it doesn't
guys.
matter.
So far this year, Zeros has played 23 unique gods, and the number of gods that he has acquired a win on is 8. Do the math right there. So
About a third.
yeah, about a third of the gods that he plays sees success, and I think the ones that you're going to see on the screen right now are likely going to be those. Soul comes to mind. The Changa has gotten a couple of wins. The Neath mid has seen some success in the past, and with having a more facilitator style jungle, as Ven said, with Ice now replacing Johnny, I think we can start to see a little bit more so of these hyper carries through mid. We've seen very often Zeros kind of relegates himself a little bit more so towards a facilitator
guess
style
Zeros
of
isn't gonna
play,
be in
maybe
the
not
SPL this year.
necessarily going towards facilitator
Unfortunate.
picks. Now's the time for Zeros as the veteran of this team, a mainstay of the Valhalla Valkyries, to really step up, and I believe that he can.
And I think it was important also for Venenu to kind of bring up, the status on Ice. Hasn't played in the Pro League for a while. He's been playing for the Goodnight Nick roster over in the EU SCC for the majority of this year.
I think downloading the
And he
Epic
kinda has
launcher would
been playing
probably
more
be
of
a
that
good idea,
facilitator
yeah.
style. He hasn't been
As
going
long
for
as
these
you're
hard
the
carries like
host,
Johnny
you
likes
won't
to go, like
crash.
the Kali's, the Bakasuras, and things like that.
Apollos.
The
Uh-huh.
Apollos, the Uller jungles. We did see a couple of Uller jungles. One of those did fairly successful.
Okay.
But that's not typically the style that Ice usually goes for. We have seen some
Uh-huh.
very, I'll just call them strange picks come out of him in times over the course of this year. But here in the big
Okay.
leagues, in the big moments to shine here, gotta imagine we're gonna be seeing a lot
Right.
of big meta coming out of this player.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm expecting like Kamazats, maybe like a Loki or something along those lines. We might even see an Ice that is legitimately just trying to emulate what Johnny has been playing, because the Valhalla Valkyries have been playing around Johnny's style of picks all year. So generally, when you're in a high-stakes situation, you don't want to have to completely shift up your own style that you've been honing. They might just have, the Valhalla Valkyries that is, told him to just play Johnny. Go study Johnny's clips. Go get on the Lokis. Maybe we see an Apollo jungle today. I'm excited.
Do you really want to see an Apollo
No,
jungle?
I don't. I mean, but like, maybe.
Maybe.
He's like, no, I don't, but
jungle.
maybe.
You never know what's going to come out of this team. You never know what's going to come out of these players. Though there is one little stat. I remember Gormizer and I talked
Yeah, I'll
about
turn
it
this back up a little bit.
before we even came onto the desk. Haddix only needs 1 kill to get his 500th competitive kill today. So he's got 3 games to get it. You got 3 games to get your,
No,
your
it's sad that
500th
Ducky's
kill
not in the
here,
SPL
Haddix.
this
Let's
year
jump into
either.
picks and bans for game number 1
No
between
Ducky,
the
no
Valkyries and
Amelito,
the Bolts.
no Zeros,
in our second
no
semifinal
Rapper.
match of the SWC placements here in Group B.
Crazy.
We get started out here lovely right out the gate with the Valhalla Valkyries actually going for the first pick slot.
And immediately going towards the Ola Run ban as well. We'll see what the Valhalla Valkyries choose to limit here from the Olympus Bolts. Could be that they've heard through the grapevine that the Bolts are trying to play something completely different themselves, so maybe those historic bans that you'd expect up against the Bolts don't ring true here today. But it seems like the Bolts have done their research. The Valhalla Valkyries are the only team
Well,
in the SPL
we
to have
can't
ever first
do-
picked Sun Wukong. Well, that's not an option anymore.
No, and it's really only Ducky who
I
would
wasn't here
ever
alone for a
play
long
this
time.
god. We saw
And now
like
there's, like, actually
2
people
times
in
that Big
here
Man Tinks played it
watching
in mid, but I don't think that was the first pick in that instance. But
I
first
could
2
play
bans on the
some
side of the
Smite.
Valkyries, not just that Ola run, they're also going to throw
Watching the pros
other,
play makes you
I
wanna
believe
play
it's the Yoruba
and try some
Pantheon
stuff, you
is
know?
where they come through. Yamoja.
The what Pantheon?
I believe it's the Yoruba Pantheon.
That's where Yamoja's from?
I believe that's what that Pantheon name is. if
Man,
I'm not
I thought she was
mistaken.
Mayan. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I thought it was like her and Shibalanke hanging out.
No,
I
it
thought
is
she
her
was
and
Mayan,
Olorun,
too.
actually. Same Pantheon. Those two do get banned away here.
Who
Sun
and what?
Wukong and Erlong. No, it is her and Olorun, actually. Same Pantheon.
Her and
Those two do
Olorun.
get banned away
Oh.
here. Sun Wukong and
Yoruba
Erlong
Pantheon.
Shen, though, on the other side of the Olympus Bolts,
Don't even
taking
know
out
what
some
that
of that jungle carry that we've been seeing out of Erlong.
Yeah, Erlong Shen is just such an adaptable pick. You can go towards a complete hyper carry style play. Generally, you will see the Mannequin
I meant to
Scepter in
file
that
my
first
toenails,
slot, which
too.
will net you a lot of objective burn, gives you some of the strongest level 1 to level 2 ganks in the game. And if you are able to hit the ground running, you can keep running down that tree, pick up a serrated edge, go for attack speed, and just be a chainsaw. Or if you have a slower start with Erlong Shen, he is one of the few gods that can say, all right, well, I guess I'm an initiator now. I'm going to go tanky. I'm just going to look for these 9 turns blessings. So the Olympus Bolts, that's a pretty nice ban for them, just trying to limit and kind of restrict some of the more standard picks out of jungle from the Valkyries.
Talk about a tanky initiator now taken off the table here. Odin from the Valkyries to eliminate one of those solo lane potentials and make sure to keep Haddix away from something that can lock down a lot of these Valkyries players. One more ban to the Bolts, and they're going to use that with the Nike. So a lot of focus on some of these frontliners, a little bit on some of the carries here as well. So both these teams really want to try and break open this meta a little bit more and kind of push back some of these gods, especially gods like Nike that have been just doing basically nothing but winning this weekend.
And Nike is incredibly strong. I mean, the survivability, the backline disruption, the engage, all there for this god. I was very curious to see where the Valhalla Valkyries went with their first pick selection. Generally, they like to go towards something safe, something that's kind of plug and play and won't really disrupt a draft. They don't show their hand too early on. They don't go for maybe some of the picks that you'd associate with them, like Geb in the first slot or Terra or the Emojis of the world. Camazotz is something that I would argue
My feet are
should
ticklish.
generally just be first pick because he is plug and play, but he's also incredibly meta. He's adaptable. He's got decent flex potential. That's not necessarily slated for the jungle. The Valkyries can be tossing it up a little bit. Could be in the soul lane. Could be elsewhere. Probably going to be in the soul lane or the jungle, though.
Yeah, I mean, we did see, what, a 7-0 and 7 Camazotz out of Fine OK today. We saw like a 9-0 and something Camazotz out of Yarkor just yesterday on the Leviathans. It seems that Camazotz has found a nice and comfortable home over there in the solo lane. And talking about gods that have started to kind of flex over towards that solo lane once again, Osiris picked up here by the Bolts to couple with Skanesh.
Yeah, the axe changes have really helped out Osiris a lot in the lane. Now his poke potential is a lot higher. He's got much better late game scaling. Once you pick up that Sundering Axe, all of a sudden you're not just a tanky bot in the late game trying to find tether stuns. Sickle and Unravel become a much larger threat on the field. So I really do like this Osiris pick early on, and especially knowing who is likely to be piloting it. Haddix, the guy on your screen right now, he's got a nickname in the SPL, and that's Chadix. He loves to run it down, loves to play these bully-style picks in the short lane, and Osiris fits that MO.
And it does give them that little bit of flexibility, too, if you want to throw the Osiris in jungle over towards Lasper, or if you want to give that one over to Haddix himself. On the opposite side here, the Valkyries are going to lock in their dual lane, Geb and Izanami, as their first 2 picks right after the Camazotz, and it seems they're kind of going with that idea that you were preaching on earlier, just going with something safe, something you can just slot right in there.
Yeah, Geb is a little bit slower in the lane, so I'm happy to see them match it up with Izanami immediately. Had the Valkyries not gone for their Hunter selection in that 3rd slot, it is very likely that the Bolts would have banned out Iza, as she's one of the only Hunters in the game that really makes it easier for Geb to exist during the laning phase. Generally, when you lock in the Rock God, you completely seed a lane, but Izanami having piercing autos from level 1 to all the way till the end of the match means that you should be able to establish at least some semblance of lane pressure early on.
Gonna be honest here, Mifflin, with his Gilgamesh locked in by the Bolts, I'm not entirely sure which of these warriors is going to be going jungle, which one's going to be going solo lane. It seems that either of them can make their way over. I mean, Final K has shown us success on the Gilgamesh solo in recent times. Osiris has been kind of jumping his way up towards the solo lane. And then an Achilles ban, another warrior who's kind of been rising up as of recent times.
I am a vehement Gilgamesh solo hater. I don't think that god's got the best laning phase. I don't super love the scaling of a full tank Gilgamesh either. So I am going to hedge my bets and say it is likely we're going to have Gilgamesh in the jungle with Osiris in the solo lane. And with Ganesh already matching up as your front line, you've got a pretty steadfast front line on the side of the Olympus Bolts. You've got decent objective burn. Gilgamesh is very strong as an auto attacker on Gold Furies or Pyromancers early on, with Dharmic Pillars as well. Match him up with a Hunter. These neutral objectives are going to burn very fast.
Yeah, it seems that there's not a single carry that's going to be able to really get past this back line, or I should say this front line here of the Olympus Bolts. Second ban comes through. It's going to be a tier ban. There aren't many players in this league still playing tier, but one of those does happen to be Ducky there on the Valkyries, and the Bolts are going to ban that one away. And look how narrow they've made this warrior god pull towards the solo lane.
Seriously.
You think they're kind of forcing Ducky to maybe jump on a
And
guard?
5 warriors on that
It could
side.
be. I don't really like a lot of Ducky's Guardian selections. Maybe he can go towards something like the Jing Chen and hold his own in the lane and just
Banned
hope
5
that
and
the
took
scaling
2.
of his team composition helps him out come later on. But without having seen the mid laner for the Valkyries just yet, we'll have to see how that draft starts to round itself out. There's still a couple of
Maybe
warriors that
Guardian.
you could go towards. I don't know, like a Hercules, I suppose, if you want to try and find some cheeky plays early on.
I mean, I guess the Camazotz is there, so there could always be that option
Could
just
also.
in case. So maybe they're forcing the Camazotz to go into solo lane at this point.
There's potential for that. I'm not certain that there's enough in the Warrior ban column for me to say that there's really nothing left for the Valkyries to take there. Camazotz solo, obviously something very adept, something we've seen throughout the months, throughout this season as well, that has been very successful. Okay. All right, you may have been right. If that's a Pele lock-in, Camazotz solo, you got Aphrodite in mid. It's a very aggressive style of composition in the mid 3v3. If this Pele does get locked in, you got to really hope that they hit the ground running and link up with this Aphrodite and kind of run amok in the enemy jungle early on, which is not something that I would say that the Valkyries have got a lot of experience playing around. Generally, it is kind of a slow early game to a stronger mid-game transition that the Valkyries have aimed for in the past. Okay, no, you were right. Camazotz solo, Fenrir, and Aphrodite going to be the core of your mid 3v3. Once Geb rotates out as well, there's decent kill potential, but taking a peek at what the other side has, that is probably going to be a Soul in mid. Soul's incredibly safe. She's got CC immunity, the ultimate. Disapparate going to help you out a lot against things like the Brutalize as well. I like the aggression. I like the confidence from the Valkyries. I'm just worried about the execution on field.
I mean, you're talking about
And
them
remember,
typically playing a much slower earlier game, and Aphrodite
hydrate
is one that screams
or die.
early game damage and early game, you know, a whole lot there. Geb, as you talked about over in the dual lane, going to be a fairly slow start, and only kind of coupled there with the Izanami to at least bring a little bit of parity in that lane. The
Hydrating.
Olympus Bolts, they go for a 10th pick Chiron to kind of round out their draft. And again, kind of where I'm on this Osiris Gilgamesh, where they fall in place here, I'm not 100% sold that this is actually going to be Soul in the mid lane. I mean, we
getting
saw
back
some
underneath the
big
covers.
performances out of Barracuda in the past on this god too.
Yeah, you could have a lot of flex potential between Soul and Chiron. Both of them have similar levels of aggression throughout the early game, so I think you have to evaluate who
Oh,
lanes
yeah.
better with Nash. And then I'd
Okay.
probably give the
Pants
slight
just
edge to Chiron.
rode
The
all the
follow-up
way up.
damage, the ability to clear out waves, probably going to help out a lot in the 2v2. So
Okay, that's
I
better.
am still leaning towards Soul in mid. Soul also a lot more survivable against this aggressive Fenrir in the jungle from the Valhalla Valkyries. This could be a slower paced game for both of these teams, but it's really up to the junglers to establish that pacing. They're the
fuck is
really only
happening with this
cores of
cord?
aggression on both of these squads. Likely the Gilgamesh
Cord
or
came with me.
the Bolts.
That was
Going to
weird.
try and jam it down early on. Dropkick at level 2 has one of the most consistent and longest CCs, although single target. And, you know, Fenrir is Fenrir. He's going to probably max out that third ability and try and hit the ground running.
And if we're looking at these two compositions kind of in a vacuum, is going up towards the late game that you say, you know, that these two
Willow.
teams might want to run it through
That's
here, at least
me.
for the Valkyries. Does the
Hello,
Valkyries
beginner.
composition scale better for them towards the late game, or are you kind of giving that edge over to the Bolts?
Double Hunter composition, one physical, one magical for the Bolts. Pretty hard to argue against
You
that
still playing
scaling,
Bolt
right? I
on
mean,
Willow?
structures, neutral
No.
objectives, all going to burn incredibly quickly, and then you've got a standard
Sure
king
not.
protection style of composition with a triple front line. But on the other side, Aphrodite plus
You can't fool me.
Izanami, Geb being one of the best late game
Sure I
guardians
can.
in the game. Camazotz has very strong chase down
I'm
potential.
good at fooling people.
I think that if this game does go to about the 30-minute mark
Here's
at
2100
even,
reading.
I'm not
Pretty close,
heavily
yeah.
favoring one
Pretty
side or
close.
the other, but I would likely
Off
give
by
a
about
slight
1,000.
edge to the Olympus Bolts. So if we're not going to give a massive advantage in the late game, one team likely does have an advantage throughout the early, and I've got to give that edge to the Bolts as well. Just because of the Aphrodite and the Geb really slowing down your mid 3v3, it's going to make it hard for this Fenrir to operate.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at these two teams here. I'm looking at one side that's got an Aphrodite. You've got a Kamazotz with a lot of self-sustain.
I have a
Finger's got
case
some
on
in his
phone for
kit.
bullet.
Looking at the tools
Really?
over towards the Olympus bolts
Wow.
and the applications of maybe some
That's
kind of
pretty
anti-heal.
serious.
You got the Osiris with his guaranteed 100% in the ultimate. How much anti-heal do you think this team
I have a
needs
case on my phone that
besides
has a
just
mirror on
Osiris
it.
to try and deal with the Valks?
You could go towards an Ankh. It's
See?
pretty hard to argue against it, right? Ankh also pretty good in a
It's a
health
little
shield,
heart
so
mirror.
Stone
I
Shield
don't know if you
gonna
can
lose
see
a
it.
little bit of value from that relic. Or you could just have Gilgamesh build a Brawler's
Can you see
Beat
that?
Stick, wins a
Right
Shamash,
here.
a great applicator of that passive.
the phone.
Chiron as well can maybe pick up
And
a
then it
Toxic Blade if you're
has the
really
case
concerned with the sustain
with
from
the
the
mirror.
Valkyries. I think that the Bolts have got plenty of avenues
Probably
ahead
can't
of
see
them to
that.
deal with some of the
Well,
sustain
whatever.
from the other side.
It's there.
We are going to throw to a very brief break as we get these teams set up and get them going into the games. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the start of game number 1.
Rocking out. So my hands don't slip moving fast. My hands slip from phone without my case and bullet. So when you see me stream, I'm gripping my phone case. That makes sense. Yeah, sport case. Sport chess. I'm glad I don't play bullet. That sounds really stressful. That's not stupid. I understand. I'm rocking out to this music. Chill vibes. Oh. I can't find a chest phone case gif. But I'll do this one because it's funny. Bullet case phones are slippery. I know. My phone slipped out of my hand and bullet a few times. Made me lose time. I bet. Because you're probably doing it so fast, you know? That sucks. I'm so confused. Easy to grip. It's a soft case. I use easy to grip, so I can move fast, and the phone can stay steady gripping the case. Yeah, I know. I can imagine why. Thank you, though, for explaining it. I bet it's fuzzy, right? It's like pink and fuzzy. Makes sense. All black and pink and fuzzy with feathers. I know. Definitely not pink. It's like almost mostly pink, right? If it was, I would give it away. Really? Even if it helped you play chess better? What if it helped you grip your grip better and like play better? What if you won more with a pink case? Would you have a pink case? Or are you so manly that you'd sacrifice your chess rating to not have a pink case? Welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hello and welcome back here to our first.
I don't want to touch the color.
World Championship placements
If the
between
case got me to
Bolts
2200
and
rating,
the
I still wouldn't
Valkyries.
use it.
Just getting
Wow.
getting things set up to jump in.
How
to game
incredibly
number
homophobic
one.
of you.
A final look at the drafts and the rosters here before we jump into game, Mifflin. Any one way that you're kind of leaning particularly here for game number one?
Yeah, so earlier I said I like the early game of the Olympus Bolts, and I like the late game of the Olympus Bolts. So what's the only portion of the game I haven't evaluated? It's the mid game. And I like that for the Olympus Bolts.
Looking pretty Olympus Bolts heavy there for this team. I mean, you got a pretty staunch front line here with Ganesh, Osiris, Gilgamesh. Seems they can do a lot to kind of protect these two carries in Soul Chiron.
Okay.
Very curious, at least for me, to kind of see where those four gods in particular.
All my
line out.
cases
I
are
don't think we're
black.
gonna see
Yeah, they
Ganesh
have to be,
winning
otherwise you're gay, right?
Kind of crazy. It's
Is
pretty
that what you
much
think?
Just the support role we're likely going to be seeing him drop.
I'm hoping. I'm really hoping that's the case. You may have cast or cursed us here, J-Mac.
You want to hear something insane?
This Bolts
The fact that you don't want to touch the color
doesn't
pink.
have a whole
I already
lot
heard
of
something
peel
insane.
Potential. They've got great engage. Winds of Shamash leap in for Gilgamesh to lock people down. Osiris going in with the tether.
Hope you don't ever
even
want to
Gilgamesh
touch any
dropping the
pussy
garlic
or
pillars.
tongue,
But
because
if the
that's
Valhalla
pink.
Valkyries are able to get off to a roaring start throughout the early, the peel potential of the Bolts isn't
Can't touch any
exactly
pussy
there.
or have any
So
tongue.
I'm expecting, or
I know, sounds
I
kind of
would hope
gay
if
instead
you're
of
a Valkyries
homophobic
fan,
to
you
me.
probably
He
hope so
doesn't
as
want
well,
to touch
that
anything
they
pink
get involved
and like
very
dripping black
early
things.
on.
LOL.
They're able to leverage this fan layer, have this campus
That's
on
true,
top of
Coffee.
start, create the space
That's true.
for Geb and Aphrodite to start hitting those scaling marks. That could be one way in for the Valhalla Valkyries. But the Valkyries are playing on a ping disadvantage. Not gonna mince
No,
words
no.
here. They're playing a very high execution.
It's okay,
draft
beginner.
In my mind. And the
A lot of
Bolts
us
are playing
have
with a ping
other
advantage
tendencies, you know.
and a pretty low execution draft. So the Bolts have made
A lot of
ease
us are
play
bisexual,
in their
and that's
favor.
totally fine.
And that seems to kind of been the trend throughout most of the
You
Pro
don't have to,
League
like,
regular
hide it,
season
you know?
itself was you're playing
You're
on
allowed to have
pink,
pink
you
in
want
your
to make sure
case.
that you get something a little bit lower off here, but we'll see if the Valhalla Valkyries can
With
do it here in
sparkles.
game number one. They're up against
And
the
a
Olympic
butterfly.
Bolts. We got Gormizer and Aggro standing by for
Ooh.
game number one.
Aggro and the Valkyries up against the Bolts. It's going to be an interesting one to see how they take this on Aggro.
It
Ice,
is.
of course,
It is gonna be
is
interesting.
maybe the easiest topic of conversation throughout this game, strictly because he's kind of the wild card.
Yeah,
for
I've seen
this
Ice
one,
Ice
right?
in a while.
I mean, you come into this game, we've seen a lot of Johnny, we've seen a lot of good from Johnny this year, but without him playing, that's going to change a lot of what we
If I
expect
had
out of the
to
Valkyries.
sleep
Yeah, 100%.
outside
I mean,
in a
Ice Ice
snowstorm and the
been
only
playing at
covers
that
was
SEC
all
level
pink,
basically during this
then
entire
I'm freezing
year,
to death.
and
Wow.
just has not looked like that same type of carry
Wow.
player that he was back in his SPL days. But maybe a change of
What
environment.
if it was only 75%
and also
pink?
good for the Valkyries players because sometimes
What
especially
percentage
when
of
you've
pink
had
are
a
you
year like
willing
the
to
Valkyries
live
have
with
had
touching
where,
you?
Look, it's been really tough, obviously. Even though Johnny has been their best player, having someone else there and maybe bringing some new energy could
0%.
be a good thing for them.
It'll be
Wow.
fun to watch
Well,
to
then
see
you're
how they
probably never
adapt
going to
to
have
it, but
any
what we
tongue
saw
on you
and just heard
anywhere,
from Mifflin,
and you'll never be able to touch
realistically
any
is maybe
pussy
the biggest
whatsoever.
problem that the Valkyries are going to have to face is he liked the early game for the bolts, the late game for the bolts, and the mid game for the bolts. So there's not a lot of wiggle room in there. There's the early to mid transition, and that mid to late transition, I guess
pink.
technically. But yeah, no,
Pink,
that's
pink,
slicing
pink.
things up too much. It's going to be a struggle here for the Valkyries.
I think so too. I mean,
I
the
bet your
Bolts
tongue is
have
pink,
come in
by
with
the
a
way.
really cohesive game plan with what they want to do. They've got some really solid AOE between the Gilgamesh.
I
and
bet
the
your gums
Ganesh,
are
and then
pink.
You've got Soul Ultimate as
I
well.
bet, like,
that's
the
gonna help
inside
you
of your
out
lips
there.
are pink.
Venenu, even though he's playing a Hunter,
You have to get rid of all of them.
better team fight AOE than most in that role. So I think that their composition can work out really well in conjunction with one another. And having that Ganesh up against things like Fenrir that want to get their damage off over a longer period of time and brutalize never feels particularly good.
I also think it's worth mentioning because there was some conversation about Gilgamesh in the jungle versus solo, Cyrus in the jungle versus solo, and Gilgamesh Mifflin had said he likes more
If you said
in the
we're
jungle, so it makes sense that that's exactly what we're going to see.
A
Chiron
pink shirt,
was the
and I
other
get
topic of that
$5,000 per minute
conversation.
wearing that shirt. I'm not
And
wearing
I will
it.
say, it
Okay.
should not be a surprise.
Yeah, no, we've established that you're incredibly homophobic.
That it has gone
We
into
get
mid,
it.
only because when we've seen
You're
this in the
very,
past,
very afraid of people
Venenu
thinking
just
that you
loves
might be
Chiron,
gay.
so he likes to pick it when he can.
And it's not only that, it's that
Which
Vera
means you're
also
probably
loves
gay.
Soul
Yeah.
at the exact
Which
same
is okay.
time. So
You're
you've
allowed to
got
be.
two guys who want to
It's
be
a very
playing
open
those types of
environment here.
gods. And I think both of them work really well with where they play.
But being
them. Chiron
so
has that control
homophobic
in
about the
mid,
color
lets you
pink,
fight a little bit better than
it's
Soul
like
does
speaks
at times.
volumes.
Soul,
It
once
really
you get that
does. It
passive
speaks
stacked up,
volumes.
is really good at fighting in that 2v2. But
It'd be okay if you just didn't
Chiron
like
is
the
gonna
color,
have some
but
pretty easy
because you're
close
so
control.
adamant
Though I
about
did
it,
notice that Ven went
it's like a
Destro instead
very
of Bluestone, which is what
in
I
the
would
closet
expect
look.
there for the Chiron,
You
just
know?
helping out that ability wave clear. But Destol going to
It's
make
kind
him
of
a
like-
little bit more sturdy. Give
like
him
it's
that
like
ability
in
to
books, you know.
sustain through that
This
lane
is
a
like
little bit
science.
more and not worry so much about that poke damage.
And that's
Willow
the
bullying
thing that's
me.
on the other
Willow's
side, right?
bullying me
You
with
have
science.
a decent disengage, right, with your dash.
Yep.
You have a good jungler that can peel
Be good
for you
today?
with
I'll
Gilgamesh,
try.
But
I'll try to
you
be
are
good. It's
still
hard,
up
though.
against a regular mage
Usually
and a
hard to be
Fenrir
good.
on the other side. You still have to be a little careful. And a lot of these, with the Death Soul specifically, like the sustain, is that going to be enough to kind of keep him floating, or does he really need to still be cautious in these first few levels?
Yeah, I mean, Fenrir will kind of 100 to 0 you at level 2, so
he
you
will.
have to be worried about that basically no matter what you go. But
Mm.
after that, Aphrodite is not a poke-centric character. You know, they're very all in. So it's more about him being able to stay out as
Wouldn't
long
he
as
wear
possible
purple?
and get as
Wow.
much farm as he can in my mind.
What if you're a
so that
Baltimore
that
Ravens
way
fan?
He can hit those really key power spikes. A little bit unlucky for him in my mind that you go Chiron into the Aphrodite.
Red or blue,
because one of
yes.
Chiron's strengths in mid
Wow,
is
red
that
is, like,
you
so
can just
feminine,
charge
though.
down most mid laners, and they don't have a lot of options in order to get you off of them. But with Aphrodite having Kiss and back off, both of those will cancel the giddy
I'm
up
an
dash.
Atlanta fan. We
making
wear
sure that she
red.
doesn't get knocked back.
Mhm.
Both of those are on cooldown. Chiron's all in is super strong, but if Aphrodite doesn't have 2 out of her 3
Well,
abilities,
red's a very
then of
feminine
course she's
color,
gonna
so that's good that you're
Yeah,
able
we
to
saw
accept red.
Kamazot's, what is it, Geb and the Aphrodite, like all 3 of those, it feels to me, if you can get to that late game, you know, you get 25 minutes in, should feel pretty good.
Yeah.
But, you know, Geb's so
Do you have any,
slow
like, red
after, like you
dresses
said,
or,
not
like,
a
red
lot of
heels?
poke and, like, can clear and hold her own, but realistically, I'm not
Some red
expecting
lace
like, the
panties?
pressure to be in the mid lane. It feels like it's kind of Ducky and Ice Ice
Red and
really
blue
driving
guy
the show
colors?
forward for the
No,
Valkyries.
It
I don't
has
think
to be,
so.
but the concern that I have, Gore, is that when we get to this late game
Red
team
sneakers?
fight,
Okay, that's
I think
pretty
it's gonna
cool.
be very, very strong for them. At
Mhm.
the end of the day, I don't know how they get their damage off. Like Fenrir damage in the late game is difficult
Red
to
hat?
get off.
Wow.
Aphrodite damage in the late
You know how
game,
close red is to
really
pink,
more
by
of
the
a-
way?
of a heal tool.
It's
not
closer
really
to
off
pink than purple is.
Right, like that's kind of all you have. You know, Kamazot solo, yes, it puts pressure on backline. but
Red
it
is just
doesn't 100 to
basically
0
darker
people,
pink.
particularly out of the soul lane. So all those things together, to me, Emily
Emilito's got to do a lot of heavy lifting
Yeah.
when it comes to this team fight.
Yeah,
and I'm
Blue
sure
is
the
very
Bolts
masculine.
recognize that exact same thing and then are just going to be able to all in Emilito and make their team fight a lot easier come late game. Sure, the Afro and the Kama and the Fenrir, they might live for a long time, but they have to kill you at some point in order to win the game, and I'm worried about that aspect of it for the Falcons.
Well, the good news is that I think you can rely a little bit on Emilito. Again, this year maybe hasn't been exactly what you want, but he is one of the original back-to-back world champions. Maybe not reigning,
True.
but we can see, I think a lot of that tenure has showcased for the Valkyries in certain circumstances. The problem has been, and we talked about this,
Aggro shirt's
the
confusing
beginning
to
of the
me.
year, it's all Johnny. In Phase 3, it's kind of all Johnny.
Both their shirts are confusing
A little
to
bit
me.
more Ducky, I would say, in Phase 3 as well. But in the middle, they did this weird style switch where it was kind of something like you would expect with Ice Ice, making Johnny more of a facilitator and try to see what he can do to set somebody else up. And nobody did step up. There wasn't really that, okay, Johnny, you don't get any kills. We'll get the rest of them to Zeros and Immel. Zeros and Immel never got the kills, so nobody got kills in those sets.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I mean, the maturation of this Valkyries team, we've kind of been waiting for it. You hope that during this time they've been able to put together a cohesive game plan for how they want to be playing these types of sets. But until we see it from the Valkyries, we'll see what ends up happening. Maybe at this tournament they've got it figured out.
Well, they already got good damage onto Barra,
Whoa.
being able to chase him down a little bit. Look, Izanami gives up pressure and balances out.
shit.
One more hit is all it needs. Immel trying to find it instead turns towards Jake. And that one
You
little
should have been
swap
able
is
to
going
kill
to create things so much open.
Barra
In fact,
there.
he gives Bolts the first blood over in mid lane. Barra still rolling, still fine. Raffer gets aggressive. That purple buff is nowhere near respawning, so the duo lane misses out. And the mid lane
Yeah,
gets the
they
scoop
shouldn't
up.
have gone
Once it
after
goes to
Jake.
Vin, I'm sure he's happy about it.
Did Ven just 2v1 Ice Ice and Zeros in mid? Like, Lasber doesn't have an assist. He wasn't there.
Yes, he did.
Whenever the camera got there, so I don't know. I'm hoping we get a replay of that because that something wild must have
here's
happened.
good news.
We got it right away. Yeah, Ice Ice just tries to damage check him, and Venenu wins the damage
Wow.
check. So Ice Ice got there
He
too
seriously
early.
2v1'd
Zeros
him.
is still level 1, so that means the jungler got there too early.
I want to make a joke about it. Right now, though, Raffer's surrounded by 3, drop kicked back into the waiting arms
Oh my
of the Bolts
God.
duo lane. Barra's going to be able to pick that up, and now Immel's in
No,
a little bit of
Emilito,
trouble.
run.
Good dash from Jake, catches him, and there's not a lot of survivability. Stellar burst, almost enough damage, but Immel's still alive. That
Careful,
first blood
bro.
really was like a damage check, and Vin just saying, "All right, bet. Like, let's
Yeah.
see what happens."
All
And
right.
unfortunately, then you give a lot of free reign for Lasber to just go wherever he wants. Now you get a kill in the duo lane,
Oh my
maybe
God.
2 if Immel continues trying to stay here. Stellar burst is a lot, but he still manages to squeak out alive.
Yeah, that was a bit of a spicy start here for the Olympics.
I think Emilito
also.
is a world
When
champion
when
from
the
like
dust settles,
seasons
they're already up 1,000
2
gold
and
in
3
2
or 1 and
minutes,
2
which
or
is
something like that.
suboptimal, I'd say, for the Falcons. Also,
Maybe
this
3 and 4. I don't
Zeros is
remember.
probably just dead.
I think it was like
Yeah,
maybe 2 and
you
3.
know, they're just chasing him. I'm trying
Yes.
to think of a
Wow.
lot
yes.
of ways to hype that one up. They walked into the jungle, they watched him take the red buff, and then they killed him anyway. So now they're going to back off, strip away the rest of the jungle away from the Valkyries. That 1,000 gold has now gone up a little bit closer to 1,300. But 2 minutes, now 3 minutes in. That is a hefty lead to go for. Ice Ice goes for his speed buff. Steel doesn't get the speed buff, and now he's isolated in a 1v1 against a jungler that has a lead on him. Lasbra chasing him down. No assistance so far from Haddix. He's hanging out in the lane, and Fenrir might just be fast enough, especially with his leap coming up soon, to just get out of here.
What, he went
Instead,
back?
He jumps back into the back harpies, keeps himself engaged, drop kicked into the wall,
Why did he go back?
and he gets killed.
Well, Haddix is low. Okay. This happened fast, Score.
Yeah.
We're 3 minutes in, huh?
That's about 2,000 gold, just about.
And that's where we are. I mean, Ice Ice. What am I supposed to say in that moment? Huh,
He
Gore?
jumped wrong.
Right, he jumped wrong.
He
And
jumped
look,
wrong.
Venenu was cutting him off, going south. But
Mm-hmm.
make him hit you. You know, make him kill you. In that instance, instead
Well,
he
he's
goes
got
in
the
and
experience
tries
from
to get
the
the back
Harpies.
harpies, which I don't remember if he got him. Maybe that's the right play if he gets the back harpies in that moment. But certainly
Nice.
not the start the Valkyries were looking for. And also the sky is blue. Those are two equivalent statements. Obviously.
That's yeah. You know what? Experience worth it if he was able to pick it up. Level 4, and he's keeping pace somewhat with Lasbra.
This is
Lasbra's
Aggro's
still
last year
so
casting,
5 there is
apparently.
going to be the Dark
Oof.
Portal. Barra's so low, but that's going to be
Ah!
great immunity. Manages to get out of there. Doesn't even have to burn the beads in the process
Wow.
either. So that is twice now. This duo lane has gotten Barra within 1 hit and not been able to watch him. Second verse, potentially same as the first. Ice Ice once again caught out in the jungle. This time it's Vin and Haddix that are going for it. Ult out by Vin. Shots off the mark, all 3 of them. And now it's going to be
Oh
a
my
leap
God.
forward. Yeah, they just want this Fenrir dead. They get his ult, and they kill Ice
Not a
Ice
good
one
look
more
for
time.
Ice
Yeah,
Ice.
but the mental damage that Ice Ice has inflicted by juking all 3 shots from Venenu's ultimate.
Hey,
will,
look at it. That's the face of a man upset.
Yeah, he looks real angry right now for sure.
Ignore the laugh.
Yeah, don't that it's one of the nervous laughs, you know, like when you know you
I
messed
can't believe I missed those.
Oops. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, so far the Valkyries have tried to play aggressively more on this right side of the map with Ice Ice's presence, but they've been dominating left side. I mean, Rafa and Emilito have looked very strong in that 2v2, which says a lot about Izanami's strength in that type of moment, because you've got a Geb right next to you, and you're still dominating the lane that hard. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if Lasber just heads on over to the left-hand side and gets Bera a nice little comfortable gank, sets him up for success.
You know, we got to talk about the bright sides. Right now, they've managed to rein what was approaching 2,000 back down a little bit closer to the 1,500, although with that Greater Scorpion, it helps the Bolts out a little bit more, bolstering that gold back in their favor. So what was an outrageous lead, 2 minutes, 3 minutes in, has actually slowly dissipated. Not necessarily in favor now of the Valkyries, but at least something that is a little more manageable as we approach the 6-minute mark. Both of the Scorpions, though, going the way of the Bolts. A lot of the jungle has been going the way of the Bolts as well. I keep seeing pings, specifically from the Valkyries, on that back right Harpy. And I know Ice Ice wants them. It feels like a weird obsession to me. But at this point, any farm is something he needs.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tough position that you can be in whenever your side lanes are doing well, both side lanes doing well so far for the Valkyries, but your mid lane is falling apart a little bit. You're going to start to, that pressure in mid is much easier to transition out to the side lanes than it is the opposite way around. So with that in mind, the Valkyries are going to have to probably make a choice. Which side lane do we want to defend in this type of moment? And where do we want to put our eggs? Because the Bolts are going to start to shut down one of these side lanes eventually through this mid-pressure. It's a matter of which one.
Ice Ice gets aggressive onto Haddix. Immediately has to fall back. Doesn't get the stun, doesn't get the leap he wants. And so that fight doesn't start out the way they wanted. I wish I had mentioned this when it was immediately relevant. Still somewhat relevant, though. And that is only remarked by the fact that Ice Ice 0-3-0, first blooded in this game, is tied for one of the 2 players who has been first blooded the most in Worlds Finals. Which I have to give him credit, because that means he's made it to Worlds Finals enough times to have a record like that. But it's definitely something I'm starting to notice a trend here, at least when it comes to World Championship now qualifiers for him. We'll see if they're able to get back on track here. Has finished the Jotuns. I mean, a couple of items. You can see the gold really paying off for Lasbro right now, especially with now his passive being picked up and that item, that quest, getting scooped up. But the gold's starting to really showcase itself in some of the items for the Bolts.
Definitely in a good position. And as Mifflin said on the desk, you know, you like their odds heading into the mid game as it is. You think their composition would likely be a little bit stronger. So to give them an item advantage heading into that portion of the game is going to be difficult for the Valkyries to contest.
Well, Raffer locked up. There's Dharmic Pillars. There's a Silence. Good luck trying to get away here. The healing is going to be good. The shield a little bit better, and it might be enough to get him out of here. Lasbra on the chase. One more hit is all it takes, but CC immunity and rollout gets Raffer on out of there. Not far enough, though, as Lasbra continues the chase. Meanwhile, Ice Ice goes down in mid one more time. The Bolts are up 7-0.
I mean, even with Ice Ice picking up a target that doesn't have any purification beads, the Valkyries just don't have enough damage. They brought Jake in underneath that tier 1 tower, and that upgraded meditation just doing too much work.
Immel,
goodbye.
Not stunned out, not locked down. Still dead, though, and that's all that matters. Hey, didn't have to use the beads. Didn't really have a lot of chance to use anything there. Good damage combo from the Bolts. They get 8 kills now, 8.5 minutes in. If they keep up this pace, they can keep up a 1 kill a minute. That has to slow down eventually.
Eventually, but maybe only because the game would end?
Or death timers?
Yeah, or death timers, right, yeah. But a deicide puts you 5 up, you know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of extra kills in the bank that you don't have to worry about keeping up with. I mean, the Valkyries, like I said, they have to try and play around one of these side lanes, and as expected, Lasbert just goes over to the left-hand side, helps out with an easy kill, though Barrack could have potentially had Emilito all by himself with that type of positioning. And now, you know, Ducky's starting to lose pressure, gets his blue buff defended in the 2v1, but still has to try and defend in the 2v1. This is clinical for the Bolts.
Now Lasbrook making another trip back to the duo lane. 1 level up on Immel. He gets the leap, the drop kick. And now he's just waiting. Winds of Shamash not available. Ice Ice comes in, gets the grab, but the tower's not going to reset. Instead, it's going to be Bera getting the kill. Lasmer does go down. First kill online for the Valkyries, and Ice Ice is able to get that. Now they're chasing down Barracuda in the long lane. He has no mana to work with. Brutalize gets the damage. One more hit. They get the second
job,
kill,
Ice Ice.
and Ice Ice gets 2.
Well done there from Ice Ice to catch up, and Raffer sets him up nicely with that knockup, forces the beats for Bera, but still able to keep him locked in and set up for that kill. So 2 big kills there for Ice Ice, get some nice shutdowns. Both members were 3-0 at the time, and that means that he's going to be in a good spot.
Zeros getting bullied a little bit. There's the slow, there's the shots, there's the root, pretty much everything you could ask. And a combo from your mid and support. And Vin gets credit. 4-0-2 now for the Chiron.
Jeez.
They're going up now a little over that 2,000 gold mark, making it, what, 2,500 as they have now. Gold Fury on the table over there in the left-hand side.
Way to go, Coffee, you
Pyromancer
broke it.
spawned up.
Way to go.
The Bolts are trying to speedrun this, but they haven't got as much map pressure all around as I would have expected.
No, I mean, every tower's still
Ahoy.
standing, though. Ice Ice's tower over there on the left tier 1 is at its true last breath.
It is technically standing by the lowest margins.
Alive, at the very least. You say what you will, but you have to admit that tower is still up, at least for the time being. The Bolt's getting a nice neutral objective there from Pyro.
There's a knock-up onto Bera. Bera has spent a lot of time close to dead this game. Only has died once. This time around doesn't seem too worried. Has a level up on Immel, 2 levels up on Raffer. And of course the
Ahoy.
cavalry coming to help him out. Jake, Lasbra in the jungle, and Immel has nowhere to go. Dark Portal thrown out. He's
Bullshit.
trying to get the kill
Nice.
onto Bera before he goes down, but he's not going to be able to find it. Good body blocks, and of course good jukes from Bera and Lasbra. Make sure that one's a lot easier. Raffer makes it out alive. The rest of the Valkyries are just trying to secure their own jungle.
I like that play, though, from Emilito. I mean, he's dead. If he's going to commit to that tower, he's gone. And the way that he used his dash earlier, he's probably dead no matter what. So may as well try and commit to get as much as I can out of it. Nearly got Bera, forced Lasmer's ultimate. Well done.
Raffer, stunned out, locked down. Couldn't get close to the Gold Fury. Now might just die for it. It's 11 kills, 12 kills in 11.5 minutes, plus the Gold Fury on top. The Bolts extend their lead to 4,000 gold. They're going to be feeling comfortable. The towers, again, actually better off for the
Ahoy.
Valkyries right now because they were able to knock one down.
Ahoy?
But it feels like it's only a matter of time, especially with this gold lead. Now you can see the items getting purchased from the Bolts. They're going to hit big power spikes.
Very big power spikes. Spear of the Magus for Barracuda, which is an item that basically brought this character back into the meta nearly single-handedly.
Well, there's that interaction you had mentioned, the Omen canceling out the Brutalize. Still enough damage. Ragnarok came through, isolated Jake. Jake runs to the waiting arms of Barracuda, and that should be enough to peel away Ice Ice.
logged
Drops
me out
the
for no
Stellar
reason.
Burst and the Supernova.
Like I'm just
is
sitting here,
able to get
logged
that
in,
huge amount of peel. Vin
participating in the
rotates
heist and
in.
everything, and then it
Immel
just logs me
caught
out.
between 3. I don't know if this is
For
the
no
fight he
reason.
wants. Good Dark Portal, but not able to turn around to kill. Ice Ice goes in, Brutalize onto Jake, goes for the kill, gets the kill, but might cost him his life. Tries to run away. There's no chance for that one between the 2 carries of the Olympus Bolts.
Yeah, Ice Ice's life for Jake's
very
not
annoying.
super worth it there for Ice Ice, I'd say. I think you just kind of take the loss on the 2-for-1 or the 1-for-nothing instead of giving them the 2-for-1 in that scenario. But you know, Ice Ice still racking up the kills, at the very least.
The entire crew
He's
survived.
3-5, has all 3 kills
GG's.
so far for the Valhalla Valkyries.
Ow.
And maybe with that extra gold that he gets from that kill, he can turn himself into a win condition.
And I got to give him lots of credit because he was 0-4 before he was 3-5. So it has been a pretty large change from the jungle, at least in terms of presence and where he's getting those kills.
be a little more
Granted,
careful about
the
that.
last one, diving all in for Jake, maybe up in the air about the conversation if that 1-for-1 is going to be worthwhile. Any kill at this point is probably worth it, considering Jake, level 12, is ahead of the entire dual lane for the Valkyries, just barely trailing
That's bad.
the jungle and mid lane for the Valkyries. So that's going to be something to keep your eyes on, the level and the experience for awesome Jake. But it is a 4-0-5 Chiron, a 5-1-5 Gilgamesh, and of course the 5-1-1 Soul that the Bolts have. I feel like they're doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, they're doing a lot, and they're kind of just leaving Haddix over here as the ducky manager, is what I'm going to call him.
Keep him away from
yeah,
us.
you just keep him here, and we will win elsewhere. And clearly that's been the plan for the Bolts, just based on their bans alone.
Well, there's Zeros' ult forced out thanks to Jake.
Big win.
Tower pressure is still there. Yeah, not only do they get the ult, they get the tower, and now they're going to be able to circle around. Poor Ice Ice goes to the ult, beads immediately by Lasbra. And instead of having that CC immunity, now has to use his leaps to get away. Good blink from Lazarus, closes the gap. Ice, one more hit, and that's all it'll take. Lazarus puts himself up at 6, 1, and 5. Now the chase is on. Raffer caught out, shield used, but he's not going to be able to do much. Rollout slowed down thanks to the Ohm, but it's not going to be able
This is very
to
dominant.
find enough damage to lock down the tank. And the Bolts have rotated everyone onto this side of the map. The only thing available over here is Fire Giant, and I don't think they're going for it just yet.
No, probably not yet. I mean, Venenu has gone a pretty unique build here on the Chiron, I'd say, going Heartseeker 3rd, which I really don't mind. I mean, it's a ton of power. It gives him some mana, which we probably needed, not going for Transcendence or Jotuns early. You know, probably wanted a little bit more mana sustain. Heartseeker gives you that. Percent pen, a passive that you can apply 4 times because all 4 of your abilities do damage. I'm a big fan of Heartseeker on Chiron. Normally wouldn't see it this early on, but I think with the pace of this game, he may not have a chance to build 5 items at this point because they're dominating so hard.
Yeah, they do be winning right now, and that's the best way to describe it. 7,000 gold, 15.5 minutes in. Now they're putting pressure on the right-hand tier.
There you go,
Ice grabs Jake. Ice takes a lot of damage in the process.
Wow.
Jake juking around, dodges out the Camazot's ult, and Ducky has to fall back to the Phoenix. Ice has fallen down. Emilito shortly falling there after.
Nice
Great
Aegis.
Aegis keeps him alive, but
Doesn't
Haddock
matter.
still gets the kill under the right-hand Phoenix. Now in the 1v1 with him and Ducky. Doesn't want to dive the Phoenix this time, but it doesn't matter. He's got the rest of the team coming up. Winds of Shamash dropped, slowing down Rapper. He's got a lot of health to whittle through, though, and the Bolts don't have a lot to work with. They're going to fall back. Zeros rotating in, and the healer showing up to push the Bolts back.
Ducky doesn't have his beads or his ultimate, but now with Zeros linked up, has plenty of sustain, and there is no anti-heal, really, on the other side from the Olympus Bolts. It is crazy. I knew that I was like, surely Venenu should be building something instead of Heartseeker. No brawlers for him. Lazarus just now working towards brawlers, unless that's a Crusher, which I suppose it could be, but it shouldn't be. No Divine from Barracuda, which just recently got buffed and feels really good on basically everybody. Definitely a lack of anti-heal here for the Olympus Bolts. No Cursed Ankh either. Bit of almost a disrespectful amount of lack of anti-heal
Yeah, it's like
from
they
the
just
Bolts. And
really
they could
don't
be
care.
right. They're far enough ahead right now that they could just DPS race a full heal from an Aphrodite and it won't matter. But if this game gets stalled out, and now the Bolts don't have an Ankh, you know, they don't have this requisite anti-heal that they need, it could get a little bit ugly for them.
Well, good news. Well, actually, a couple of good news. I will say Brawlers, Toxic Blade, Haddix, and Lazarus, so a little bit of anti-heal. And then good news for the Valkyries, they're able to get a Primal Fury. Fire Giant started up half health already here for the Bolts. 17 minutes, 17 seconds in. Raffer goes in, Raffer wants to steal, Raffer gets killed off in the process, and the Bolts get the Fire Giant. Now they're going to chase down Zeros, barely alive, uses the ult, and Haddix is trying to get the chase. Great
God.
Aegis keeps Zeros in this game for now.
Yep.
Make sure that he stays alive. The healing's going to be there. The mana is not. He's still going to have to forfeit this tower. And right now, it's Immel trying to split push the left-hand Phoenix that is maybe the big opener for the Valkyries.
Lazarus there to defend, so make sure
That's
that
just
that
like
left
to
side
kill him.
Phoenix won't go down. And now if he can keep Emilito from backing, that could potentially open a window for the Bolts. But instead of pushing, they want to pad that kill total a little bit. Make sure that Emilito doesn't get away from
He's just going around in
No
circles.
towers left for the Valkyries.
Oh!
With a great play of I'm
That
gonna
was
turn
really great.
invisible and then just stand still. You can't guess where I try to go. Haddix is low. Ice
That was
trying
really
to chase
smart.
him. Lord of the Afterlife in conjunction with Barracuda gets enough damage and kills off the jungler. Ducky gets out of there. Blink used, disengage is clean, and Immel manages to stay up on the left-hand side. Minion wave coming with him soon. He's going to get some pressure onto that Phoenix. Mid-Phoenix, though, is getting pressured for the Valhalla Valkyries, and it is
Jeez,
gone
man.
before you could guess it. Now they're walking into the Titan room. 18 minutes, 30 seconds, and they're starting this off. Cataclysm stuns out Haddix, but isn't enough to lock him down and get the kill. Winds of Shamash dropped out, and Ducky's getting chased down for the kill. Damage onto the Bolts is actually going to be enough to push them out of the room. Meanwhile, Immel got himself a Phoenix.
Yeah, that's a big play there from Emilito. Just the obviously the standstill after the stealth jukes out Lasbra, and then just heads right on back. That ranked split push style of stubbornness in pushing on that left-hand side, but it ends up really paying off for him. I don't think Emilito being in mid stops the Bolts from getting that Phoenix. I mean, they cut through that so easily with the upgraded Frenzy, with the Soul, with the Chiron, the Shoguns there from Jake. So may as well just get ourselves an objective, and it's a darn good one. Now if the Bolts misplay their map macro, which I think has been at times a weak point for this team, the Valkyries have an opportunity to win the game.
And it's actually wild, because you had mentioned it. With the amount of anti-heal that was lacking, now Contagion picked up another Brawlers on the side of the Bolts, so they do have a couple more items helping them out there. But, I mean, Geb Shield, you know, Zeros with the heal and the save. And some of these fights, if you get Immel split pushing like that, they get that amount of pressure anywhere on this map. He's just creating win conditions. It could be one of the rare instances. I mean, it's 11,000 gold separating them. It's, what is that, 16 kills between the two of them. But admittedly, that is a nice opening for the Valkyries, because sometimes all you need is one fight. This is going to be one of those cases.
Wasn't the Scarabs backdoor against the Bolts whenever they were down like 10K and then
I
they
think it
just
was.
went for...
They've done it twice, because I think they did it to the Warriors as well a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, so, I mean, hey, we've seen teams do it. The Valkyries, if they could find a way to try and keep some people busy and let Amelito and Zero, something like that, try and go end the game, it's possible, and by far their easiest way to win the game.
Well, now they have to be a little more careful. There's the Darvik Pillars. Phoenix on the left-hand side is where the aggression is getting thrown. It's Ice who goes down. Good shot from Venenu. Make sure to lock up that kill. Phoenix ends up getting burned down. The chase is there. Zeros has to run back. You're not getting healed, buddy. You have the Lord of the Afterlife passive on you, but he's going to be able to get into the fountain, get healed up, get right back into this fight. Ducky as well, chasing down Vin. Not able to get the kill. Finally locks him down, but it costs him his life. Zeros, Immel, Raffer. That's all that's standing. A 3v4 under the Titan room as the Bolts run forward. They're taking the damage necessary, and they're throwing it exactly where it needs to go. The raid boss is the target, and they're going to be able to win this game 21 minutes in.
Make it look nice and easy as well. I mean, it started out with Venenu with that 2v1 in mid, and it didn't get a whole lot better from there for the Valkyries. A couple of kills there in the sequence for Ice, but ultimately the Bolts just controlled that early game, controlled the mid game, and we didn't really get to the late game because the Bolts prevented that.
But something, you know, sneaking suspicion, 11,000 gold in their favor, probably control a little bit of the late game.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, the healing was definitely starting to show itself towards the end of the game there, but you could see happiness in the booth for the boys. Bear like cheekily smiled over. I don't know which player he was looking at, if it was Vin, Lazar, or Attic, but he just stared him down and went, yeah, that was us. I mean, it's a good start for them, right? You want to be up 1-0. Again, 2 wins in a set or 2 set wins is what it takes to get to Worlds. Winner of this goes up against the Dragons, but you're one step closer to being able to get there.
And we know the Bolts are capable of being one of the best teams in this league, so if they continue to take care of business, I expect the set to look a lot like that.
Yeah, well, they take game number 1 in a very convincing fashion. We'll see if they can do that in games 2 and 3, or if the Valks have something to fight back right after this.
So, anybody here? Pretty cool they had a Transformers Battle Pass. Mm-hmm. Black screen of death. Oh no! Alright, nobody's here. Hi, beginner. Welcome back. How are your blue panties today? I'm just teasing. Lisa said they were blue, though. Family was annoying. Why do you bully me? Because you like it? I only do things I know people like, so I know you're into it, so that's why I do it. Why? Why are you into it? That's something you have to ask yourself, I guess. I can relate, though. I have some interesting kinks as well. Why was your family annoying you? What were they doing? I'm glad to have somebody to talk to. I've been pretty lonely here all day. Football highlights weed. They're annoying you with football highlights and weed? I don't think I've ever heard that as like a thing before. Huh. What was it about it that was annoying? Were they being loud about the highlights? Were they arguing? Was the smell of the weed annoying you? Are you annoyed that they're smoking weed or using weed? Are you annoyed that they didn't give you any? I had to leave the room. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. You got a hit? That's good. Your feet are lonely? They are. I had them on camera a few minutes ago. Well, a little bit ago. Because I was filing my nails. And I was filing my toenails. But it's dark in here, so you probably wouldn't be able to see very much. That would be nice if somebody would take care of my feet for me. But oh well. Pedicures cost money. I don't have any money. So here we are. My life sucks, by the way. I can't see Jack. Well, Jack is a shy fellow. So sometimes Jack hides. And you can't see him. My hat says everything sucks. It does. Your hat's correct. Luckily, I don't have to pay for this internet that I use, or I probably wouldn't be able to be online anymore. Because I wouldn't have been able to pay the bill. But at least when my cell phone gets shut off from lack of payment, I won't get any more bill collector phone calls because they won't be able to call me. So that's a plus, I guess, right? There's a plus. Am I the only person talking? Yeah, you are. That's why I've been lonely. Nice to be VIP here. Yeah, maybe you should. Maybe I'll have to look into that. I only have 2 VIPs. It used to be subbed, but I think it was a sub gift. Dante, right? No, Dante's not a VIP. Coffee Cake with the party horn is a VIP. And so is Bloop. Bloop Pirate. My phone says you have 5 viewers. That's true. I do.
And remember,
Hydrate or
hydrate
die.
or die.
That's probably a good idea. I sound pretty dehydrated. Thank you for the hydrate.
Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible. And in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to
What color should I paint my fingernails next?
And that's why I'm so
They're
excited
green right
to
now,
announce
but the
that
polish is
title
coming off
sponsor
a
for
lot.
Season 8 of the SPL is
Because I didn't put
Alien.
any clear coat on it.
Yeah, that Alien.
They're green from St. Patrick's Day.
Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware
French white?
Aurora
Oh, so
Rising
pink?
Edition
Because I know you like
setups
pink.
are insane.
If I painted my nails pink, would you
only
still let me
will
touch
these
you,
be the
or would
PCs
you not
the
let me
players will
touch you?
compete on once we are in
Because I have
studio,
pink nails.
But Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get
I
down
don't
to
have the
brass
polish
tacks.
that I need to do
The specs on
French
these
tips
Alienware Aurora
on
Rising
nails.
Edition desktops
That
are
requires a
amazing.
special kind of thing, and I don't have that kind of
AMD
thing.
Ryzen 9
So I wouldn't be able to do it.
processor.
What colors do you have? I have some basic colors. You know the answer. So I can't paint my nails pink. Hi, Jerry. Jerry brought me lunch. Wow, thank you.
I mean, Pilates. Right?
Thank you very much.
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
Out of toast?
Is that true? That is true.
Yeah, I remember you said that about the
64
sandwiches.
gig of DDR4 RAM.
Thank
which
you.
you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more
That'll
than
do it.
16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the
No foot
hottest
job from
commodities in
pink
the
polish?
PC
Wow, that's
world,
really sad,
an
man.
NVIDIA
Really sad.
GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
What's the point of all the power if you can't see it?
Jerry came and left
Players will
already.
also
He
be
dropped
using
off
the
food and then left.
Alienware 25-inch 240 hertz.
I got half an omelet.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy,
And there's like
I'm gonna feed so
there's
hard.
like sour cream all over the
And
fork.
it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the Smite Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the
Okay,
pros.
I cleaned
You
the fork.
too can get the best possible Smite experience.
What's wrong with
Just
me?
go to
I don't know, beginner. That's like you wouldn't let me like give
and
you a
use
foot job
code
if my
SMITEAW
toenails were
to
painted
get
pink.
special discounts
Like
on some of
really?
Alienware's best
That's kind of sad, you know.
Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them
I would
on
think that
Twitter
the
and
one would
Instagram.
outweigh the
That's
other.
at Alienware on both
But you really
platforms.
feel that adamant
And
about
you
the
can
color
join our
pink?
community at alienwarearena.com.
Like getting a foot job from a girl with pink toenails would be too gay for you. So you can't have a foot job.
Telling me an alien wore this?
Hello
That's kinda
and
crazy.
welcome back, everybody. Getting ready to go into game number 2 between the Olympus Bolts and the Valhalla Valkyries. Before we do that, a shout out to our title sponsor here at the Season 8 of the SPL in Alienware. Make sure to go to smitegame.com.
It does sound
/Alienware.
insane.
Use code SmiteAW to check out all the specs and everything else available to you guys over from Alienware. The Aurora
But I guess
Rising
to each their
desktop,
own.
The 25-inch 240
I guess if you
gaming
turn down the
monitor, all
foot
that
job,
and more
you
can be
you don't
yours
get a
going
foot
over to
job, right?
smitegame.com
So
/Alienware. Thank you
as
so
long
much,
as you're
Alienware,
happy
being a
with it,
sponsor
then I guess
of
that's
Season 8
okay.
of the SPL. Check them out on their social media at Alienware on Twitter and Instagram, and go to alienwarearena.com. J-Mac and Mifflin here to get ready to go into game number 2.
I wonder if I should play GTA
Before we
today.
went into game number 1, you said you liked the Olympus Bolts draft in early, mid, and late. And, well, early, mid, and late. Well, I don't even know if we really got to late game there for the Olympus Bolts.
No, it wasn't necessary. An unnecessary portion of the game for the Olympus Bolts this time around. It just felt like the Valhalla Valkyries, of course, having some issues with their connection, but obviously that's not all there was there. It felt like the composition really did struggle to find points of contention for the
Yeah,
Valhalla
what if the guy had
Valkyries.
French
It just felt
tips?
like the Olympus
Oh my
Bolts
God.
really were at every step of the way being the proactive gamers. They were forcing fights whenever they wanted. They were controlling buffs. They were the ones at the objectives first. But that's not to say that the Valhalla Valkyries were not without fight back. There was nearly an opportunity around that first Fire Giant where I thought maybe Raffer would have been able to steal had he channeled that Cataclysm. There was a couple objective calls from the Valhalla Valkyries that were incredibly intelligent, got them some gold furies, but at the end of the day, the slash lines at the top of your screen, now at 11 minutes, 10 and 2. I'm sure we'll get some
But it is a
later
choice.
on.
It's either the guy or the
lot
me with
worse
pink
for the
nails.
Valhalla Valkyries the longer this
It
game
seems like
goes
you're
on.
very adamant
There
about
were
pink.
a couple of moments there where there was some of that fight back, like you said, around Fire Giant. Dual lane, Ice was able to pick up a couple of kills of his own on this Fenrir with the help of some of his team. Constantly keeping pressure on Barracuda and Jake over on that dual lane. I mean, the Valhalla Valkyries were good at least subduing some of the damage that could have been done there from the Bolts in the early stages of the game. But
that was
at
crazy.
the end of it all, it is the Bolts who come out on top. A
7-1, 7-1, 5-1
out of Barracuda and a 7-1-7 out of Lazara. And
Wow.
Haddix, with getting 2 of those kills, will now officially bump himself over that 500 competitive kill mark. So congratulations, Haddix, on your 500th kill.
And you know what? I got to give some respect to Ice. I know the KD doesn't look super great. I believe it was 3 and 9 at the. I got to give some respect
over that 500 competitive kill mark. So congratulations, Haddix, on your 500th kill.
And you know what? I got to give some respect to Ice. I know the KD doesn't look super great. I believe it was 3 and 9 at the end of that game, but that's kind of a byproduct of trying to get things done in the jungle. It's something that Aggro had lightly touched on during the cast, saying that, well, maybe that trade's not super valuable, but he's at least getting a couple of kills. When your entire team is behind, the jungler has to go for these crazy, outlandish plays to try and kind of revitalize some of these lanes, and Ice was not straying away from it. He wasn't worried about tarnishing his KDA.
You'd wash
he
the
got
pink off?
involved consistently. And,
The
well,
pink
he
doesn't
handed
come
his
off.
team, like 70% of his kills, so
Like,
gotta
it
put some
doesn't
respect
transfer
on the
from me
junglers
to
there.
you.
I mean, kind of seeing some signs of Johnny out there, where Johnny would do something similar, even if he's going, you know,
Have you
0
seen,
12 on an
like, nail
Apollo,
polish
or
before?
if he's going 12 and 0 on a Nuller, he's out there doing everything that he can to try and get that team through. Picks and bans for game number 2, though. Let's jump right in those. We saw a lot of targeted bans towards the solo lane in particular, a lot of warrior bans, and then a couple of those guardian bans, specifically the Emoji. Do you imagine here in game 2, Mifflin, any of those things are going to change out here?
No, not particularly. I think the Valks might shift up some of their bans to target out what the Bolts were playing in game 1, but the Bolts themselves, no changes required. I got no notes. I got to walk by the coach booth. Ro was sitting in there. I'd never seen a larger smile on a coach's face in my life, man. That guy was so happy watching game 1. So you got to think he walks into the booth and says, hey, more of that, please. And I'm sure the Bolts are very willing to do exactly that.
Go with it again, if you so please. The Bolts will make one adaptation
God, look at him,
in
he's
their
so
bans.
happy.
And it will be the Fenrir taking away. He does have a pretty big smile on his face.
God, he is cheesing.
He is beaming ear to ear. He is just happy to be here, happy to see the Bolts succeeding here in this first game. We'll see if they can do it again in game number 2. Same bans out of the Valkyries this time around with that Olorun, Umoja, and Odin. It will be a Kamazot's first pick yet again. But this time a quick change up from the Bolts. They're going to go with a Hercules first pick.
All right, seems like we're smiling and having some fun on the side of the Olympus Bowl. So I had brought up Hercules in the first game's P's and B's, and that was for the Valhalla Valkyries when they
Welcome
were down
back from
like
the ad
6
break.
gods banned away from the soul lane. This
Listen when
time,
you're back.
Hercules in that first pick selection. Very interesting.
How's yummy omelet?
I would be doing a disservice
Half
if I
omelet.
didn't bring up Hercules' flex potential. Historically, we've seen him see success in 3 separate roles. That's solo, jungle, and support. We've seen ESET have success in exactly 2 roles. That's, well, 3 rather, if we want to count the SCC. That's mid, support, and jungle. So some flex potential for the Olympus Bolts with their top 2 selections, but what have they got for themselves? Regardless of where those 2 gods land, they've got phenomenal objective burn. They've got great displacement. They've got great survivability as well.
Okay.
Hercules,
I think I've
probably one of
cleaned
the
this
most
plate
effectively tanky gods in
pretty
the game.
well.
ESET going to give you a large deal of damage mitigation as
I was
well.
pretty
The
damn
Olympus
hungry.
Bolts have got a pretty steadfast god lineup here.
Hoyi Sobek for the next 2 picks out of the Valhalla Valkyries. Man, remember the days when Hercules had like 110% return on his mitigate wounds for the healing, and it's been drastically nerfed since those times, but I can only imagine how awful it would be to go through here. You see Barracuda reclining back in that Maxonomic chair. He is living comfortably as the rest of the Bolts were after that game. And now we get to see one of the first professional games here. We saw it out of the Leviathans. Now we get to see it here in the Bolts. Kleena makes her way onto the Bolts roster.
I'm sorry, J-Mac. I wasn't listening. I was just admiring the range of motion these phenomenal
They go so
beasts
far
of chairs
back,
have got. These Maxonomics. You can't do much better than it. To quote
want one of those chairs.
Dolson's mother, because Dolson isn't here, it's Maxonomic for your rear, and it's Alienware for your gear. You gotta be running that every single time. I think you said something about Kleena, so I'm gonna go ahead and try and evaluate that slightly. Kleena brings a lot of damage, and I don't think you need any CC from your jungler from the Bolts draft already. Hercules with a driving strike, as well as the Spirit Ball from ESET, even the Silence as
Is
well.
gold polish a girl
You've already
color?
got your CC core on the Olympus Bolt, so
I
that
don't know.
does open up the door to
I
having
think-
Kleena in the jungle.
I think
God that
all
brings
polish is
damage,
girl
damage,
colors, right?
Damage,
So-
a little bit more damage, as well as objective burn potential. So now the Bolts have got themselves great secure,
Sure.
great burn, decent early game. If this ESET is going towards mid, that's a very high pressure god. Hercules
Guys
should be able
like
to
gold
maintain
too.
pressure in whatever lane he lands himself in. Kleena has got very fast scaling out of the jungle. Seems like the Olympus Bolts are trying to match the pace or beat what we saw in game 1.
Izanami Terra from the Valkyries are their bans. The Bolts get rid of a couple of junglers in Hunbats and Loki. So 3, well, technically 4, I guess, with Yearlong Shen, targeted jungle bans. And then with their jungle pick, that's going to make the Valks really have to dip down. Isight's going to have to dig into that God pool a little bit here. Or maybe that Camazotz could just slot to him. That's kind of that power that the flexibility has with that God. But a Medusa for the Bolts. We saw some of those buffs come through. The Acid Spray is now the one that has the anti-heal. Lacerate hits those minions. You kind of talked a little bit about yesterday how Medusa's kind of climbed up your power ranks a bit.
Yeah, she's got a lot of pressure, great boxing potential as well. I'm expecting great things from Medusa. I'm expecting her to be a mainstay in the hunter role all the way through Worlds until this god sees some changes, or maybe some other hunters or items shift up the meta there. This Bolts draft is a little wacky if that Baron Somdi gets locked
what
in.
they doing with Baron?
Would make me think that it is ESET support, but I'm not super loving that. Now the Hell Hover makes me think it's going to be like Hercules support.
Okay,
All
they're
right,
just
all right,
trolling.
thanks, guys.
They're-
Just keep
they're-
switching it up.
they're-
I'll evaluate when you're done. No. Take your time, Olympus Bolts.
They're just playing roulette with the God Wheel right now. They've actually got the random God Wheel spinning at the moment, and wherever it lands is what they just kind of hover towards at this moment. But the Valks do have their roster fully lined out. It's the Camazotz, Houyi, Sobek, Tiamat, Kabrakan
Surely not
for their final
Cryptus.
2. And to me, that still kind of leaves it up in the air where this Camazotz and this Kabrakan are going to be kind of landing out here. We have seen the Kabrakan kind of Talon Trinket start in the past, running through the solo lane. We've seen Kabrakan Jungle pop in a couple times as well.
Yeah, and who is the new coach for the Valhalla Valkyries? It's no one else besides Cherio, and he loves himself some Kabrakan jungle. So if that is where this god finds itself, maybe
Hi,
that's,
beginner.
it's from the coach
Why are you
there
saying
to
hi
shift
again?
Things up.
How are you doing?
The Bolts are messing with me. All right, I just
I'm
want to know if this
fine.
last pick is. Stop
I'm
smiling,
fine. Just kinda
Barracuda,
bored.
and lock in your god so I can talk about the entirety of your just AMC.
AMC, the hell?
AMC. It's another
AMC.
hunter.
Okay, so we got Hercules.
So ESET support.
Solo ESET support. Medusa mid. AMC in the hunter role. Kleena is going to go in that last role herself. Okay, got it.
The jungle.
I don't
Eating
know. If you
meatball
say so.
sandwiches.
Well, I mean, the jungle's the only one that
Wow,
you didn't
I'm
mention.
surprised you
Yeah,
allowed
man.
balls to touch
You
your
said it,
mouth.
not me.
So you're thinking Medusa mid, kind of some shies back to the old days of Yam.
And I bet the meat is pink. Oh
or
my
maybe
God.
AMC mid? Either one really
Pink
done
balls
that?
on your
Is there
mouth.
one that you prefer to see this Medusa in between mid
Meatball
or
sub
AMC?
sounds really good though.
I would like to see Medusa in mid.
I haven't had
I
one in a
think
really
that
long time.
her pressure is going to be very nice there. AMC matches up very
I do
well.
love
with somebody
balls
that
of
can
meat.
Help him in the lane. You kind of don't want to leave your AMC in mid because he's very immobile.
You have
especially up
balls in your
against
mouth.
What could be a Kabrakan in the jungle. Very easy for him to
You
lock
do,
down that guy.
currently.
I actually really like this Valks draft, just top to bottom. I think it's a good composition. You've got great CC.
And it's okay.
you've
I
got
accept
decent
you
scaling in the late game. The
for having balls in your
initiation
mouth.
is going to be pretty easy to execute on, be it a pluck from Sobek
I'm all
or
about
from
it.
Bracken Wall to start off these fights. And the Valkyries have got themselves a much stronger early game as well. So they shouldn't have as many issues pre-10 minutes as we saw in Game 1.
So previously, we've only really been seeing this ESET support.
I'm very
from
nice.
Twig from the
I said I
SWC.
accept
Now
you.
we get to see one of our first takes at a professional team.
I'm being very, very
bringing
nice.
out this god into the support role, pairing up this ESET Amuzin Cobb lane.
I'm accepting your
Looks
fetish
like a lot
for
of
balls
pressure
in
going
mouth.
up against the
you know?
Houyi Sobek.
Yeah, it could be. And, you know, it could also be ESET in the solo. It could
Oh.
also be ESET
I bet
mid.
it
We
tastes
get, like,
good,
a
though.
double hunter lane. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
That makes me
Olympus Bolts,
crave a
we're
meatball
having
sub.
too much fun. I thought I was confident in my
I can't remember last time I had a
allocation of these
meatball
gods,
sub.
And then I looked at the player cams, and they were cheesing wildly. So like,
I want to go
am
to
supposed do with
Subway.
that?
Can somebody buy me some
Firmly-
Subway?
Firmly place your stance and where
The
you
hell
think
is
they're
this
going to
bug?
go.
Nope. Here's the thing,
Okay.
J-Mac.
Okay.
I've got a little bit more tenure on the SPL desk than you.
Okay.
You
That is
gotta
true.
fence sit. This is the first piece of advice Aggro ever gave me. Well, actually, the first piece of advice Aggro ever gave me was me asking him what you're supposed to talk about on the desk, and he said, I'm not going to do your job for you. And then later on, he said, I'm going to give you one piece of advice, Mifflin. And is you always gotta waffle. You gotta fence sit. Don't make a definitive stance because then you open yourself up to criticism. So I won't.
Well, there
Good
you
job,
have
Mifflin.
it. Mifflin is not going to give a definitive stance on where any of these gods are going to go. I honestly can't give a definitive stance on
That's
where
funny.
any of these gods are going to go.
Heads,
because
I
I've seen
win.
hunters go in solo lane too.
This
So there we
homemade
go. We got a lot
sandwiches.
of. We saw what was
The
it?
hell are
like
you talking about?
Chiron's. Was it SOT or was it Haddock?
Hi, Jasmine.
Who played the Chiron solo? One of those two, I imagine, played it through. But it's game number 2 with the Valhalla Valkyries, the Olympus Bolts. Let's see where everything falls into place right here in game 2.
Does that
Let's
mean
see
you
what this
made
Cupid Shuffle
you
comes
made
out being. It's
balls into
Hercules
meat
solo,
on purpose?
No Cupid.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah,
Like
no
you
Cupid.
rolled
that was,
balls
that's
in
a
your
solo.
hands?
Can I say, by the way,
They play it at like parties.
that is
Usually, like it's a very like white person.
yeah, I
thing.
know what the Cupid Shuffle
Yeah,
is.
okay.
Score. Okay, yeah. That wasn't true. What
Oh
what
yeah,
Mifflin
you
said
gotta
about
defend
me.
yourself.
Yeah, I have to defend myself. I didn't tell him not to take a definitive stance.
You have told him you won't do his job for him.
I have told him that multiple times, and I suppose I don't recall that
My
exact
uncle's
scenario.
wife made it.
But I suppose I may have told Mifflin not to take a definitive stance. But
So
it
you're
wasn't
eating your uncle's
for
balls?
any other reason that I don't want him to reveal.
You're putting
how
your
foolish
uncle's
he is
balls
as
in your
part of
mouth?
it.
It's
So
okay, I'm
in that
into it.
sense,
I get it.
suppose I could have potentially said that.
That's totally
Man,
fine.
you should have watched yesterday.
Yeah.
'Cause that what you
I
just
was.
said was thrown out the window.
I was watching.
I wanted
yesterday.
wine for
It was-
dinner.
it was something,
Just
wasn't
wine, no
well, hey,
food.
we've got ESET support.
I can understand
we
that.
actually have seen it. This is not. It sounds very nonplussed when I say it like that because we've seen it this week already. Of course, you get Bara. Lacerate no longer has that anti-heal. It's been moved over to the spit, so Medusa feels a little bit better.
And it goes through. It does
Yep.
damage to minions
Yes,
as you're going through.
there you
which is
go.
also
I haven't
a
had
very
some
big
wine
deal.
in a
Lets
while,
you
actually.
To the wave, and then when they're on their
Not
last
since,
leg, just dash right through it, clear the wave, make sure that you don't pull minion aggro and start taking.
I can't think of when I last had wine.
Now it's up to Lasper. We get a good look at
Oh my
cleanup for
gosh.
one of the SPL junglers. A lot of damage there onto Xerus.
He's stuck. He's
A lot
stuck.
returned there from Ice and actually forces the beads out of Lasbra. And forces him to fall back. Aggression right now, it is caught out Raffer. They do not have the stun yet available. I was waiting to see if Jake had that spirit ball, but it's not going to come through. That is not, by the way, a combo that connects in my mind. Awesome Jake and ESET.
No,
Yeah,
that
it's
is not the
weird.
typical type of god combination.
And
But you know
remember,
what? When you absolutely roll your
hydrate
opponents in the last
or
game,
die.
you're
I
allowed to pick
choose die.
basically whatever you want.
Yeah.
And the Olympus Bolts did the rolling, and therefore are allowed to pick things like ESET support. And you know, there's some argument to not showing picks like this whenever you're playing really well and
Oh
don't
God,
feel
that
like you
line.
need to,
like
especially
that?
when this is the biggest tournament of the year, trying
Jasmine,
to qualify for the
please.
Smite World Championships. But it also, if this is a pick that you think is okay, but maybe wasn't in
Oh
your
my God,
final
sure.
game plan
What are you
for
doing?
what you're going to do against these
My
top
tits
end
are really
teams.
just trying to pop out on stream.
Making them think about it, also not a bad idea.
They're doing everything they can.
Now it's going to be Jake who's getting pressured out. Immel jumps backwards, though, and is finding a lot of damage up against Bara, but no, it's turned around. Bara with a great lacerate root and then a good acid spray manages to lock him down. And now the Mage Hunter
Run,
combo
Raffer,
through some
run.
damage towards Raffer. He's going to stay alive, and it is almost an exact replay of what we got to see there in game number 1. Same first blood style, except they actually got the kill this time in the duo lane.
Yeah, don't want to let that one get away there. I mean,
Oh,
Raffer
Ruh-roh.
again
Oh, no.
in trouble. Has
Ruh-roh.
charge spray, won't use it because Jake had good body blocks and Barracuda's there putting out the damage. I agree with what Mifflin was saying though on the desk about
Not
Medusa.
sure why he
I
was
think
there.
this god is really good right now. I'm a big fan of Medusa. I think she brings a lot when it comes to team fighting. You know, having an AoE ultimate as a hunter is fairly rare and feels really strong whenever you do get a chance
my
to
gosh,
get your
dude.
hands on it. And then her boxing potential in lane is always very, very strong. So Bara pulling out the Medusa and starting off 2-0, definitely indicative, I think, of this
Jasmine,
god's strength.
Yeah,
Stop
it feels solid for the Bolts as well. I know they're probably happy, more than happy, about this start. I will admit, I was trying to
child,
manifest
I tell
a
ya.
Nox because I saw the draft, I saw how hard they were smiling.
I
really
like
wanted
that
to be able to
Cabrakan
cross
skin.
The last
It's a cool
god
one.
off my list, aggro.
He carries
But instead we
refrigerators,
get
I
a
think.
really fun game where actually it is a genuine comp. And we saw a lot of this AMC mid yesterday. Dardes was loving to play it. It feels like even though it's not necessarily the meta we've been used to all year, this all has a really good home so far, at least at the end of season 8.
Yeah, I mean AMC very strong. We saw him at Phase 3 playoffs in a little bit, and on the lead up to the World Championship
Settle
placement
down,
round.
killers, settle down.
Think that he is very good and has always had a home in mid because he clears so well by himself, and having the shorter lane does him some good.
Lasber aggressive, thinking something could happen there, but unfortunately for Lasber, nothing's able to come to fruition. Ducky forced to use Bat Out of Hell to disengage. The Valkyries right now just trying to stay alive more than they are able to get on the aggressive. And that feels like this composition. I mean, you know, I see Sobek, that can be a little bit early, but Tiamat, I'm not trying to fight. Kabrakin, maybe a little bit, but not necessarily. And then, of course, Gamazot's I like, even though he's good now, I think he can excel.
I need some balls in my mouth now.
And it feels like that's what the Valkyries want.
Talking about that made me hungry.
Bolts can continue at this pace. They're already
Let's
at
go.
about 1,400 gold. They're going to be able to push that even further. if
Say,
they
let's
continue
go.
around the same rate.
And again, it's
It does say
basically
let's
all
go.
located in one lane. Last time it was
Beginner.
mid-jungle was really far behind for the Valkyries. Now it's duo lane that is going to be pretty substantially behind. And it's not as easy to transfer that to the entire map, but it is awfully easy for Bera and Jake to start to lean a little bit on mid, put some pressure on zeros, put some pressure on these red buffs, and
Haha,
start
you
to,
funny?
to
I
open
know,
up
right?
the game that way. So,
Thanks.
you know, what is Ice's response? Is he
Sharif,
going to come over to this
right?
right-hand side and try and set Haddocks behind, set up a winning lane for the Valkyries? Is he exclusively
You say
on
beginner, but I'm
defense mode,
2,000
trying to
rated.
defend these reds and
I say beginner
purples?
because your name is
Is he
beginner.
gonna try and go on the offensive and mid? I mean, there are a couple options.
Your
in
username
there.
is literally
Right now, it
beginner
doesn't even seem like
players.
he wants to help out Ducky too much.
I call people by their
Maybe
username.
that's just 'cause Ducky is safe
I
and
know
feeling
that
fine, so
Coffee's
he's going to
real
get a
name
little
is
bit
not
of poke thrown
Coffee.
his way.
I know
The
that
Bolts
Bloop's
are
real
trying to
name
make
is
a
not
run
Bloop.
through the
I
right-hand
still call them
jungle.
that because that's what their name is
It
in
hasn't
the
been
chat room.
explosive. Vin
So
is
that way
kind of
everybody
floating
else
around,
who's
keeping
listening
eyes on
knows who I'm
everybody.
referring
I didn't even
to
realize
and who
that
I'm
my
talking
brain
to.
automatically reset ESET to be Venenu.
Sharif.
Because mage mid makes sense. Instead, it's Jake who's roaming around the map. He gets a good silence and helps lock
dash.
down Raffer, but not able to find the kill just yet. They still get the mid Harpies, and again, continue
Ad
to
break.
excel and push themselves forward.
Yeah, I like the way Lazarus playing this clean now. I mean, just constantly in the wall, constantly using that screen for some poke. There trades out his ultimate in order to make sure he gets one of the oracles. I think that's a totally fine trade for him to be taking at this stage of the game.
And that Veil, honestly, we saw it earlier this week, but it does a lot more damage than you tend to expect immediately. We saw Kleena soloing some objectives, Gold Furies, Pyromancers, things like that. So Lasber might have that in their future. They've managed to push this very silently. We're approaching the 2,000 gold mark. Now they're just slightly over that. So the Bolts are feeling good at this 6 minute. Unfortunately,
Welcome
they
back
haven't been able to
from the
kill
potential
before,
ad
and I
break.
think that's actually a good note for the Valkyries, as they've at least slowed that aspect down of the Bolts. But like you
This
said, they're
was
kinda
my
playing
coach's
defense.
idea,
Can
this
we get our red
username.
buffs? Can we stay alive? The answer might not be yes here. Zeros forced to leap away. Ice Raffer forced to take some awkward pathing through the jungle. They still get the red buff, and they manage to stay alive.
You know, it makes a lot of sense to me that both these teams can be really scrappy in the mid 3v3 and have no one die at all. And it's because of how efficient these support items are going to be for their teams. Look at how these mid 3v3s are structured. For the Valhalla Valkyries, it's 3 magical damage dealers. So what does Jake buy right away? Heartward
Yeah,
Amulet.
chest
Gets
hustler.
that magical protection aura for
Oh.
your entire team. Makes you
That's lame.
incredibly tanky against their roster. And it makes your team pretty tanky.
I don't think I'd
as
wanna be a
well. The other
hustler.
side, the Sovereignty's great for Raffer.
It feels kind of
Well,
dirty,
Jake's
you know.
gonna test some of
Oh
that
my gosh.
tankiness now. Locked
Dude is
up, goes
trapped.
to half health and doesn't seem to be worried too much. Circle of protection dropped and popped, but it's not gonna be able
Wow.
to get enough healing. He's running away. A couple of veils torn open thanks to Lasber, who's just sitting in the wall. They finally get the kill onto Jake, and there's no retaliation from the Bolts, so that's gonna be a clean kill for
I
the
beat a
Valks.
guy for
Clean
$50.
kill for the Valks. This double
That's
Divine
cool.
Ruin start between Ice and Zeros looks really
He
good.
was so proud.
Made sure that that circle of protection,
Huh.
instead of healing Jake to full, barely healed him at all between that Divine and the Sickening Strike from Sobek applying some anti-heal. Made it
Well, I
very
mean, as long
difficult
as you,
for Jake to be able to withstand
you like
it.
that
And look,
sort
I mean,
of
he still
lifestyle,
lived
that's totally fine.
for a long time. It was all 3 ultimates. It
I can
still
understand
took
it.
them a long time to kill him. And he's going to get even tankier as he gets another magical defense item. Could be any of the Kasaris.
And it feels good to
basically,
take
'cause
from
they're
other
all
people
pretty good.
sometimes.
3 breastplates stacked on top of each other right now.
Yep.
There for the Valkyries. And it's only funny to me because I don't think I've gotten to see tier 2 items lined up like
I don't
that
like it.
in a
They
long
made
time,
me
at least
do
not
it.
across 3 people.
Nobody can make you
All
do
in a row
anything.
as well.
Yeah, and
You
off
chose
that
to.
back, I mean, it's pretty much perfect timing for them. We'll see, I guess, how many of those are breastplates, what they all morph
Or I
into,
get
things like
stabbed?
that.
Okay, so your coach is basically
Red
just an
buff has been
asshole
the
then.
target for the Bolts in the past. It's respawn.
I'm sorry that he's your
We have
coach.
Immel,
I feel
Ice Ice,
bad for
Raffer,
you.
And Zeros all transitioning over to the mid
That's
lane.
sad.
Jake takes a little bit of poke, circle of protection, still not back up.
Yeah, your coach sounds
These
like a
are down as
douchebag.
Well, same thing
Hmm.
for Finn. As they get
I'm glad he's not my
aggressive.
coach.
Rasper caught out in the walls. It's going to be a good dash forward from Rapper. He's not going to be able to get the pluck thanks to the beads from
So
Lazar.
close.
Rapper
He's
takes
so
a lot of
close.
damage in return. Barras rotated in, goes for the
Oh my god, they're really not going to kill him.
Gonna be enough damage if he can get the acid spray. Not
Wow.
able to connect onto Rapper. The Valkyries walking
surprised he
away
lived.
alive
That's crazy.
one more time.
Man, these
Willow, be nice.
scraps in mid
I am
are
being
just
nice.
so difficult
I'm glad
to
your
win
coach
because
is not my
everyone
coach, and I'm
is
sorry
so
that he's your
tanky
coach.
against each other. And there's just
I hope I
so
never
much
meet him.
defense on the board.
Because he sounds like he's a
it's
piece
so
of shit.
little spread in
Based on what
in
you just told me.
offense, You know, it's all physical damage.
Do you take
here
your
for the
medicine
Olympus
today?
Bolts. This tank ESET is not going to be doing enough to
No,
threaten you. at
I
any
do
time
not,
in the
because I
game.
don't have any.
So you don't have to worry about her damage at all.
'Cause I
So
don't
it's
have a doctor
effectively
anymore.
all physicals. Then on the other side, it's all
So-
magical. It's just not enough to actually threaten you in any way.
I
On
no
the
longer
physical
have
damage
access to my
side,
medicine.
At least until Amelito scales up and starts to deal some relevant damage. Ducky as well will get there, but doesn't really do so yet.
Also, that's rude.
With it all being so centralized on each side, everyone is going to feel unbelievably tanky until people start getting percent pen online.
Coach
We might see that
27 rated. Holy.
prioritize a little bit more heavily.
That's cool, I guess.
If I'm zeros, like, does
I wouldn't
Soldier
wanna
really
associate with
even
that kind
do
of
me that
person,
much
though.
good third item? I think I'd need Opshard.
Well, Haddock's caught out in the jungle. The heal will proc. He's going to
That's
go
up to
onto the
you.
tier 2 tower. Ducky goes up into bad out of hell, chases him down, hits him once,
I
and
see
then falls
that.
back. Blue buff
Yeah.
is still there, but
That's really
Lazarus
sad.
rotated in. So has Jake. There's a silence on the Ice Ice. Stun onto Ice Ice. The follow-up with the boulder and the damage follow-through. It's going to be able to connect it almost low enough. But like you said,
Since I'm being trained for
too
free,
tanky to burn through.
I don't think
And
you need
I'll give
training.
the benefit over to the Valkyries because it's not just against
I think
the
you'd be
Wolves, it's
fine
gonna
just
help
doing your
against
own thing.
towers, It's going to help against the Phoenixes. I mean, they're going to be feeling pretty good when they finish their items.
Yeah, it's weird because I think that physical items are typically, you know, much better against the map, as you just said. It's better against minions. It's better against towers. Those are dealing physical damage. You know, all of
I'm
that
being
is
trained for
really
free
good
as
to be able
well,
to stack
just by
physical
playing.
defense. But the magical defense items are really efficient, typically. I mean, you look at an item like Bulwark of Hope that is so cost efficient, gives you so many stats.
Barely got 2,000
You know,
with
magical
trained.
defense items, you normally only build like one dedicated magical defense item, and the rest is hybrid or more physical.
I think I should eat some ice cream.
Because these items are so efficient, it's going to be an interesting thing. You know,
Maybe
who
I
gets
will.
more value? You know, the bolts, and particularly Jake for
It's 4:20.
spending his gold in a way that
It's 4:20
upgrades into
PM.
really easy, cheaper items that give
Oh
him a ton of
my.
stats. Or is it going to be the Valkyries who are building a little bit more against the map?
Contagion ends up being the option there for Raffer. Just picks that one up.
Hey, beginner.
It is breastplate for both the mid laner and the jungle on the
I would
Valkyries.
never
so a little
eat
bit
pig
of
feet.
cooldown coming through. Beads
Ew.
galore on the side of
Okay.
the bolt, so they still need
That's
something
random.
that is going to help isolate and maybe lock those down.
Good to
Haddix
know.
and Ducky, once again, getting in a little bit of a scuffle, but that's about all it is a little bit of a scuff on the health bar there for Ducky. He walks out just fine.
Dude's
Haddix
taking no
potentially
damage from him.
Looking for something that could turn into a rotation. Right now, it's just jungle camp steals.
He's got contagion.
And that's what it's been. I mean, it's very quiet, right? There's 3 kills, 12 minutes, very
Yeah,
far
pig feet sound
from
pretty
what we
gross.
saw in game 1. Yet at the same time, the Bolts are approaching 4,500 gold in the lead. It's just been a silent farm
Yeah.
fest for them where they've been very successful.
Would you ever
despite
eat
the fact that
escargot?
The last kill actually goes the way of the Valkyries. Now, well, I was going to say they're looking for a little bit more. I don't know how much they're going to be able to lock down anything in mid. They try to lock down Haddox over here, and so far the CC seems to be working on him. He's going to be able to get his push out of there. The heal will proc in time to keep him just tanking up, but there's a good stun. Ice Ice takes him down, and they get the kill under the tower. But that is the sign for the Gold Fury from the Bolt. Circle of Protection drop. They secure that one, despite Raffer and Zeros trying to do their best, and then Raffer falls immediately after. It's a clean kill and a good objective.
Yeah, not the best secure there from Jake. Definitely drops his ultimate too late. It was actually Barracuda that secured it with the acid spray, but hey, at the end of the day, Gold Fury goes the way of the Olympus Bolts. You trade 1 for 1. It is a good play, though, from the Valkyries going to a lane that they can actually be ganking.
Zeros beats pop stun, caught him out after the dash, but you can see that breastplate doing a little bit of work. He doesn't have a lot of health left.
You're like the
but he's still
person
alive,
on my
and that's
friend
really where
list
those protections
live.
are going to pay off. Ice Ice rotates in. Jake
What?
is really low. One good stun.
Oh, I'm the
Find a
only
kill
one?
onto the
Oh,
east
okay.
set. Good stun from Jake. Helps find the peel, but it's not enough to save his life.
Well,
Lazar
feel free to
Baron
hang out
too late
here.
to retaliate.
I might play
The
some
Valkyries walk
Smite,
up
or I
and
might
get
play some
another kill.
GTA.
Jake looks so tanky.
I do have
in
some
that
chess
victory,
games coming up. I
right,
might
that
do
you
some
feel-
chess
You kind of
games.
forget that he's a
I don't
mage,
know.
and then Ducky comes over in one vampiric bat.
and there's my alarm for it.
For a significant portion of his HP, and all of a sudden it comes rushing back that he's playing a mage just with magical defense items against a bunch of Guardians in the mid lane and a Tiamat that is not particularly strong at that point anyways. So good rotation in from Ducky. Ice and Ducky work really well together on that kill on the right-hand side, both coming mid, setting up for another kill there.
Hi, Jasmine.
Signs of life from the Valkyries.
No
Still
games,
down by a
feed
lot
time
of gold,
from
but
your friends.
I think this composition from the Bolts can...
Feed time from my friends?
It's just so easy to tank against.
What do you mean?
It could be enough for the Valkyries to still climb back into this game, but Ducky certainly needs some more physical defense. I mean, I know that he needs to be dealing
All
damage
the girls
as
you
he's one
know?
of the only 2 physical damage dealers, but Emilito should theoretically be able to do a lot as well.
They do have feet.
I would have loved to see a more defensive-oriented
Show me
start
their feet?
because you could just stack
How am I supposed to do that?
that physical defense so easily.
And why would I do
doing
that?
a lot of work for Raffer, at least in trying to give him some staying power. He's going to make it out alive. Does still use the ult lurking in the waters, has been burned. And he did pop the meditation as well, so he's going to be healing up a little bit. That gives him staying power if he so chooses. With the green buff picked up, I imagine that's exactly what he's planning. Rotating back over into mid. 5 members of the Bolts are here. Raffer less than half health. The tier 1 tower goes down. Not a lot to do here if you're the Valkyries.
Facebook?
With your disengage pretty much being set up. Nobody wants to try and fight. And realistically, you'd have to do it around Ducky right now, as you had highlighted, because he's the only one.
I gotta figure out what's wrong with my
who
Facebook.
seems to be able to eat through. At least Jake. Vin, Lasbro, they might be a little bit easier.
Yeah, overall, I think that even though I was just talking about how easy the Bolts composition is to itemize against, they're still going to be very good at doing just that, pushing down these towers, getting objectives quickly. And I really love the way they're building right now. I mean, Ven is nearly done with Titan's Bane already, really prioritizing that percent pen, particularly for his abilities, which is where he's going to be doing a lot of his damage. And then this Executioner for Barracuda in order to strip away some of that physical defense and open up the damage, not just for himself, but for Lasbra, Haddix, and Ven as well, because it's armor reduction on the other side, not just outright, strip for yourself like something like percent pen is. So really smart building here from the Bolts to counteract a weakness in their composition.
Tier 1 on right goes down. That's the last Tier 1 the Valkyries had standing. 16 minutes in. If those beads weren't popped just now by Ice, we might be looking at another kill. Only 6 in the game compared to this time last game where it was like 12. Or no, 12 just for the Bolts. Maybe even more because they were pushing a kill a minute for a long time. Maybe it was 18 total throughout the game. Now they're putting some pressure. They actually get good damage on this Tier 2, and now they've got Raffer locked down a little bit. Maybe not looking for the kill, but at least keeping him isolated.
With that lurking in the waters, it'll slow him down, but Haddix still has med. Zeros isn't dealing quite enough damage yet. You feel like Haddix is going to be out, but a blink in from Ducky trying to keep this chase going.
Yeah, Ducky pushed back thanks to Haddix, but that's going to be the re-aggression. There's the
I
sun
got
getting
YouTube
dropped,
channel.
and look at the
Tell
damage
me.
being done now that Immel has joined the fray. Haddix gets burned through, and it's a 1 for none. But still
Yeah,
a
0
good
followers.
trade for the Valkyries.
I think I have like 35 or something.
Now have the man advantage
On
around the
mine.
Pyromancer.
For all the
On my
benefit,
YouTube.
or excuse me, magical defense that Jake has,
Not a
Haddix
lot.
has basically none. Just that Katakea shield, which doesn't give you a whole lot of either protections.
Now Pyromancer needs to be the top of the conversation if you are the Valkyries. Barra just now took a Tier 2 over there on left. Lasber's in the wall. Takes the Pyromancer
Oh my
away
God,
from
he
as
got
well. They are getting everything they want. Now Vin
That's
has
messed
to get
up.
allowed alive to make
That's
sure
so
this stays
messed
worth
up.
it. He gets a kill in the middle of all of that. Maybe not the most favorable trade just in terms
No
of
success
the
with
fight,
YouTube.
but they're still
Yeah, YouTube kinda
going
sucks.
forward. Jake as well as Lasbro, 2 different fights. Jake just needs to stay alive. They're so low. Good silence. He gets a good shield as well. Good stun.
Did you really live?
Walk away.
Wow.
Just for a
No
little
way!
bit of movement, and he's running away. Lasbro gets a kill
Boom.
onto Raffer.
Ricochet!
Oh.
Now you've got the safety. Haddix comes in, gets 1 kill, and Immel has to try and get out
That
of
was
here.
great.
That invisibility isn't going to help, and the boulder secures the kill. It is
That was messed
catastrophe
up.
for the Valkyries.
Bro, how does Jake live, man?
That's
How does he
crazy.
live in that situation? I mean, it's great jukes. It's the double dispel magic, gives himself a bigger shield and the perfect spirit ball accuracy. But still, man, I cannot believe that he survives in that moment. Didn't have really any sort of physical defense, but still able to sneak away through the teeth there. ML didn't exactly miss a ton in that moment. It's really a lot of credit to Jake for putting on the moves, but that is those are the types of plays that just backbreak you. You feel like it should be going well, all of a sudden we don't get those kills and we chase and die.
You lose the kills, you chase and die, you lose the pyro, you lose the Tier 2 on left, and now you lose the Fire Giant. 5 members strong for the Bolts. Ducky showing face a little bit, but unfortunately for them, what was relatively even, at least in terms of experience and what we were seeing out of the kills and the fight potential, has skyrocketed. It is now 10,000 gold favoring the Bolts, and they're trying to push that even further. Maybe even more of a fight. Good knock-up from Haddix. Boulder, who gets thrown out there, only connects onto Raffer. The Bolts try to figure out how to crack open this.
That was ridiculous, yeah. I know, copy.
An absolute menace so far. Now Ducky isolated.
Tell me who is your favorite
follower
and why?
now it's Raffer left to the Wolves.
Yeah, he goes into the lurking in the waters, but those waters aren't safe enough. There's something a little bit more than the crocodile in them. They find the kill, and they manage to tear him apart. Now a 4v5, and of course Ducky
I don't have a
has
favorite
to fall
follower
back to
beginner.
base to get healed up. This Phoenix is now open and available. 19 minutes in, right-hand Phoenix and Imolito are looking to go down. Imol dashes out of there, good leap.
Damn.
Keeps him alive, but they lose the bird in the process.
I mean, right side Phoenix without any sort of concern. And the Bolts Relic situation, truthfully, isn't very good. I mean, they don't have Aegis on both Lasbra and Ven going into that fight. Barra loses his beads to a good pluck from Raffer, but Ice had Blink ult that whole time, just never decided to use it.
Get aggressive, Haddix in. Blink forward, goes for the knockup, beads out instead. Ice tries to get aggressive. Imol pushed into the waiting arms of the rest of the Bolts, but it's Jake who is eating the majority of the damage.
Hates us all
Good
equally.
boulder from
Yeah,
Haddix.
copy.
It's a little bit of damage out there, but it is the Bolts on the back foot. Good defense right now from the Valkyries. Barra half health, but Lasbra gets the first kill in the engagement. They're going to have to back up. Circle of Protection has been used. They don't have a lot of healing on the side of the Bolts. Raffer, Ducky, Ice aren't necessarily looking much better off. And they're going to go ahead and continue to re-aggress. Lasbra jumps in, and it gets a lot of damage down onto Ducky. Now it's just the mid-Phoenix, which is going to fall.
Going down.
Lasbra has to use the Aegis on the way out, but ends up surviving anyways. Limit testing a little bit there with the Kleedna, but it ends up outworking perfectly. And now the Bolts can just go back towards this Oni Fury, pick this up, and put themselves in a really dominant position because the Valkyries are going to have to deal with 2 different Oni fire waves while simultaneously defending the left side Phoenix because there's still a minute and a half plus on this Fire Giant for the Bolts. So this is not going to get easier for the Valkyries. Yeah, Haddix just picked up a 3K pot, an elixir of defense, instead of going to finish off his last item because that's just going to give him a ton of damage mitigation and he feels like this game's likely to end before that elixir wears off. And I find myself agreeing with them. Not just the way the Bolts are playing, but their composition and how it's structured. This is where it can be very strong, is on these objective fights. And Kleedna, overall, I think is at her best in the 2 most important parts of the game, and that's Fire Giant dances and Phoenix Sieges. She is so hard to deal with on both of those scenarios because normally you don't have as many options on where to go, but Kleedna does, and that can be very good.
It is wild to watch, Lasbra jumping in and out of these walls
she wants
really
to just
well
stand on
and opening up a lot of engagement, specifically around these Phoenixes. I mean, normally you view this wall as a safety.
Some guys, yeah.
Lasbra's just going to be able to walk on in there and waltz to the back line if he so chooses.
Some guys I want to smash their faces with my feet.
Initiation that we have. Hey, there's case in point example.
I only bully you because I know you like it. And because you're homophobic.
The damage is going to be able to ring through. Haddix goes forward. Circle protection gets dropped. It's this left side Phoenix, but they've got Oni minion waves coming in on mid and right. The fire minions are on the Titan
would you like to be my
and now the damage is going to be dealt. This is going to be what makes or breaks the Valkyries. Ice low and push back. Imol can't continue the fight, has to stay under it, and Ducky is dead. Raffer, the rest of the team stay alive, but they've got too much to worry about in the Titan room to be able to
look at all the fire minions.
The Bolts are going to be able to clean that one up, no problem. The rest of the team isolated, locked down. Titan half health. They get the kill onto Ice. The Bolts
can't even stop the fire minions.
Takes them a couple minutes longer. They're going to go ahead and take game number 2 and put themselves on
a mini today.
And that's just as easy as game 1. Even though it took a couple extra minutes, you never really felt like they were going to lose control. It wasn't as dominant in the kill department.
Why are you sitting on this?
But when it came down to the gold lead, I mean, I feel like we were sitting in mid watching them 3v3 absolutely brawl with no deaths for like 6 straight minutes.
I mean,
and
Copy,
during
you've
those
witnessed
6
what I've
minutes,
witnessed,
the Bolts
right?
gained
With
2,500 gold.
How could I not?
It's not like they did any objectives.
I have
they
to
just
tease.
got it. I still don't know where they got it, honestly.
Yeah, I was so focused on how everyone was so tanky in that mid 3v3 that I couldn't find where the gold was coming from. And I don't think the Bolts really minded just having
Well,
those
if you were
scraps 'cause
dying
they got
and you
to have a
needed
little bit of fun,
CPR,
and they got to grow
and
that
your
lead.
dad
They lined their
or
pockets with
brother or
gold. They
cousin
ended both the game
who's a
1,
male
game 2,
needed to give you
around that
CPR,
21 to now
you'd probably be okay with
23-minute
it.
mark. We'll see if they can close it out in 3, or if the Valks
But
have
knowing
some
you,
sort of
you'd
answer
probably
back
say that
here
you'd rather
right after
die
this.
than let a man touch you. Especially if they had pink fingernail polish. Or a pink tongue, God forbid. Oh my god, can you imagine? Pink lips? Or a pink vagina? Oh my gosh. Scary thoughts. Scary thoughts. For sure, homophobe. For sure. I wasn't gonna watch this whole thing, but now I kind of want to see the next game. So I'm gonna get some ice cream and get fat because sometimes I stop caring. So I'll be right back. How did I know you would choose death? Because that's how you think. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Lucy just came up in here all loud. She was like, meow, and then just left again. She just walked in, meowed, and just left. Like, what? What do you want from me? Yeah. Okay. So, welcome back. Thanks. Thanks, Coffee Cake. Thanks so much. This is Jerry's ice cream. He might be sad that I ate all of it, but it's been in there for a little while, and he hasn't eaten it, so I'm like, maybe he forgot about it, so I'm gonna eat it. In church, everybody holds hands and prays. I'm not holding no guy hand. Yeah, you're real manly, man. That's a real manly action. I mean, how can I not bully you, you know? That's just so ignorant, you know? So homophobic and ignorant. Of course I'm gonna bully you. You're somebody who deserves to be bullied. Look at that dancing silhouette. That's funny. You told him that? Wow. They probably thought like really low of you for saying that, especially in church. More like bullied by feet. Yeah. Pig feet. I'd like to tie you down and blindfold you, and then have some men come in and rub their bare feet on your body. Yep. And then take the blindfold off while they're doing it. And you'll be like, ah! Men feet! How come you're not going to hold a man's hand? Why do you have such a problem with that? It's okay to hold a man's hand. Especially in solidarity and, like, community, you know? Mutual love. That's really weird to not hold their hand. Hi, Lucy. This ice cream's a little too hard still. You think very stupidly. I'm just going to put that out there plainly. It's a really stupid way of thinking.
Make sure to head on over to
It's a very ignorant,
shop.smiteproleague.com
kind of
if you
like,
want to pick up any of the cool apparel that
like
is for your favorite team out here, whether you got
absurd
the
way of
Bolts, the
thinking.
Valkyries, Dragons, Leviathans, whatever team out there
That's
is
a really,
your favorite.
really
You
bad
can
way of
get some
thinking.
their
You
merchandise.
should probably work on
Specifically,
changing
you can
that.
pick up some of the cool
Because you probably
joggers that
offend a
we
lot of
have
people
for those teams out
regularly.
there that have the team branded logo on them. We also have the mouse pads.
And you
for
probably
each of
don't
the
care,
individual
as
teams
long as they're not
available to you
females,
over
right?
at
Because you're so
shop.smiteproleague.com.
homophobic.
So make sure to pick one of yours up. It is starting to cool down here. At least in the south, it's starting to finally cool down after we've had long and warm or hot summers all the way through. So make sure to pick one up, and maybe even a complimentary mouse pad. One of them for each of the teams here in the Smite Pro League. Thanks to our friends over at
That's
Insight
cold.
Apparel for providing all of this to you, the fans at home. One more time, shop.smiteproleague.com to pick up
I know
your
I'm
favorite
correct.
team's merchandise or anything else. If you don't want mouse pad or jogger, there's plenty of other options out there available to you. Game number 2, a little bit longer than game number 1, a little bit more contested, a lower kill count. We saw some signs of hopes around that kind of Pyromancer Fire Giant scuffle there, but it finally kind of looked like the final straw that
Are the
broke the camel's
Valkyries going to
back
at least
was
win a game here?
Jake escaping
I don't really
on that
remember.
E set against 2.
Yeah, man, I heard aggro freaking out about it. But even when the Valhalla Valkyries are able to establish kills throughout the early game or even the mid game, they find
See
a
how we're
couple
doing
of
on chess
picks.
games.
They were
How much
never
time do
really
we
able
have?
to transition it into much of a lead. Even at one point, I believe they were up 2 kills on the Olympus Bolts, and they were still down about 6,000 gold. The macro
it's only
play
2
of the
games.
Olympus Bolts
I
is
might
what
just make the
nets them
plays real
this
quick.
victory. Sure, the team fights look good.
They're both pretty
But
easy.
it really
Well,
is
one of them's easy.
which teams just got more resources than the other. And this time around, it was the Olympus Bolts, just mid camps,
After
Greater
this.
Scorpions, Gold Furies, Pyromancers, Fire Giants, everything to the Chaos team's name.
And that little first blood that we got to
That's
see
the
out of
Mothman
Barracuda
AMC
on
skin.
that Medusa gives
That
you a
one's
nice
cool.
little showing as just to
Hi,
how
Lucy.
much damage a Medusa can do. It's not like she hasn't been able to do all that kinds of damage. It's just nobody's really been able to showcase it up until now, even
Wow.
with those changes that come up through. Just some solid damage across the board. Haddock's on this Hercules just being a massive bully and honestly saving Jake's life right at the
Jeez.
very end there with that double push, making sure that the Bolts get the
Sure
Bolt
did.
support, I should say, gets to live on towards the next fight. And just continue to run out. I mean, at the end of the game, it was highlighted.
Wow.
He didn't even buy another item. He just bought a 3K defense pot, and then they just went for the Phoenix.
Yeah, man, Haddox was having just a great time this game. I mean, there's no other way to word it. He was having fun, as were the rest of the Olympus Bolts. So, yeah, it was about 17 minutes in. I saw 5-4 was the slash line favoring the Valkyries, but it was a 7,000 gold lead for the Olympus Bolts. This
That's
time
crazy.
around, I think that the Valkyries have
You know me
kind of
well, it's
rectified some of
crazy.
the issues that we saw in game 1.
I'm
They
very
were
good at
finding
reading
a couple
people.
of kills, a couple of engagements. That
Wasn't
looked
he
good
3 and
for
9
them.
in game 1
So,
also? Now he's
they
3 and 9 in the
cleaned up
second game?
The actual fighting itself.
A
Now you
handshake
gotta start to
or
look
a
towards the
pound
macro game.
is
You gotta
the farthest
start
I will go
transitioning
with
these kills
respects
into
me
objectives, be
being
it tier 1 towers, gold
well,
furies, and net
will
yourself some
respects
actual
me
leads.
being real.
Because 5-4 down 7K just does not look greet.
Yeah, it wasn't a fun game. In
Why are
game
you okay
number
with a
1.
handshake?
It wasn't so much of a fun
That's
game
touching
here in
another
game
man.
number 2. Game number 3 is the final chance for the
It's very
Valkyries to get a
confusing.
win here over the Olympus Bolts. Otherwise,
Very
they're gonna be getting
convoluted
Sleekness
set of
down on the
principles
lower
you
half of
have.
the bracket in that third place match to see who gets to move on for one final opportunity to the SWC. The Bolts win here. They punch their ticket to the finals, and then they just got to beat the Dragons, and they go to the SWC.
You just gotta
They
beat
just
the
gotta
Dragons.
beat the Dragons. I mean, you only got to beat another top team in the SPL to make it there. But, you know, kind of joking aside here, I mean, you come out, you play 2 big sets, and you get to move on to the SWC, and if the Bolts can get a nice and quick first one here, and they get to get a lot of prep work going up towards the Dragons.
For the first time this set, it's the Olympus Bolts in the first pick position. We'll see whether or not that affects their picks and bans, but considering we got a completely different look at the Olympus Bolts, prioritizing ESET and Hercules in the last game, I don't think this is going to adjust their pick order too much, whereas the Valkyries now can get something pretty nice for themselves. They don't have to worry so much about this Sun Wukong ban on the other side, because in second pick, you can still get whatever you want.
It is going to be pretty much the same bans across the board that were in game number 2. The only thing that's left would be the Odin ban out of the Valkyries if they decide to go that path. That would make it the same 6. And then it just comes down to a question of what do the Bolts want to first pick. And I'm going to be honest, Mifflin, after the kind of fun that they got to have in game number 2, I'm not sure where the Bolts go
You
for
have
a
to
first
shake
pick.
your boss's
Well,
hand.
if Goremiser's going to have
Imagine
his
me
way, and as
being
I was walking
choked by
into the studio here,
nails.
on the desk, I saw Goremiser speaking with a couple of the Bolts players, and there's only one god we haven't seen in the SPL just yet, and that is Nox. So if he has
It's
his
also
way,
respectful
the Bolts are
to
gonna be
hold
receptive to
hands
his
in
begging.
church like you're supposed
Maybe
to,
it'll
or
be
at a
Nox, but
funeral.
instead ESET
Or whatever.
locked
That
in.
shows a lot of
Gotta
respect.
talk about that flex
I think it's
potential.
even more
Can go in the
disrespectful to
jungle.
not do that than
Hope
it
it
is to
doesn't
not
go into
shake
the
your
jungle.
boss's
Can
hand.
go into mid.
Your
Kinda hope it
priorities are
doesn't go into
totally
mid
fucked,
either.
man.
Support,
Like you're
though,
just
looks
totally
pretty good.
whacked out.
Yeah, it's kind of a wild
I want my
twist of
neck
events
washed
that
at
Zen's
my
had over her
funeral.
course of a lifetime. She was one of the
Okay.
stable mid laners for such a while, years back, of course.
I'll
not
be sure
anytime
that
as
your
of recent
neck
has
gets
she ever been
washed.
super strong in mid. And then Sino busts this god out in the SCC and says, all right, cool.
Hopefully with pink
Jungle
soap.
ESET. Ban it away if you ever see me in a game. And now we're at the point where ESET support is kind of becoming the staple.
I feel like it might
amongst
just be
not the
trolling.
SEC,
Like
but
you
even
can't
now-
actually believe these
even in
things,
the Pro
right?
League, now twice picked up by the
So
Bolts.
I think you're just trolling
Valkyries
now.
respond by grabbing Soul and Kleena, taking Lasbra off of that assassin.
Soul, one of Zero's best picks and very survivable, which should help out a lot up against picks like ESET that have to telegraph their damage. You use the Saporate to avoid the Spirit Ball. If you're able to get into that immunity stance, all of a sudden there's really nothing ESET or anybody else for that matter can do up against you. But the mid 3v3, assuming that this is going to be the mid laner for the Valkyries and the jungler, Kleena, has no CC as of right now. Literally 0. I mean, like a knock-up from Soul's ultimate, if you even want to call it that, as well as a slow. But outside of that, the silence from Kleena, not too consistent. The ultimate from Kleena is a slow as well. No hard CC for the Valhalla Valkyries, whereas the Olympus Bolts, they've got a lot of hard CC. Some global, some single target, some multi-target, silences as well. As far as I'm concerned, the Bolts have got themselves a very strong top 3.
A ton of lockdown on the Bolts where the Valkyries are going to need a little bit of extra help here. One more pick to go for the Valks before they jump into their second wave of bans. With ESET, Gilgamesh, and Neath, you can, I guess at this point, kind of safely assume you have your support, your jungle, and kind of your mid laner. We haven't really seen Neath go over to that dual lane in quite a long time.
No, red
No,
soap
we
or
have
blue.
not. That global ultimate so
Nope,
much more
I'm not a
valuable
bully.
through mid, I think, as well as
You're
some
just
recent
making it
buffs
easy on
helping out
purpose.
a lot in the clear department. She's got great boxing potential now that Unravel has attack speed steal as well. So matching up against the Soul, you might favor the Neath. Sustain, another huge asset for Neath going forward. I think you're right in saying that it is likely headed towards the mid lane. ESET still looking like a support as of right now. Gilgamesh likely the jungler, and then on the
No,
other side,
I would
the Valkyries decide to
I would troll
finish up
here.
their top 3 with a little bit
But
of
I
that
would
CC we were
but I
concerned
would
about.
someone
A Guck,
else.
Gonna be a great
I
tool,
wouldn't hear.
ranged
Oh,
root,
okay.
as well as another
Are you
added
sure you're
layer
not
of
trolling?
safety
Because what you're
for the
saying
entirety
sounds
of the
like
team.
trolling. It can't actually be how you really
One of
feel,
Rapper's
right?
go-to picks when
Because
their
it's
backs are
absurd.
against the wall. He's gone towards this Khepri so many times in the past, and hopefully will not do any sins towards him today. The second round of bans start up. It's a Nike out of the Valhalla Valkyrie, so banning away some of that solo lane presence. They do have first pick coming out of this next wave of bans, so they got to imagine they got a lot of things to keep in mind. That's what they want to go with Ducky and Ice Ice, Ice Ice already has that clean, but they need with Ducky and either mid laner Zeros or Emil, depending on where this soul goes. The Bolts, they're going to go ahead and take some hunters out here, at least the first one being Izanami.
Yeah, it
You
seems
do
like the
enjoy,
Bolts tend to agree with us
like
on the
pink
desk that this
lemonade?
Soul is largely
Don't
gonna
tell
head
anyone.
towards the mid lane.
I
We'll
have
see
no
if
reason to
they
tell
decide
anyone.
Play a fence-sitting role and ban out a
And
mid
that
lane on the
is
other
completely
end. Instead, it is
contradictory
going
to
be
your
the
whole
Achilles
view on life.
to round out the bans for the Olympus Bolts.
So,
both of these teams
yet
have got
again,
pretty strong drafts.
you're probably trolling.
I think that the Valkyries have got themselves a much better look at the early game. Soul's got great boxing potential. We've seen a lot of mannequin Soul in mid. Kleena's early game incredibly strong as well. Has one of the hardest hitting auto attack chains at levels 1 through 3. And now with Camazotz likely headed for the Soul lane, you've got great dive potential as a team. You can send Camazotz in on his own and just have Khepri hovering in the
Damn it.
wings, just
I don't know what to do in
waiting
this
for
game.
him to land out of that bat out of hell, drop that Scarab's
Yes, it's all
Blessing, and
true.
allow
Pink
that
Lemonade
Camazotz
is good,
facilitate
though.
him
I hate to say it.
continue
Wow.
diving.
You're
You know what else is
fairly
good?
light on CC though. Same
Pink
kind of
nails.
tune as Clean here,
Because
just a
the
lot of
foot job
damage
feels
and minimal
exactly the
CC.
same.
Only
Regardless
a
of the nail color.
out of Camazotz here on this side.
So
for
if
the
you wanted the
Valkyries.
foot
So
job,
got
you
this
wouldn't care about the nail
double
color.
assassin kind of as your
But you'd
front
turn
line
down
to
the
throw
nail
Khepri in the midst there.
foot job based on
Now
the nail color, but
Olympus
you'll drink
Bolts.
pink lemonade.
They went back and forth multiple times on picks, so I'm not going to hold my breath
Know what I
that
mean?
a Vulcan is going to be the selection here
That's
for the Bolts. Instead, maybe
ridiculous.
try and
You
kind of
wouldn't
dial
hold
in
a man's
focus on
hand
where
in
the
a
Valkyries
funeral?
kind of take their final pick. I mean, if we're thinking that the Soul is going
Your-
to go
your
mid
chess
100, you want
coach
to see Emil come out with.
threatened your
Well,
life to
knowing
force you
Emil,
into
he,
scamming
really
somebody
likes Ho Yi.
out of
He's
$50
got
playing
phenomenal
chess.
balances. I
What
think
kind of
it's
life do you
something
lead,
that could
man?
fit in here. It's gonna
What
help
the
out a
hell?
lot with your space control. You
Oh,
already have
okay.
a lot of
Enjoy
space
the pink
control
lemonade,
already on the
though.
side of the Valks. You get another additional stun as well. So that comes to mind as a potential pick. You've also got the, if that's a Freya lock-in on her, all of a sudden starts to look a lot better as well. So I think that the Valks are going to likely reactively play around these next two selections from the Olympus Bolts. Then you can kind of figure out more so which way they're going to go.
I don't think it can correct you.
We had Vulcan,
You have a very strange
we had
mindset.
Kolkin. Who knows what else the Olympus Bolts will throw as a hover here. Did mention earlier that the only god who has not been played in a competitive setting, or at least in a competitive SPL match this season, has been Nox. And
Okay,
at this
Willow,
point,
I should be honest with you.
it does not seem like we will be seeing that guy.
I mean,
locked
if you
in
want,
here. It'll be a
it sounds
Musin
like you already
Falcon
have been, right?
Loki
Like, very, very
for the
honest.
final two picks at the Olympus
About
Bolts.
pink lemonade and nail
just
color
heard
and
Gormizer
holding
mumble
hands.
from across the room that he is indeed Sag, that there is no Nox here. Just thought I'd report in on that one. Not a whole lot of magical damage for the Olympus
Crazy.
Bolts going forward. This E-set in
Thanks for pink
support
shirts in the
likely.
past. Yeah, you had a bad experience with it?
Nothing else really screams support at me. You don't really want a double Hunter lane. Means that you're really not going to have a whole lot of damage or magical damage full stop. Luckily, though, with some recent changes to AMC, Stinger now applying a 30% defense shred is going to help out a lot with this double Hunter composition. So I think the Olympus Bolts have got themselves something that is going to scale very
Like I said,
well
homophobic.
into the late game. They've also got a lot of incredibly strong early game pieces.
Keep going.
Gilgamesh, levels 1 through 3 in
Okay.
an amazing
My cat was
early-
about to vomit on the bed.
Loki's early game
That would've
scaling is
sucked.
actually very strong as well. And then the late game. you've
Yeah,
got
that's a
double
very
Hunter,
homophobic
so
way of
objectives
thinking.
gonna fall down very,
Incredibly
very
homophobic.
fast. Whereas the Valks on the other end, I think they've got a draft that is.
And you're going as far out of your
slightly
way as
better.
possible to make
I-
sure
I would
people
say
don't
that
think
this is
that
the
you're
first
gay.
time in P's and P's
Which
where I
means that
think
you're
the Valks have come
probably
out with a
closeted
superior
gay.
Composition. They've got great scaling.
That's
They've
like that's
diversified
exactly
their
what it
damage.
gives
Soul
off,
and
like
Chiron are gonna
scientifically
operate
in
similarly
psychology.
to Neath and
That's like
AMC
what
around
that
these neutral
indicates.
objectives.
You know,
You've got Khepri
I'm not calling
to
you
kinda
gay.
deal with this
I'm just
dive
telling you that
mentality of the
that's
Olympus
what that
Bolts,
shows.
Gilgamesh,
When you're
Eset,
so
Loki,
adamant
all
about
gonna be
pink,
W-keying you
about
the
avoiding pink
entirety of the
things and
game.
pink colors,
Khepri can stop
that you
the
won't even
channel
get a
the
foot job from a
abilities
girl
from
if her nail
Eset.
color
He
is
can
pink.
Immune a death for at
Because
least one
it might
ally.
be gay
So
if
I
you
really
got
do
a
like how the
foot
Valks
job from a
line
girl
up against
whose
the
nail
Olympus
color was
Bolts.
pink
It's
because
just
there
whether or
was
not they
pink
can get to a
involved.
point where it's actually a 5-on-5
So it might, people might think you were
Chiron
gay
has
for
that
getting
final
that foot
pickup
job from that
here
girl.
between the Soul, and
Like,
we did see the Chiron
you
go
have that
mid
level
go,
of
or the
homophobia.
Chiron go mid, I should
That's
say,
just
with the
crazy,
Bolts last
man.
time
Like, you
around.
probably are gay.
But the Soul is one of those
You
guys
know?
that the Valkyries have seen success
That's
on.
what
It's the type
psychology
of
would
pick
say,
that Zeros
that you
has
were
been
closeted.
thriving with before, been able to get at least some big kills
It's
to get
okay.
things going
You can just
in
keep
one
wearing
of those lanes.
wearing the
If you're
pink dresses
Valkyries,
in
which lane
private.
are
You
you
don't have to
looking
talk about it
really
to anybody.
establish that presence and try and get
You
that
can
early
just
game
enjoy
going?
yourself.
You're really hoping
by
that your
yourself.
Camazotz solo
Probably
does well,
forever.
because a Camazotz that is feasting is able to kind of put
Did you
his
come back
pressure
up here just to
elsewhere.
vomit again?
You're keeping
Get
your
the
eye
fuck
on
down.
Tina out of the jungle.
What are you doing?
When he's able to hit the ground running, you can generally expect.
She
that the
jumps
mid
down
lane
off
should
the
be able to
bed after I
hold her
push her
own,
off the
assuming
bed
that
because
it
she's
is
about
going
to
be that
vomit.
Soul. Again, the flex with
So
the
she
defense
vomits on the
of
ground
Chiron
and then jumps
is
back up here
there.
and starts to
I
vomit
don't
again.
think there's one particular lane that the Valkyries have
What?
overly focused. I think
What are you
they've got
doing?
essentially the field ahead of them.
Yeah, it's going to be
Jesus.
a tough
What is
match
this day
here for
turning
the
into?
Valkyries. They're down 2-0 in the set in this best of 5.
Fuck.
Again, if the Valkyries lose here, it's not the end of the road for them.
The
they still do
bullying.
have one more
No.
chance to make
You're
it through.
just
They'll have to
really
play up
gay.
against Sleekness if
You
they
just
lose
won't
this
wanna
game
admit
here
it.
and drop to the Bolts. The Bolts, if they win this one, they move on and they play the Jade Dragons in the finals.
And they just got to beat the Jade Dragons.
They just got to beat
Yeah,
the
that's
Jade Dragons
easy.
if they want to go to Worlds, man.
Easy pathing.
That's all that you got to
Low
do, man.
diff.
Just beat the Dragons. And just kind of like the Scarabs tomorrow, they just got to beat the Leviathans if they want to go. But here it's the Bolts and the Valkyries. Game number 3, one final chance. Can the Valkyries do it? Let's find out.
I'm trying to be
Let's
nice, but you're
see
making it really
what
hard.
they have to hold on to here. It's Goran Aggro one more time, at least one more time, depending on what
That's why I had to
Valkyries
assume you were
decide to do
trolling.
here.
Because nobody would really
We'll
be that
see
absurd.
what they have
but
to offer us.
apparently
we go back
you're
to
being
the
real.
E-set support Bear's playing Neath, which is something I don't think we get to see too often. Vin back on the AMC. And Lasbra on Loki. I mean, Mifflin had mentioned it. You had talked about it last time, but there's not a lot of magical damage once again for the bolts. And that only slowed him down by 2
Yeah, that's just so ignorant.
No, not a lot of mages in general this week.
I kind of lost a lot of
Hunters
respect
did
for you
lot
just
of
now,
Hunters
actually.
did. The mages
Being
we
real.
have seen are like Soul.
That's,
basically.
it's
I mean,
really
Hurry was
pathetic.
playing Zeus
Really, really
and,
pathetic.
And Zhang Kui, but you know, you don't see the
Yeah.
many traditional mages
That's pathetic,
these
dude.
days. I wonder if that trend is going to
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry that
it's a
you've
good
had
group.
such
And I
trauma
even
in your
asked
life.
Vin about
That this is
mages
where you're at now.
for the pregame interview, and then he goes and
That's
doesn't
really
play
sad.
any of them for me.
No, he's played Chiron and 2 AMC games. But
Maybe one day you'll get
remember
over
way
it.
back in the day, Ven used
And you'll
to
realize
be a
it's
Hunter
okay to hug
main.
your
That was
dad
his first role before mid,
without being considered
mid
gay.
competitive setting, and was good there, and has obviously been great in mid as well. But going back to his roots.
Well, Neath getting a lot of damage done. Someone that you can talk
Damn.
about early game. There's a good stun as well.
Oh,
Spirit Arrow
he missed the
just
Spirit Arrow.
off the mark there. So Barracuda not going to be able to find what could have been a first blood against Raffer. They found a lot of pressure last time. They're going to continue that amount of pressure now. Emilito is the one who has to run away. He's going to be able to stay alive, but you know, living with meditation just barely keeping him going. It definitely feels like you can
Be a
already
lawyer or a
see
preacher.
the Bolt's aggression
Good at
paying
it.
off,
Thank
and
you.
they're sitting on that tower line.
Everywhere
I've been
they
told
are.
many times that I should be a lawyer,
Lasbra
actually.
steps up in mid. Ducky getting jumped on at his tower line by Haddix.
I'm good at expressing my
Emil
thoughts
Raffer
verbally.
getting gunned down. We didn't get a chance to talk about it too much, I'd say, last game, but this ESET support for Jake looked really good, didn't it? I mean, sure, he got picked a little bit, but he was awfully accurate with that Spirit Ball. And if you can be accurate with Spirit Ball, you're going to be feeling pretty good on ESET.
It's one of my favorite abilities, I think,
Hey,
in
beginner.
Smite,
Good
just
to see
because of
you
how
again.
satisfying it feels to be able to hit, especially a long-range one. Right now, a little bit of pressure from Ice Ice onto Jake.
It's been a long time.
Puts him in a little bit of trouble. Mana's half there for Jake. His health even lower. Ice Ice comes in. First blood goes to Zeros. And now they're collapsing in onto Barracuda and Venenu. Vin has no mana to work with. Barra has no health. That's 2 kills. Clean for the Valkyries to start things off.
That's the type of start the Valkyries needed right there. No beads in the duo lane
Okay.
for Olympus Bolts. It is a double meditation
Good job, beginner.
lane from Jake and Barracuda. And Jake doesn't get a chance to get his off until he's far too low. Barras doesn't end up doing enough for him either, and they end up both falling, and that's a great start there for the Valkyries. Good rotation from Ice Ice, puts pressure on the ESET. Want to take the fight to her a little bit and try and back her off of your tower line.
Very
And that
gay of
one-
you.
No beads for him ends up making a big difference there.
Just after we were complimenting Jake. Of course, that immediately means the Valkyries get off to
Right,
not only
that's how it
just
works.
a great start, but also the best start they've had so far. I mean, this is the first time I've been able to look up even 3 minutes in, and they've had a gold lead. In fact, it might be the first gold lead they've had this set. So already, things are ready for the Valkyries to continue this amount of pressure. And you get the kills on, I would argue, 2 important players. You get Ice Ice and Zeros, who have kind of needed that help in mid, and that's going to help isolate them, although Emilito might be the one
You can
who
have them
has the need
removed,
of help right
or you can
now.
get them
Barra,
tattooed.
once again, misses that
And I'm
Spirit
also the
Arrow.
one who told you that they were
It's
pink.
gonna be just
So
off the mark of being able
I
to
know
find
that they're
the
pink.
potential kill. It's not going to stop Jake from still dishing out damage.
Why don't you get them tattooed?
But it is going to stop the
Get them
kill
just covered in
potential
black.
from
That
duo.
way
Hey,
you
still
won't have
bringing
pink
that
anymore.
dominance and poking
Because you wouldn't want to be
Emilito out,
considered
taking
gay by
his
having
lane
a
score,
pink
but
tongue, you know?
getting a little bit of extra pressure and getting Barra that XP to try and get him closer to 5. But Ice Ice on
Or
the
get it
way
removed.
trying to re-gank over here.
Yeah, good pathing as well. Make sure to cut him off. Isn't going to get the backflip immediately. So now Bear is going to get a good disengage. Ice Ice gets some good healing. But they don't get the kills that you would have wanted from your jungler showing up over here. Vin kind of stepped into the jungle.
You also have to get all your flesh removed
like
because
slow rotation coming out from
under
the, bolts
the
to match.
you know,
it's just going to
your
be Ice Ice backing off. The rest of the
epidermis,
Valkyries going back to
your outer layer of skin.
Yeah, not
it's all pink down there.
A bad idea to come over and re-gank, knowing that
Like your
both
throat, your
meditations are still
uvula,
on
that's all
cooldown,
pink.
but
Your lungs, those are
more
pink.
important that no one was level 5 in that
So
fight.
either
They
you're going to have to
don't
get all that
level 5
removed,
can't
or
There's a
I
level
don't know.
5 now. Lasbra comes in, gets the stun, locks down Raffer. Barra gets credit for that kill. Immel doesn't have a lot of mana, but he's not
Nice
going to
one.
leave the tower range. Now those meditations are going to be coming back up. Give it about 5 more seconds. So survivability and apparently kill capabilities for the
The brain is
Bolts
kind of pink.
are
It's
on
kind
the
of like
rise.
gray though,
Definitely,
actually.
especially with these level 5s now in the duo lane. But good timing on that gank from Lasbra. Still level 4 from Raffer. Knows that he has
No
the
more bullet.
opportunity to just CC chain him and got the ESET there alongside.
Yeah, the classic Neath. I'm just going to sit here in my ult. Like, worst case scenario, you walk towards me and I ult you. Best case scenario, everybody on your team now is a little wary of where they're standing because a stun can come out of nowhere across the map. Global presence for Bera is going to be important. Jake trying to steal away a purple buff. Missed pull by Raffer, but Ice Ice is in the neighborhood. And he's going to be coming around. Jake doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Root not going to be able to connect, but Ice Ice is still here, and he's going in. Backflip forced, and there's a circle of protection as well. Ice Ice closing the gap. Jake uses the last stun, and there's going to be a Root in retaliation. Jake's getting low, and there's that double med. It's healing him up, and it's going to be just enough. They're diving the tower. They're trying to find the kill. Ice Ice is going to be able to do so, and the Kepri res keeps him alive and pulls him back to safety.
Really well played there from the Valkyries. Just using all the tools, making sure we use our ultimates at the right time. Ice Ice not chickening out and making sure that he's got that Scarab's Blessing, and Raffer's right there with it the entire time. Well played dive from the Valhalla Valkyries, and the Olympus Bolts just don't have an answer to that. I mean, if you're going to get triple ulted and chased all the way into tier 1, you're not going to be able to survive on ESET, even in support. So good dive there from the Valkyries, and keeps the aggression up. You know, I don't want to see them start to lose that forward thinking, you know, that initiation that they could potentially have.
Why?
Keep the tempo of this game
because
high.
color does not determine sexual orientation.
When you had mentioned it last game, it was very easy for Jake to go into a Heartward Amulet because he didn't have as much any physical damage to worry about in the mid 3v3. That Camazot's getting shifted into the jungle has opened it up. He's gone for the Thieves. It feels just so much easier to take care of him.
Right, it's so much easier. He doesn't have that instant defense against you and everyone else who's hitting him at the exact same time. And his carries don't have a little bit of extra protection.
Something crazy's happening right
so
now.
That feels really good. Speaking of this Camazot in the jungle, I am a little surprised that it ended up being Kama jungle because obviously we've seen so much Kama solo.
Yeah.
And with the clean knot, I thought that'd be going to Ice Ice, but Ducky taking it and seems to be doing pretty well for himself over there in that solo lane, but
I shall go see. Okay,
Kalina
let us know.
She doesn't, a lot like Camazot's,
I'm anxious to know.
They don't bring a lot of CC to your team composition. It is basically just damage. But the thing that Kama has is sustain. You know, he can stay in the fights really long, even though he's not really doing any sort of utility. But because he can just eat so much damage and live through it anyways, that's what makes him a viable solo laner. Kalina might just be damage in that moment, so you might have some more trouble.
I'll have to keep my eyes. Ducky forced to fall back there. Some aggression from the Bolts, at least from Lasber and Haddix. Jake is on the back foot, trying to stay alive, get under the tier 1 tower, or at least into safety, which the safety net provided by his team is going to make sure he can get out alive. This has been great from the Valkyries so far. But like you said, I think it should have clicked a lot sooner that there was a Kalina in the game and that it wasn't anywhere that I had seen so far. Ducky is going to have an interesting time up against the Gilgamesh, someone we also don't typically get to see over in the solo lane. In fact, I think Ducky is one of the only, if not one of the few, who have played it in the solo lane this year.
And I think it can work. I mean, I agree that with Niflin that it's better in the jungle than in solo, but I'm down to have a Gilgamesh on my team no matter where he is.
Once the Shamash dropped, the meditation has been used by Haddix to try and stay alive. Ice Ice is in the lane. But Lasbra's taking a gank over. Bera's in trouble in the dual lane, but he's going to be able to get out safely. Lasbra comes on in, gets at least one veil ripped away from Ducky. And that is going to be enough as he backs away. And they're just trying to make sure that there's no pressure on this tower, on that buff when it respawns.
You don't want it.
That's not going to slow down Ice Ice, though. He's still peeking around in the jungle this side of the map.
Oh, yeah.
How's the 1v1 between Kama and Loki?
Well, one of Kama's strengths is that he just can't lose Assassin 1v1s because
he can just get out.
So he just leaves.
Yeah.
Loki is nearly unbeatable in the Assassin 1v1, especially late game. Just the ability to dictate how the engagement starts every single time.
Nope, stay over there.
Super strong. His 2 gives him damage, gives you damage reduction on the other side, and his burst damage is just absolutely crazy. So I think that is potentially a reason why we see the Kama in the jungle, is that Loki normally is so dominant. And those Assassin 1v1s can't really abuse that as well up against Camazots, but Lasber gets the jump on him, and, just button checks Ice Ice. Reaction time checks him on Assassinate, forces him to ultimate before that stun comes out. Maybe he could have enough in order to do it and just one-shot him through the stun in the late game, but it would require Ice Ice to not have beads and not press 4.
Well, at least one of those is checkmarked, which is not have beads. Not press 4, that's up to Ice Ice in those engagements. He's showing up over here on this left-hand side of the map. It's just Bera all alone. And Neath backflip, very telegraphed, usually very easy to follow. So Barra might be a little more susceptible to these ganks. A couple of pings that are coming out, just showcasing where he is. And look at Raffer's pathing as well. Feels like it was going to be a long loop around to the duo lane. He's now transitioned over towards mid. Doesn't have anywhere near the same level of help from his team over there. So a
Set a
little
timer
bit of a
for 30
slow
minutes.
pace. And despite all of what felt like huge gank potential from
Thanks,
the
bro.
Valkyries, kind of just fizzles out.
Fizzles out a little bit. And, you know, if I'm the Valkyries and I'm looking at how this how the bolts are itemizing, you know, 3 meditations, I'd certainly prioritize getting some anti-heal. Does not seem like they have so far, but Ice looks pretty likely to in that second slot, so I like that quite a bit. But I think that Raffer in particular, seeing no beads for this AMC, I think you've got to try and punish him. You know, just a ranged route is so difficult for him to handle. You could easily force Stinger just by posturing aggressively and then rooting him, because he can't afford to get abducted. He'll die in that channel unless he Aegis's preemptively, and even then he's going to take a lot of damage. So would like to see Raffer continue to play aggressive.
Well, they're getting aggressive, just onto Jake, not necessarily Vin. Either way, still happy. They force him to fall back. They're not able to get the kill that they would have wanted. A map check as of right now. No towers have fallen just yet. The gold lead is just about 300 in favor of the Valkyries, not necessarily a gargantuan amount. And it might change in just a second.
I like that
Good
word a
stun,
lot.
good engage from the bolts. It's a 4v2 in mid, and Raffer is just gone. A delete button slapped down by the bolts.
They
to give
missed that.
themselves another
I
kill.
missed it.
It's just, and it might change in just a second. Good stun, good engage from the bolts. It's a 4v2 in mid,
Holy
and Raffer is
shit.
just gone. A delete button slapped down by the bolts.
I see why I
to
missed
give
it.
themselves another kill.
Raffer had the ultimate, but don't think it would have mattered. He would have gotten gobbled up right away anyway, so better to hold it in that situation. Holds the med as well, which I think is a good decision. But how about this early rotation from Paddox? I mean, 11 minutes in, helps on that kill in mid, keeps the CC chain going, and now is going to be able to secure this Gold Fury for the squad.
And honestly, providing something that the bolts are kind of lacking from Jake, which is a body that can actually withstand the damage right now. Jake still trying to work up those items, and Lasbury, you can see, has a decent amount of health as of right now, but not necessarily a tanky build. It's a Sovereignty plus more, but now it's Ice. Yeah, you didn't even need the World Weaver, but it was there just to make sure. Now you're getting aggressive on all fronts if you're the bolts. You get the Gold Fury, you get a kill in right, you even start to get aggressive on this.
Coffee's not saying much.
And they're just putting a little bit of pressure on. First tower of the game, though, goes to the Valkyries and helps alleviate some of that. In fact, brings us to pretty much a virtually even game, just swinging slightly in favor of the bolts.
Still pretty good in comparison to the last 2 early games for the Valkyries.
Yeah, this was like a 5K lead for game 1 and 2.
Yeah, exactly. So they take those in situations like that. But you
And
see
remember,
the CC chain potential already.
hydrate
you know, assassinated
or
some triple
die.
into a stun.
I knew you were
Jake
gonna do
has
that.
a silence. Jake has a stun. Ice had ultimate, but never got a chance to use it. And like
Whenever
said,
you realize that I've
there was a
realized that
World
you've
Weaver on the way as
disappeared,
well that wasn't even
you use
necessary.
one of
So
those
definitely have to respect
audio
that CC
things,
chain
the
if you're a member of
blurps.
the Valkyries.
You have
always
to be
do it.
worried about it. Barra
Very
doesn't have
predictable.
necessarily any cooldown immediately, but anytime that World Weaver is up, that's typically where we see it. The good news is that a World Weaver from duo lane has a lot longer of a reaction time than a World Weaver from mid, where we've actually seen it a lot more, specifically
That's
from
true.
Zeros throughout this year. Also good news is that Ice is chasing down Barra. If you love the Valkyries, you want this to go on a little bit longer, that's the kind of kill you need. It's now 3-1-1 for Ice out of the jungle.
Now he's got that Brawlers as well, so those meditations aren't going to be quite as impactful on the other side, so definitely a good time to gank. Bear doesn't even use the meditation because he knows he's pretty
Yeah,
toast.
3 meditations.
Shows
Wow.
us. Nice body block
Yeah, that's
there
a
from Lasbro.
great decoy to make sure.
Dude, how do you do that?
Shows up. Nice body block. Bear doesn't even use the meditation because he knows he's pretty toast as soon as he shows up. Nice body block
Yeah, that's
there
a
from Lasbro.
great decoy to make sure that Raffer can't get away. The ult, though, movement speed specifically, helps Raffer go ahead and squeak out of there with his
It's
life.
like here, I
Barely
just
even
got
helps
lost
his
in my
main.
thoughts for a minute.
But alive nonetheless. He's going to be able to get that back off. Now you can
I
see
got you.
aggression in the jungle. Jake Lasbro running around on the left-hand side. No buffs to steal away, and the minion wave
I'm
isn't
pretty
really with
needy.
them.
I feel lonely a lot.
Ultimately, there's a Scorpion right there that they could go for, but otherwise they're just kind of coasting around.
Yeah, I mean, this comp for the Bolts, very similar to how it has been. Those Zeros in some trouble. World Weaver right there. Disapparate going to get him underneath his tower, and maybe it'll save his life.
There's a good Spirit Ball, but again, not a lot of damage coming down from Jake. So it's not going to find the kill. Keeps Zeros alive. Jake now is in an awkward spot. Circle of protection dropped down. He's going to be able to get a good heal out of that one. There's the leap in from Haddix as they get aggressive. Ice trying to isolate and find the carries. Lasbra forced away from the fight, and Ducky has finally made a rotation. There's that damage.
Man.
Jake gets burned down with the help of all 5 members of Valkyrie's. Credit goes over to Zeros, though, and now there's ringing shots from Milito.
Which Valkyries
trying
are
to
these?
find Haddix in the back line. Barracuda just has to backflip and walk away. They're going to have to leave this one open. That's going to be aggression, though. 4 members versus right now 1 of the Bolts. Yeah, Barra has to run away. No backflip to his name. Gets under the Phoenix, but it's not enough. Emilito
Oh my
gets
God,
the kill.
what?
Barra has to run away. No backflip to his name. Gets under the Phoenix, but it's
Nice.
not enough. Emilito
How'd
of
he
the
kill him?
Bolts. Yeah, Barra has to run away. No backflip to his name. Gets under the Phoenix, but it's
Nice.
not enough.
With the arrow
Emilito
thingy.
gets the kill, and now
I
they're
hate
looking
that.
to pressure out this tier 2 as well.
Yeah, that got him in the animation of the 2. Couldn't use the Aegis or the meditation because he's trying to unravel and get that heal. A little too greedy from Barracuda, trying to hold on to the relics, and really gets punished for it easily by the Valkyries, who now have a fairly noticeable lead at this point in the game. You know, 3,000 is nothing to shake a stick at, and they've got this composition that's so good on these objectives, at least in burning them down between the Soul and the Chiron. You've got Kleedna, who, as I said earlier, I think is absolutely unreal around objectives. Valkyrie's in a very good spot right now, and the Olympus Bolts maybe wishing that they had itemized a little bit differently or picked up some different relics, because these meditations not doing quite enough.
Yeah, it's definitely, you know, I'm hearing relics and I'm looking at it. It's just relic for me. It's Barrow's meditation that stands out the most. We'll see whether or not that comes back to bite him, as it has so far this game. Pyromancer picked up. There is a World Weaver flying through, but it's going to get immuned out by Zeros there, so no worry, no relics, no anything chased down from the Bolts. As Barra continues pushing the left-hand side, Greater Scorpion on the side of the Bolts gets taken down. They got the Pyromancer as well. And so that Primal Fury coming up is maybe going to be
If I was
the
out
next
in
big
LA,
objective to
I'm
fight.
going to have all of my attention.
Valkyries
You're
should
not
be there
me, I
on
don't
time.
think, just
Now,
slow
no
me.
Frenzy or anything like that. It's actually an Ankh for Raffer, which I really
Why
like
would it make any difference
up
if you're
against
out
what the
in
Bolts
LA?
have, which is, again, triple med. They're going to use that in the middle of the team fight, and if you can upgraded Cursed Ankh them, then they're going to be taking more damage for not a ton of sustain at this point in the game. I mean, look, Meditation is really good. I do think it's a good relic, and it's particularly good in lane. In that 2v2 in the duo lane, it is the best relic you can have pre-5. But after that, I do think it falls off pretty hard. And then to have 3 on your team, all of which aren't going to be great come the later stages, now that they have anti-heal, now that they've got Cursed Ankh, the Bolts are really down. You know, I would count 2 meds as the equivalent of 1 relic come late game in competitive. You just don't get nearly as much value out of it.
Yeah.
You're down a lot. You're down a lot of relics basically if you're doing that math.
So, and that's just in general, right?
Right.
But 2 meds with 2 Brawlers, Beat Sticks, 1 Contagion, and a Cursed Ankh on the other side. It might just be half a relic in reality. I don't know if that math completely checks out. Either way, we'll see how the Bolts, because a lot of what we saw, at least from Jake and Barra early on, was popping them at the same time to kind of get a bigger burst of healing. That's not going to work, the amount of anti-heal the Valkyries have, and now they're starting to surround the Bolts, chase them down in the jungle. They don't have a tier 1 or a tier 2 in mid for the Bolts to fall back on. And that is a big deal with the amount of control that you can now exert. Ducky's just hanging out over here in mid lane. I mean, they're putting themselves in a position where one good pick does translate immediately into that Primal Fury.
And both teams have that burn capability, but the Valkyries not showing up and just instantly putting that pressure on, not exactly my favorite. I mean, I understand maybe Raffer wanting to upgrade that Ankh before they take a fight, but other than that, I think that they've got the objective control that I want to see them at least try it.
The Primal Fury started up. Ducky poked out. That's going to be a blink forward there from Haddix, but it's the objective right now. Barra trying to be in position to steal it away. Not going to be able to get this one. So that is a good win for the Valkyries. They scoop that up, and nobody dies in mid. So the Bolts not able to find anything that they were looking for.
It takes you a really long time to
Still
to
showing
respond.
some aggression. Actually,
I doubt
faking
I'd
their
be
way
able
over the
to
right-hand
worry
side of
about
the map.
my own
Yeah,
life
maybe trying
and
to get a little
problems
extra,
if I was
but
physically
no
with you.
Pyromancer available for them to take right now, so they've
I'm
just
sure
got
you
to
can
hold
still
that
worry about
L.
them.
The Valkyries just group
Worry
and
takes place in the
use
mind.
their composition strength. Double Hunter.
And the mind goes
knock
with you
down
wherever
these
you are.
objectives nice and easily. And they do just that. Well done there by the Valks.
And all those smiles from game 2 have suspiciously disappeared here from the Bolts.
Yeah.
It's still only, well, 1,700 gold, which is a nice, comfortable lead for the Valkyries. But you can definitely see, yeah, the little bit of a dip starting to go back in favor
it's
of
not
the
much
Bolts.
of a lead.
Careful. We translate into the late game. It's actually a really interesting conversation to be had. Jake has gone Chronos Pendant. That is just now registering into my mind. So we were talking about how not tanky he was. That's going to continue. And that's going to be an interesting aspect. Because if I'm looking to pick anybody in the
It's not really
late
fair
game,
for me
your
to
front
expect
line
all of your attention
is
anyhow,
absolutely
so.
one of the best options to slow down
I just want
and
it,
stop the other
but
team. The Valkyries
it's not fair for me to
might have
expect
been
that.
gifted kills
The
on
same
a
thing
silver
with blue.
platter here onto Jake.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you wonder if he could go
So,
something like Pridwin in that
I get
kind of
down
if it's the
being
cooldown that
lonely
he's
and
really
sad and
valuing,
stuff.
but
I'm just like, ugh.
getting a little power doesn't
I wish these people would
feel
give me
bad
attention.
in this situation for Jake. You know, his
that's not
character's
really
going to
fair.
leverage that scaling better than, say, Raffers would on the
Yeah.
Kepri. So, you know, there is some benefit to going Chronos over Pridwin in that spot for sure. But, as you said, definitely makes him a lot squishier. But he then did back and buy an entire sovereignty in one back, which will alleviate some of those concerns. But Zero's getting to the point now where you feel like he might just be able to dump the whole kid onto the E set and put him down to kill range for someone else.
I'd be pretty happy with where that ends up. Pyromancer's about to respawn. Fire Giant was started slightly by the Valkyries, but it's going to get left onto the wayside. Speaking of left on the wayside, Eyesight forced to have the ult from Raffer to keep him alive. Ducky goes a little aggressive, but it's a separated fight right now from both the Bolts and the Valkyries. Haddix barely gets out alive, forced to use the drop kick, but the shots from Amelito are able to find him through the wall. Ducky aggressive one more time, not able to get booted out by Bera. And so he stays alive, stays fine, and it is a 4v5 in favor of the Valkyries.
And Ice Ice has just gone back to heal up off the camps, never even had to return to base, despite how low he was, so he's just going to come on back and help the Valkyries secure another objective. Pyromancer goes down. Bit of hesitation, but the Valks are on FG.
Yeah, and they're starting it up. 3/4 HP remaining on that health bar. Stinger dropped into Ducky. There's going to be a little bit of damage, and Vin gets that back, so he has the cooldown as well. Ice Ice gets aggressive.
Nice.
Good Spirit Arrow gets some damage, but a great Bat Out of Hell gets Ice Ice out again. You pair that with the Kepri. He's just got 3 lives, it feels like, to work with here. There's a good Spirit Ball, finds his way onto Raffer. Raffer takes some damage. Most of the Valkyries are low, and Raffer goes down. Bera moving forward. Lasbra able to escape with his life. So that Fire Giant feint ends up working against the Valkyries. But ultimately, it's still a 1-for-1 trade, which means that Pyromancer boosts the Valkyries up to the top.
If you're going to go on FG, you have to go. You have to really commit, and it felt like the Valkyries just weren't all on the same page on what they wanted to be doing in that moment. Do we want to fight? Who are our primary targets? How low are we getting FG? Who's tanking? You know, all those sorts of things just felt a little bit out of whack there for the Valkyries, and the Bolts are able to make some poetry in the midst of that chaos, able to sneak through some kills and escape with some low HP bars. Haddix ended up falling, but everyone else able to survive. And Venenu's just starting to deal a ton of damage, man. I mean, his damage is starting to become very, very noticeable on this AMC. Nearly done with what I'm assuming is going to be a Heartseeker, as is Lasbra. So when those two get those items, man, this Valkyries team isn't going to be able to just walk right at this AMC much longer.
And this is an interesting position to be in. If you're the Valkyries, that was a lot of relics that just got used in that last engagement. Pretty much everybody has one down save for Amelito. The other side, you're missing a couple of meds. You're really not that upset if you're the Bolts and your potential to engage. That being said, the Bolts, I'm trying to think of it, but at least in the last 15 minutes, I could even say, they haven't been the ones picking the fights. It's all been the Valkyries. I think there was one moment where Haddix gets aggressive in mid in that time period, but otherwise, it has been a lot of the Valkyries dictating when things are going to happen. And it's mainly because, I mean, look at it. Like, Lasbra forced to fall back. There's finally his blink. And that's actually going to open up that Fire Giant call for the Valkyries again.
And Lasbra has no blink either, but Zero's been left behind.
Finally, a little bit of a res. Raffer's going to be able to get him out, but that's going to time out soon, and that's going to open up some opportunities here for the Bolts. Raffer just gets eaten alive. Vin's damage, you mentioned it, we see it, and there it comes to fruition. Aegis used by Bera, he's alive for now, and the team is saving him. They help turn it around. He finally goes down, but Ice Ice pays for it with his life. Immel, Zeros, Ducky, the last 3 standing as the rest of the Bolts surge forward around the Fire Giant.
Look at Lasbra's positioning, looking to hunt down Emelito. Emil's got the Aegis, but it doesn't do enough. Then finds his fourth 4-0-1 for the AMC in mid.
And now they've got the setup. Haddix and Jake. Good silence. Zero's isolated. He throws out the ult. Well, that's about all he's going to get. 4 members left standing.
Ridiculous.
You got Haddix, who's nice and tanky. They could start up the FG, pick this up, and Ducky's the only one on the Valkyries who could have anything to say about it.
Man, Ven is just doing so much work right now. He's top of the player damage charts, 5-0-1 on this AMC, and feels like he nearly single-handedly turned that fight around. Ducky's trying to win this 2v1 and does force the ultimate out from Lasbra, but then Ven goes, they need me. I will simply come and show up and kill him.
I can't believe the perfect Fire Giant taking over there for Vin ends up paying off in spades for the kill. But now Raffer's here. That FG's low, and you have to be careful. Bolt's able to secure it. Raffer will now lose his life. What feels like essentially 2 delayed deicides. Ice has respawned this time, and it stops it from happening.
Reason not to think about it with a change of scenery and activities, not to mention having someone
for the Bolts.
wonderful as yourself to
You get the
spend time
sense
with,
that Ven
understand
is
how
kind of
you
used to
feel,
his
and pushed
dual
a couple
lane,
people away
doing stuff
unintentionally
like
by
double
trying
med
to
and
get as
dying
much
early
attention as
in
I
a lot of
could. I
games.
wish
You know,
I
he
could
looked
be
right at
in
home
more places
with
at
understanding
once.
that he had to do a lot in this game, and he
I
really has
understand, and thank you.
done
Are you
quite a bit
distracted right
because
now?
dual lane
Is,
was
like,
not
stuff
nearly as
going on?
dominant in this game as they were in the first
you can just
two.
tell me, and
Haddix
then I
as
won't
well,
expect your attention.
0, 1, and 6 has done fine, but nothing that'll blow your doors off. But Ven has really been in the
As long as
right
people
spots.
communicate with
Barra
me,
putting out good
I understand.
damage.
You know, it's like, hey, I
second,
got something to do,
on
or
his
hey, I
team,
got
third overall
somebody's
in the
bothering
game,
me
but
or whatever.
at that
Yep.
point got caught out. Ducky had such a good flank. It
But
looked
the
like
lack
a
of
perfect position
communication
for
is
the
what gets
Valkyries
me.
to clean wipe that
Because
team
then I'm like,
fight.
okay,
They just
why isn't this
didn't
person
have the
responding?
damage to
How
bring
come this
down
person
this
didn't think that was a
AMC
good
before
play?
he was able to burn them all down.
Well, they strip out
Why
the
aren't they
jungle.
talking about what I'm talking about?
They get themselves a nice,
confusing.
hefty power play that they get to work with. Ice is actually pushing over on right-hand
Jasmine,
side.
don't do it. Don't
And
even
remember,
do
it is, well, was for a while there,
Hi,
a
Jasmine.
tower advantage for the Valkyries. Right now, it's technically even.
Hi, Jasmine.
But 1 exposed Phoenix for the
Lay down,
Bolts
please.
versus none on the side of the Valkyries map. Vin doing what Vin needs to do best, which right now is pushing up the left-hand side. Haddix pushes up mid. Soon the team's going to be able to regroup and really dictate which tower they want to take down.
This left-hand side seems nice and juicy for them. Not with as much expediency as their last Fire Giant in the last game, where they were able to get quite a bit off of it. But still, I mean, Ven and Barra, again, double Hunter. No Frenzy or Shoguns this time, so it won't be quite as jarringly fast to get these Phoenixes, but still like their odds of being able to crack the Valkyrie's base from this position.
And right now it's towers galore. They get the tier 2 in left, tier 2 in mid, and they're going to have minion waves in
Weren't the
their
Valkyries
favor.
winning
Not
this a
just
minute
regular
ago?
minion waves
Now they're
either. Those are
8,000
only
down?
minion waves coming down left
What
and
the
mid
hell?
to enter the Phoenix. 5-man strong on the left-hand side.
They were winning this
Bolts
game.
Are going to surge forward this wave. Jake taking it up. There's going to be a nice stun onto Raffer immediately into the back line onto Emilito. Circle of protection gets dropped, and that's going to keep Vin nice and healthy. Med's still up, and the Phoenix goes down. Kill onto Raffer,
Wow, Vin.
and the ult it doesn't even get the chance to get used. Now Zero's stunned out, no manages to immune that, run back to the
God,
fountain,
Ducky.
but Ducky goes down. 3v5 is all that's left. Ice has to go big here, and the defense needs to be mounted for the Valkyries.
Now still a lot of structures up, but the Bolts have the damage. Emilito's going to go down. Ven, 9 in a row for him, and the Olympus Bolts make quick work of the Valhalla Valkyries.
Close it
Wow.
out 3-0.
Wow.
Kind of like they did in the first 2 games, although it took them a little longer there.
That was
in game number
ridiculous.
3. Progressively more defense from the Valkyries, but this time around, not too much that they were able to do in response. Despite the fact that they had a little bit of a lead, it's just a couple of fights, and all of a sudden the Bolts are right back in it.
Look, I mean, when we took a look at this Group B coming in, we knew that the Dragons and the Bolts were by far the teams that we favored the most to come out of this group. And the Bolts came in, took care of business, did exactly what they were supposed to do, just as the Dragons did earlier today up against their SCC counterparts. It's a matter of what comes next for these teams. How is that matchup going to look? You know, did either team show a little bit too much? Did they end up giving the other team some strategies? Can't wait for that Bolts-Dragons matchup, man. I think it's going to be a ton of fun.
Get Bolts Dragons. You also get Sleekness Valkyries, which I'm actually going to be excited for.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see that. I believe that one's going to be on Saturday. Tomorrow, we'll get to watch the Bolts take on the Dragons. Right now, though, I'm sure they're happy and feeling fine. We're going to break this game down, talk to the Bolts, all sorts of stuff right after this.
Well, never mind. I tried.
I saw you sitting wrong, but don't be wasting time. I wanna see your smile. Hey, you wanna go with me? I'll be your fantasy. Let's do this secretly. And if you stay the night, yeah, if I do alright, you might be coming back for more. And if you're coming back, we must be on the right track, and I'll be stepping up for sure. If it's alright with you, I'll book a table for two at this fancy restaurant. And if you still want me, I'll make sure to be the best you ever had. If I was your man, I'd be the best you ever had. If I was your man, I'd be the best you ever saw. The best you ever had. And we would be as happy as can be. Oh, and I will give you all that you need. If I was young, I'd be the best you ever had. Yeah, I'd be the best there ever was. If I was your man, best you ever had.
Hello and welcome back to the desk. One final time for today, at least, the Olympus Bolts get the 3-0 victory over the Valhalla Valkyries.
I think they've been all
put
3
themselves
zeros.
one step closer to the Smite World Championship. A victory today means that now they only have to defeat the Dragons tomorrow if they want to go to the Smite World Championship. That will be no tall task. It's J-Mac and Mifflin here one final time on the desk. Talk about Game 3, talk about the set, and talk about the future that's going on tomorrow. Mifflin, you're sporting some nice nice jacket there.
Well, 2 of them to be exact.
You're right. There are 2 jackets
That's
there.
right. Oh, you guys want to get that little SPL merch, dude?
That's the
Little
is that
SPL
the
merch?
that's
You see that?
the bundle hoodie. The
That's
bundle
right. Well,
hoodie.
it's a jacket.
The bundle jacket. My
So,
apologies.
okay. You know
the
what?
bundle jacket.
You guys have been talking around my explanation of this the entire time. I feel like I need to make my case.
Okay, here we go.
Jackets are a broad category, to be sure. It's like a squares rectangle conversation. But here's the thing. You can have a pullover. That's anything that you pull over. It's an outerwear. Fine. You put a hood on it, you got a hoodie. If there is a zipper or buttons or anything like that, it becomes a jacket. Thank you. What we're talking about the Bolts? Good job, Bolts.
Yes, we're talking about the Bolts and the Valkyries. The Bolts specifically with their win here
This
today.
guy.
A lot more signs of life out of the Valkyries there in game number 3. Though a little bit of fun to be had with the Bolts out of a meditation neath that came out of Barracuda
That
there
went
in the
hard.
do alone. Look,
That went crazy.
Look, they lost like a 3-on-3 fight when they had 2 meds versus 1.
Yeah, the Valks were just playing out of their minds, clearly, because that is a strategy that I think defies the meta. It defies the times. It is going to last longer than Smite itself. There's always going to be something double medding.
Well, when it came down to the end of it all, it was the Bolts who come out victorious. They were able to get past this double assassin. The cleanest solo, not something that I would have initially expected. I've seen it passingly in like ranked teams. If I ever tune into like watching Nico play, he's done it a couple of times, but didn't honestly expect to come out of here in an SPL game. Did all right for them for the first half of it, but I mean, when you're a Muzen Cobb mid essentially goes unchecked the entire game, it's gonna be a pretty nice one when you get towards late game.
Yeah, luckily for the Bolts, Ven kept his head on straight throughout this one while the dual lane was dropping one of the fattest intos I've ever seen. But that said, the Olympus Bolts, no stranger to playing for behind, I suppose, and are able to bounce back towards the end of this game. I thought the Valhalla Valkyries were making significant strides between each individual match. Game 1, blown out of the water. Game 2, they found their fight. Game 3, they found their fight and some objectives. So if this game had been a best of 7, maybe Game 4, we'd have been looking at a Valk stub.
Would have been a very long set indeed. Rapper going down to 0-6-7, struggled a little bit towards the latter half of the fights. Jake 0-3-12 on the E set support, played twice in a row,
Discord, by the
and
way.
got 2 wins out here. So between wins with the SCC boys with Quig, and now
Thanks for
wins
letting me
here, Jake on the Bolts with this E set. We may be in for a meta where E set kind of sticks around for a while.
Wait, what was E set's ceiling numbers?
We met Quig, and now wins here out of Jake on the Bolts with this E set. We met Quig, and now wins here out of Jake on the Bolts with this E set. We may be in for a meta where E set kind of sticks around for a while.
Yeah, we might be. I got to give shout-outs to one of the Season 2 SPL subs. There's a guy named Left08 out there, and he was playing E-Set support in like 2013, so he's the progenitor. He did it first.
Well, there you go. There you have it. Well, speaking of the supports and support gods, we do have Jake sitting by for our post-game interview with Gormize. Let's start right over to them and talk.
That's right. Once again, sitting around comfortable in the Smite Maxnomic chairs. Jake, I want to ask you, I've got a couple of questions, but the first one is just, what inspired the ESET, right? Like, you know, your first game, things go pretty well, but then you swap over. What inspired you to go to that pick?
So a lot of people have been playing ISIS 4 into scrims, and I was like, hey, you know, that looks pretty good. 2.5 second silence into a 1 second stun.
Sounds pretty good.
Pretty lethal combo.
So, as easy as that. That's a lethal combo. You set it up. Game 3. What happened at the beginning? What the stumbles? Huh?
We decided to go double med. You know, the server was a little bit laggy. I don't want to blame it on that. But I'm thinking my guy that usually hits my abilities. But I tried spirit balling the Kepri and didn't hit him. You know, I don't know what's going on there. But yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't connect. Well, hey, you know what? You win this set 3-0. You're going up against the Dragons tomorrow, I believe, in order to try and secure your spot at Worlds. How are you feeling about that one?
You know, it's about time we go goat mode here. You know, end of the year, time to go off and go crazy. And I think that's just what me and my team are going to do tomorrow.
You know what? That's what we got last year, so it's what I'm expecting now. You hear it first from Jake. Thanks, man. Congrats on your win once again.
Thank you.
And Will, come on. And then we'll go back to the desk.
Just kind of just left you hanging there for a second, Goro. At the end of the day, you finally do get the response that you wanted. The Olympus Bolts, time to go GOAT mode.
Wow.
According to Jake here,
I thought he was
going to
bleat at us. For a moment, I was really expecting like a goat screech. Jake's still in here. Jake, can you give us a little goat noise?
That would have thrown me off. I don't know if they could. I don't know if anybody could hear that or not.
I heard it, and that's all I need.
We heard it, and that's all that matters. It's left up to the imagination of those at home. The Olympus Bolts, thank you. We were told that it was live, so I hope you guys got to enjoy that. Olympus Bolts hoping to not be the Olympus Dolts tomorrow, instead wanting to be the Olympus Goats to try and get a win up against the Jade Dragons. Let's take a look back at what happened today, maybe. I mean, we did get the Jade Dragons. They got their 3-0 over Sleekness. Now they're able to move themselves on. And now with the Olympus Bolts 3-0 over the Valks, they move on. So we're going to see the Dragons and the Bolts face off tomorrow.
Thanks for the
later
follow,
on in the
John.
week, we'll see Sleekness take on the Valhalla Valkyries. And then the loser of the Dragons and the Bolts, and then the winner of Sleekness and Valkyries face off for their second chance to make it to the SWC.
I'm glad you broke that down, man. I went cross-eyed trying to read that page. You are a better one than me. Here, do this one too.
Okay, well, it's the same thing. So you see the Dragons and the Bolts, they play, and Sleekness and Valkyries play. And then now the winner of the Dragons and the Bolts, they just go straight to SWC. They
Straight
don't have
to
to do
SWC.
enough. They go straight to the SWC.
All
in
you got to do is
January.
beat the Jade Dragons free.
Or for the Dragons, all you have to do is beat the Olympus Bolts.
Equally free.
Equally there. And then the loser of that match plays the winner of the third place match between Sleekness and Valkyries, and then the winner of that goes on to the Smite World Championship. So that'd be your 2 teams. And then we get to see, kind of a look at Group A here in a moment to kind of see it's something very similar to
You
that.
look so comfortable. Yeah, I'm just
Two
laying
groups. That was
down.
Group B.
I'm just laying in
We were
bed.
Group B today.
watching
There was Group
this.
A yesterday. But now we get to see both groups tomorrow.
Okay, A and B.
because it's the finals of both of them.
Got it.
Specifically, we get Leviathans and Scarabs
Thank you,
tomorrow.
Jasmine.
Oh, snap.
The Scarabs just need to beat the Leviathans to
Free
go to
smoke.
the SWC.
It's actually so free.
And the Leviathans just got to beat the Scarabs to go to the SWC.
Equally free, man.
But
God, so easy.
unfortunate, one of them
This
does have
guy.
to lose, but they get a second chance because then they get to play the winner of the winner
Oh,
dogs.
Scarabs and Warriors for 5
for a
games
second
set.
chance to go to the SWC. And that all broken down here on our schedule. We'll get to see the bronze matches, the 2 teams that lost yesterday and today.
You call them bronze heads?
The bronze matches.
Is that what you're saying?
No, the bronze matches.
That's
what they're called. It's
crazy.
called the bronze match
Okay,
on the
yeah.
bracket, Mifflin.
Yeah, I'm glad you said it. I
It's
won't.
called the bronze match because
Okay.
they're not going for first or second at that time. They're
Yeah,
kind of
they're-
going for
yeah,
that
they're
third
bronze.
place.
Oh my God.
It's their last chance, third place, the bronze
Hi,
medal,
Jasmine.
whichever one you want to go
What do you
out
want?
there.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them
That's
bronze.
their opportunity through it. Anyways,
Ha, I got
they'll
you.
play on Saturday. The finals are
Got
tomorrow,
you.
and then their last chance to play in
What you doing?
will be on Sunday. So we're sending 2 people to Worlds tomorrow, and then 2 people on Sunday. So
Want
if there's
kisses?
any 2 days that you really
Want
want to
free
watch
kisses?
this SWC, it's going to be tomorrow when we
Gotcha.
send 2 people to the SWC,
I
or
got
tune
you.
in Sunday. But make sure that you tune
I
in tomorrow on
got
behalf
you.
of me, Mifflin, everybody else who is working here, production casters, and everyone behind the scenes.
Nope.
Thank you all so much for
Can't
tuning
step
in. We'll
there.
see you tomorrow once more
step
for
there.
the SWC qualifiers.
Blah. Goat noise.
Oh my God. Mifflin's had enough. Well, GG's. That was fun. Okay. Not just what I want to do. Do we want to play Smite? Or maybe GTA, because it's been a while since I played GTA. Or continue in Skyrim. Or Genshin Impact, 'cause that's been a while since I played Genshin Impact. So many things. So many things. Or do I want to shower and shave my legs? Oh my God. Could do that too. Always have to shave. Oh man. Crab rave. Down for whatever. Ice Cube. I gotta make a move in this chess game that I'm probably gonna lose. It's a little devastating. Because I was doing so well, and I don't know where I erred, but I definitely erred. Hey, why are you licking that so much? Leave that thing alone. You know, lick it right off. Yeah. Whoops. What the
The
fuck?
truth is that Hollywood's elite actors can get ripped while adding 12, 15,
Okay,
even
some
20 pounds of
button
muscle.
on the side of my mouse did something. This makes them go forward and back pages. I've never had these buttons do anything, ever. Like the thumb buttons, they've never done anything. What the hell? That's the weirdest thing ever. These buttons aren't programmed to do anything, and yet they're doing things. All I was trying to do is blow the hair off the mouse. Okay, my computer is now programming itself. Artificial intelligence has been born. Official. Right here, you witnessed it on Willow's laptop. My computer is writing its own programming. Okay, I'm done talking now. Thanks for watching. Okay. That is pretty strange. Have you updated your drivers or anything like that? No, I have not. No driver updates. Nothing was changed. I've purposely been avoiding updates. And yet my computer has written a new program for the buttons on my mouse. A third-party mouse, mind you. Not even a mouse that came with the computer. So, oh, Coffee wrote me a dissertation. Hold on. So, I don't know. I kind of want to play GTA because it's been a while. Guess which, what? Just a small dissertation. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was Skynet. Guess which subject was my least favorite in school? Computer science? Typing? English? Women's studies? Oh, I was jamming out. I was jamming out. Boom. Boom. English, ding, ding, ding. I figured. I never liked English that much either because of how much writing it took. What bra is that I'm wearing? It looks kind of white. I don't really have like white bras too much. It could just be the sun though, because I see a stripe thingy on it. I'm not sure what bra that is. It could have, nope, because it has a black part. I'm not sure what bra that is. It could be that pink and black striped one, maybe. I don't know that I would have worn that to that photo shoot, though. Anyways. Dying. Dead. So, I guess I will, I don't know, Jasmine. I don't know what to do, Jasmine. I don't know what to do. Jasmine! Jasmine! Gotcha! Do-do-do. You're like a pendulum. Hello, pendulum cat. It's okay, I got you. Whoop. Haha. Why do you look so concerned? Can I have kisses? Kisses? Play some GTA, typing in Discord, LOL. You don't have to tell me every time you're typing in Discord, by the way. Look at you. You're clapping so fast. I like how it hurts my knuckles. GTA it is. Coffee has spoken. Look at you. Hi. Why'd you get so high? How'd you get so high up? Well, I'm trying to make sure I got it underneath the armpit. Better? It's a really good arm workout. I'm not that strong. Okay. Ow, you stepped right on my clit. Literally on my clit. Just now. You stepped right on it. And it's a little sensitive because of what I was doing. Thanks a lot. Jasmine. Jasmine. Well, it's either that or swap between typing different messages at once. It's easier to just let you know, LOL. I suppose. I just swap. I'm also very fast, though. I'm fast at typing and putting my thoughts together. Hello, Jasmine. You want kisses? She's like, absolutely not. Please, no more non-consensual kisses. You want a kiss? Why is your paw over here, man? Let me get that kiss. Hey, why are you pulling away so hard? Let me get that kiss. Let me get it. Why are you giving me... Look at the strong arm. The strong... Can you see the strong arm? She's strong arming me. Look at this. Dude. Is that what it's called? Strong arm? Hey. I can't even get through it. She's strong. Can I... Let me get in there. Hi. One more. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get it. She knows. She's like, God damn it. God damn it. I got it. She's like, God damn it. No more kisses. Somebody call PETA. Willow's giving me kisses that I don't want. I can't wrangle my thoughts for shit. Oh, that's bad. Maybe too much LSD, huh? Oh, so if anybody's listening to the stream, which it looks like most people have left now, I'm going to reset the stream and rename it and put on some GTA, okay? So I'll just shower and shave my legs later because I don't really care. Nobody's touching them anyhow because nobody touches me anymore, okay? Okay, now that that's out there, I'll be back in a few minutes. And I guess I'm just going to leave the light off because I don't care. Okay. Be back in a few minutes, you guys. Ta-da!